The Not So Perfect Pair by starcollectorsilas. Second half, chapters 13 to 24. The first half, which is 3 hours long, will be linked in the description. There is a quick trivia with the author at the end where he reveals the thought process behind his fic and how it came to be. Don't forget to send all the love to him. His page is also linked in the description. Enjoy! Chapter 13. Chuya stared unblinkingly at the message on the screen and his hurried response. "Good night, darling. Sleep well." His face burned as he sat in his bed, reading over the message again and again. "Good night, darling. Sleep well." Fuck. He's fucked. He has his first crush in months. He has a crush, and it's on his insufferable asshole of a best friend. His insufferable best friend, who isn't his soulmate, who doesn't like him, who is helping him find his actual soulmate. His best friend, who is just teasing him. It took Chuya longer than usual to fall asleep. The first thing Chuya felt when he woke up was pain. By now he was used to waking up with tingling arms and legs, and he had quickly stopped trying to keep track of the forest of injuries on his body, only taking note of the particularly severe ones. But this was different. It felt like the insides of his forearms were burning, or like there was air trapped under his skin. The long, deep blue lines up the insides of his arms were the most alarming things he'd seen in his life. He could feel the back of his head mildly throbbing, and the pain in his wrist from where he assumed his soulmate had sprained it was also there, but drowned out by the pain and irritation from the gashes along his forearm. Usually there would be a little struggle for him to force himself out of the comfort of his bed, but it was like he had been woken up to a bucket of freezing water poured over his head. Only it was boiling water and poured over his forearms. He sat bolt upright quickly, grabbing onto his arms in an attempt to stop the pain, but he only had time to let out a strangled gasp of pain before it was dying down. It faded rapidly, the burning sensation ebbing into an itchy one, prickling up the entirety of his inner arms. Still, the memory of the pain lingered, a dull throbbing in the back of his skull. He didn't let himself think about it, throwing himself out of his bed and into his uniform, throwing on his hoodie like he had been every other day, still hiding the marks from his parents and siblings. He didn't bother brushing his teeth or grabbing anything to eat. He had thankfully prepared his lunch the night before, so he shoved it in his bag haphazardly as he rushed out the door, apologizing loudly when he barreled into Koyo in the hallway. "Slow down, jackass!" she shouted indignantly, but Chuya was already out the front door. He stopped short as his eyes fell on the spot where Dazai normally waited for him. It was empty. He frowned and slowed down, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he walked the rest of the way, staring at the lamppost Dazai normally stood at as though it had personally offended him. After a moment, he pulled his phone out, checking the time. 8:39. If anything, Chuya was late. They normally got to school early to go and bother the library staff, or visit the few teachers that could stand them, or just hang out with their friends. School started at 9, so they'd get there at least 10 minutes early, and they normally left at 8:30. So he was late, and Dazai was even later, apparently. Behind him, his front door opened and Kyoka came out, her hair in a half-up style, a ribbon tied in her hair. She stopped when she got to him and looked puzzled. "Dazai isn't here?" she asked, and Chuya nodded. "Yeah, he didn't message me to say he was gonna be late either." Kyoka hummed, then blinked, seeming to spot something over Chuya's shoulder. "That sucks," she said, and she promptly turned around to start walking to school herself. Chuya looked after her, slightly bewildered, taken aback. Then he sensed a presence behind him, and he turned around, taking in the sight of an exhausted Dazai. He looked like shit, paler than usual, dark eye bags and messy hair, like he had forced himself to even get out of his bed that morning. Still, Dazai put on the biggest smile possible and greeted him easily. "Chuya! Short as ever, I see. I almost missed you standing there," Dazai said teasingly. Chuya frowned, too caught up with the sight of Dazai, who looked off. "I'm only 16. I'm still growing," he said absently, defaulting to his usual response, more focused on trying to figure out what was wrong. Dazai didn't say anything about Chuya's lack of enthusiasm, just beginning to walk and letting him fall into step beside him. Chuya looked at the ground, kicking a rock as he walked. The sky was grey and overcast, a threat of rain on the horizon. He was caught up in his thoughts, raising a hand to his mouth to bite at his thumb while he thought. Something was clearly wrong with Dazai. There was also something wrong with his soulmate. He honestly felt pretty shit himself, with his new realization from the previous night. One that he had forgotten about, and he felt his cheeks heat up as he promptly remembered about his unfortunate crush on the loser walking next to him. Seriously, of all people to like? He could have had a crush on Rampo or Kunikida or generally anybody else, and it just had to be Dazai? His best friend since primary, the know-it-all who had taught him how to tie his shoelaces, the weirdo who hadn't had any clue who Taylor Swift was, the asshole who stole his t-shirts all the time, the kid who had calmly announced to Chuya and his parents that he had a fractured elbow after being pushed off a slide. Why? That was the only thing he could ask himself. Why? It was so stupid. After everything he had always said about never wanting to have anything romantic with a mackerel bastard. Fuck. He was interrupted by Dazai taking his wrist and pulling his hand away from his mouth, having noticed Chuya biting his nail. Dazai's hand then slid from his wrist to intertwine with his own, Chuya's right hand in Dazai's left. Chuya's face went bright red at the contact. He groaned internally, furious with himself. "You do this like every other day. Why the fuck are you making a big deal of it now?" He stole a quick glance at Dazai, who seemed unbothered. Actually, Dazai didn't seem to be paying any attention to anything going on. He was just looking at the ground with a far-off look in his eyes, like he wasn't fully present. Again. This was getting far too common for Chuya's liking. So, to try and bring Dazai back, he cleared his throat and squeezed Dazai's hand, feeling relieved when Dazai blinked and looked over at him. "Yeah?" Dazai asked, tilting his head like he hadn't just been practically in another universe. Chuya swallowed, scraping his brain for a topic. "There's new marks from my soulmate," was what he blurted out, internally cursing himself. That was not the topic he had wanted to talk about. Dazai tensed up a bit, and then nodded. "Describe them," Dazai said, sounding tired. Chuya felt guilty for bringing it up. Dazai was clearly not in the mood to be talking about anything, never mind something like this. Chuya took a deep breath anyway, squashing his guilt and thinking back to what he had seen that morning. Long, deep, I think. The most noticeable were two, right up in the middle of my inner arm. I didn't check anywhere else. It had really hurt when I woke up. It doesn't hurt anymore, thankfully. That was a lie. His arm still hurt, a dull throbbing present, though it wasn't quite painful if he thought about it, just uncomfortable. He didn't know how else to describe it. Dazai looked away, seemingly interested in the displays in the windows of the shops they passed. "Attempted suicide," Dazai said, tone carefully blank. Instantly, Chuya felt sick, like he might throw up any second. "Attempted?" he asked quietly. Dazai just nodded, returning to look at the ground. Chuya wanted to prod, to ask how he knew, how he was certain it didn't work, what he should do now. Maybe now was the point where he should tell more adults. This was bad. Suicide? How was he supposed to deal with that? Though, if telling an adult would do anything, Mr. Fukuzawa would have fixed it. Telling an adult would just worry them. "Oh," was all Chuya said after that, and they continued the rest of the walk to school in silence. Throughout the day, Chuya could have sworn Dazai was getting increasingly agitated and distant. Even small accidents that Dazai normally wouldn't care about were getting to him. Of course, Chuya was also fairly pissed off. His arms hurt, he was worried for his soulmate, he was tired, and on top of everything, Dazai was acting weird. But Dazai was worse, and Dazai continued to get worse. The first time he noticed something was wrong was when Dazai's favorite spot in the corner of the library was occupied when they got there in the morning. Dazai hadn't said anything, only turning away and dragging Chuya outside over to their usual lunch spot. The next time he had noticed, it was at the end of their second period class, when, after spacing out for the entirety of the first 2 lessons, they had been packing up their stuff and someone threw a piece of paper across the classroom. It had not been intended to hit Dazai, but it did anyway, and Dazai seemed unreasonably upset, and threw it back twice as hard. Obviously it was paper, so it barely hurt the kid he threw it at, but that teacher already had a grudge against Dazai for some reason, and only Dazai got told off. Chuya had stood waiting outside the classroom while Dazai got told off once the class had ended, and Dazai hadn't even looked at him before storming off. They had spent break in the music room, and Dazai had pressed firmly into Chuya's side with his eyes closed and headphones on, while Chuya tried not to die or overheat from embarrassment. After break, during third period, Dazai had accidentally knocked over a water pot on one of the smaller sketches for his art portfolio. He had hit the table in frustration, and Chuya had been able to see the tears in his eyes from the opposite side of the table. Hitting the table had only made it worse, the spilt water dripping off the edge of the table onto the legs of Dazai's trousers, and Dazai had looked about 2 seconds away from throwing himself off of a roof. A few minutes into fourth period, and Dazai's headphones died, and he had just dropped them on the table with a loud bang, covered his ears and put his head on his knees, ignoring the entire class. Their PE class had gotten switched last minute to be fifth period that day, and Dazai, who had been looking forward to the opportunity to lock himself in an empty practice room and charge his headphones during music, seems genuinely distraught. As a result of the class being changed last minute, nobody had their change of clothes, so everyone was in their uniform, and Dazai had been told off for not removing his hoodie, been forced to, and despite his, by this point, rather desperate pleas to be exempt and sit at the side, if not leave, he was forced to participate. While participating in dodgeball, a game Dazai was really good at, he got hit with multiple balls, refused to lift his arms to even attempt to catch any, and seemed to be in extreme pain anytime someone bumped into the sides of his arms. Eventually, when Dazai had made it beyond clear he wasn't going to participate, and he had sent his 100th dirty look at the PE teacher, he had been allowed to leave for lunch early, and Chuya had to go with him. What was truly confusing, though, was the total 360 switch Dazai had made the second that their friends had started trickling into the library, taking their seats on the floor in the corner they were quite comfortably inhabiting. Dazai's headphones had been given to Kanikida, who had a charger and battery pack, and while Dazai had spent the extra few minutes before lunch properly started practically hiding behind Chuya, he was now talking animatedly, waving his hands around. Chuya was half asleep, but still watching with amusement, listening to Dazai boast about his athletic capabilities. "And while I was in PE today, you should have seen it, dodging left and right, not getting hit once. Apart from when I wanted to, of course. Have to make it fair somehow." Dazai said proudly, eliciting a few oohs from Atsushi and Akutagawa, who were listening eagerly. Chuya raised an eyebrow, squinting at Dazai. That was very obviously not what had happened. Quite the opposite, actually. But he didn't speak up, letting Dazai lie until his heart was content. Chuya had already eaten his lunch, a box empty aside from the food he had packed for Dazai, which had been turned down quickly. With the current state Dazai was in, the last thing Chuya was going to do was pressure him to eat if he had said he didn't want to. His lunchbox was still open and in front of him, however, And as Dazai continued his exaggerated boasts and storytelling, Kunikida looked up from where he was talking with Yosono, their conversation hushed and rather giggly. When Kunikida noticed the untouched sandwich in the box, it barely took him any time to realize who the sandwich was supposed to belong to. "Dazai, have you eaten?" Kunikida asked, and Chuya sat up slightly straighter, prepared to explain to Kunikida to say it was okay, that he'd try and convince Dazai to eat later, that it had been a bad day and pushing Dazai to eat might not help. Dazai answered instead, waving his hand dismissively, but there was a tension to his shoulders that he had dropped temporarily. "I'm not hungry." Dazai stood up quickly after that, talking loudly. "You'll never guess what one of the members of the theater department taught me to do. Juggle!" he said, and instantly 2 apples and an orange were being shoved into his hands, the apples from Rampo and Akutagawa, and the orange from Atsushi. Chuya groaned and rolled his eyes, but he looked up at Dazai standing in the center of the circle they were all sat in as Dazai accepted the fruits gratefully. "Thank you, kind sirs, thank you," Dazai said with an exaggerated bow, straightening up again and clearing his throat. "To my dearest Nikolai from the drama department, you're a real one. I hope you can sense this message from wherever you are now," Dazai continued, closing his eyes and putting on a sorrowful expression. Chuya scoffed and rolled his eyes. He had suspected it was Nikolai, the kid who dressed like a clown half the time and hung around the smart Russian kid who fainted at least once every summer. Knowing Nikolai, he was probably making out with said Russian kid in the back of the auditorium somehow, and he probably could sense every time someone started juggling in the nearby vicinity. What was Dazai doing calling Nikolai dearest anyway? Surely they weren't that good friends. Nikolai has a boyfriend. Unimpeded by the unintentional glare Chuya was sending in his direction, Dazai threw the first apple in the air and quickly followed it up with the orange, and then the other apple, actually managing to juggle the fruit, even if he was a little shaky. Rampo was laughing his ass off and recording, while Atsushi and Akutagawa were watching with wide eyes. The way those two idolized Dazai was actually kinda depressing. Chuya, though he wouldn't admit it, was actually kind of impressed. That must have taken a while to learn. It took a lot of concentration, probably, lots of practice and patience. Dazai was really talented and pretty. Even though it was pouring down with rain outside, the gray light coming through the window was making him look stunning. His eyes were wide as he focused on the makeshift balls he was throwing, and his mouth was slightly open, his lips red from being bitten all day. When he felt his cheeks redden slightly at the thought, he made the split decision to create a distraction, and he suddenly pushed himself forward, slapping Dazai as hard as he could on the ass, causing him to yelp in surprise and jump about a foot in the air. Instantly, Chuya started cackling, and Rampo, who had been laughing already and managed to catch it on camera, started to laugh even harder. Dazai panicked and scrambled to catch the fruits, falling to the floor clumsily, somehow managing to catch the dropped fruits, but ending up laying on his back on the floor and panting. How the hell did Chuya ever think he had a crush on this dumbass? Jesus Christ, he needs to get his brain checked, because this is just embarrassing. After a moment, Dazai sat bolt upright, his face bright red. "Chuya!" he shouted accusingly, his eyes trained on Chuya, who was laughing so hard he couldn't breathe properly. "That was incredible! You should have seen your face!" Chuya wheezed out, wiping tears from his eyes. At the sight of Chuya laughing so hard, Dazai was fighting back his own smile, trying to look pissed off. Anger or irritation was not an expression Chuya was used to seeing on Dazai's face, and that just made it even funnier, but he forced himself to take a deep breath, his cheeks hurting from smiling. "Did that scare you?" Chuya asked, trying to stifle his laughs. Dazai, who was giving the fruit back to their rightful owners, wrinkled his nose. "No, I just wasn't expecting to have my ass assaulted while I was in school, while juggling no less," Dazai said haughtily, moving back to where he had been sitting next to Chuya. While they had just been laughing and joking, it was like a switch had flipped and suddenly Dazai looked exhausted again, trying to joke and hide it while leaning on Chuya's shoulder. Chuya sighed and shook his head, calming himself down, trying to remind himself that Dazai was clearly not doing great. It had been funny, but Dazai was clearly overwhelmed. That reaction was priceless. Chuya just muttered quietly, and Dazai huffed, crossing his arms. Dazai apparently then decided that the most reasonable thing he could do was sprawl out across Chuya as much as he could, laying across his legs and grabbing Chuya's arm, waving it about. Chuya sighed again, just letting Dazai move his arm how he wanted, wishing, not for the first time that day, that he could go back home and sleep for an eternity. Chuya relaxed and leaned back against the bookcase, taking a moment to just breathe. It was peaceful for a moment, but of course, nothing could stay that way. The next few events, Chuya could have probably predicted. What he couldn't have predicted was the reaction they caused. First, Kunikida tried asking Dazai about his food again. Dazai, now that your talent show is over, you should really eat something, Kunikida said, looking slightly concerned. Dazai had tensed up and got in defensive. I'm not hungry, Kunikida. I don't want to eat, he said, not moving from his place draped over Chuya's lap. Kunikida had been about to respond when someone on the other side of the bookcase Chuya and Dazai were sitting next to got knocked into it. As a result, when the person tried to catch themselves, they knocked a bunch of books off one of the shelves above Chuya and Dazai's heads. So a cascade of books fell around them, hitting the top of Chuya's head and the back of Dazai's. Chuya had felt instant pain where one of the books had hit him, followed quickly with another pain radiating across the back of his skull where another book must have hit him somehow. Dazai had gasped and almost screamed, surprised and hurt by the sudden pain, his hand going straight to the back of his head to protect it. Chuya's response was to get angry, forgetting Dazai, who had moved off of him by now, and standing up to yell at the people who had caused the books to fall on them. His shouting drew the attention of multiple people who stood around, watching like it was a TV show. The next thing he knew, it wasn't him shouting anymore. "Shut the fuck up!" Dazai screamed from where he sat on the floor. Dazai, who was still holding on to the back of his head, so covering one ear with his free hand and trying in vain to cover the other with his arm. Dazai, who looked about 2 seconds away from bursting into tears like a small child. "It's too loud," he continued, and Rampo, who had also covered his ears, nodded in agreement. Chuya felt bad instantly, but quickly Yosano picked up the slack and started to encourage everyone up. "Let's go see if the art room is empty. It'll be quieter there, and nobody will get attacked by books," she said, so everyone began to grab their things as the atmosphere in the library shifted back the way it was, just slightly more tension in the air. Dazai hadn't moved his hand from his head, and Kunikida, who unfortunately seemed to always have the best intentions at the worst of times, had kneeled down next to him and put a hand on his shoulder to ask what was wrong. Dazai had slapped the hand away, snapping, "Don't touch me!" Dazai hissed, clearly upset, more than most of them had seen. When slapping Kunikida's hand away, Dazai had moved the hand from his head, revealing the blood on his palm. Chuya wasn't the only one who noticed, and Yosano moved forward quickly, mostly ignoring the slightly hurt-looking Kunikida. "Dazai, your head! I didn't think the books would be enough to make you bleed. We need to get to the nurse's office." Yosano decided quickly, but Dazai shook his head, blinking rapidly and wiping his eyes. "No, I'm fine, just..." Dazai said, reaching to grab his bag as he stood up. Then, the straw that broke the camel's back. Or the event that broke Dazai's facade. When Dazai grabbed his bag, the same brown messenger bag he'd been using since the first year, that had been his older brother's before it had been his, the strap broke, and he dropped the bag in surprise, his stuff spilling all over the floor. It was silent for a few seconds, everyone watching Dazai as he just stared at the bag on the floor, and at the jotters that had fallen out. Pencils and random pieces of paper he had drawn on, all over the floor. It seemed to take Dazai a few seconds to process what had happened. When he did, Chuya could see the change in his demeanor. Instead of shutting down like he normally would, instead of getting upset or crying like a normal 15-year-old might do, Dazai got angry. "Fuck this shit!" Dazai shouted, throwing his hands in the air. Dazai was a lot of things. He got annoyed. He got bitter. Of course he did. He never got angry. There was stunned silence for a few seconds longer, and then, quiet enough that only Chuya was able to pick it up, there was the first shaky breath. And then Dazai abandoned his bag, making a break for it and pushing past Atsushi, heading for the library exit. Chuya wasted no time, quickly following, trusting that someone else would gather up Dazai's stuff and keep an eye on his. Nobody protested them leaving or followed. Chuya followed Dazai all the way from the library to, of course, the bathroom on the top floor. It was empty as usual when Dazai flung open the door, and Chuya watched as Dazai just started pacing the length of the room, shaking his hands out next to him. It had been years since Chuya had seen Dazai in a state like this, so overwhelmed and upset that he seemed to just stop working. The same thing happened to him sometimes, and there was nothing he knew to help. He didn't have any use here. There was nothing he could do. He could only watch in dread as Dazai continued pacing, his breathing fast and erratic. Dazai's shaky breath was interrupted with a sob, and Chuya realized with horror that Dazai was crying. One sob became two, and then it seemed uncontrollable, and Dazai stopped pacing, just bringing his hands to his face and smearing blood and tears across it, as he just stood sobbing in the middle of the mostly empty bathroom, his crying echoing off the walls. Chuya stood and stared, eyes wide as he stayed rooted to the ground, terrified. He didn't know what to do. Dazai was infallible. Nothing upset Dazai. He was fine. He was perfect. He was smart and happy and funny, and he had weird moments and wouldn't eat sometimes and made awkward comments about things that made certain alarm bells ring, but nothing upsets him. He doesn't cry, at least not sickening, gut-wrenching sobbing like he's doing now. Sure, he cries dramatically when Chuya's eaten the last of the strawberry-flavored sweets, or during Titanic, or stupid rom-coms. This isn't right. What was he supposed to do? There should be a rule book or a guideline, because Dazai's still crying, and Dazai obviously knows Chuya's there because Chuya hadn't been discreet in the way he was walking hurriedly behind him. Then Dazai moved and leaned against the wall, slumping down to sit on the floor and pulling his knees into his chest, crossing his arms and burying his face in them, his crying now muffled. Hesitantly, unsure what he should be doing, Chuya walked over and sat next to Dazai, mirroring his position, just sitting next to him quietly. After a few moments of the only sound being Dazai's continued crying, Dazai moved and Chuya opened his arms, letting Dazai move to practically be sitting on him, Dazai's face awkwardly pressed against Chuya's chest. As he did so, Chuya got a weird sense of deja vu, like something similar had happened, only the roles had been reversed. He couldn't remember it exactly, but he was sure he could remember something similar. New Year's Eve in a cold and snowy winter. Chuya just held Dazai tightly, not caring as Dazai's tears soaked through his school shirt, or about the way Dazai was shaking violently. He sat there for a few minutes, until Dazai wasn't crying quite the way he had been before, just sniffling and taking shaky breaths occasionally. "Do you want to talk about it?" Chuya asked cautiously, trying to keep his voice quiet. Dazai shook his head instantly, but stayed pressed into Chuya. Chuya took a deep breath, closing his eyes. He was so confused and upset. So much was happening, all the time. He didn't know how to process any of it. Apparently, neither did Dazai. After a moment, Chuya let go of Dazai, and Dazai sat up, leaning back against the wall again and breathing slowly, avoiding looking at Chuya. Chuya stood up and got a few paper towels, lightly wetting them, and he sat in front of Dazai. Carefully, he wiped Dazai's tears away with his thumbs, feeling Dazai's cold skin below his warm hands, looking at the contrast between his flushed cheeks and pale face, at his bleeding lip from being bitten too hard, at his tired and watery eyes, and the hair falling everywhere across his face. He then took the paper towel and wiped the dried blood Dazai had managed to smear over his right cheek when trying to wipe his own tears, being careful and mindful of not getting his face too wet. He wasn't used to this, trying to be so careful, purposely choosing to be soft with his movements, making an effort not to alarm or overwhelm someone. It was oddly nice trying to care for someone, If it was anyone other than Dazai, in all honesty, he wouldn't be trying this hard. Maybe if it was one of his sisters. Once the blood was gone from Dazai's cheek, he brought the paper towel to Dazai's lips, finding a clean corner and grazing it over where Dazai's lip was bleeding from. Without realizing, the thumb from his other hand had migrated to sit just below the corner of Dazai's mouth. He swallowed thickly, his face warm as he looked at Dazai's lips. He had already realized his revelation the night before had been a fluke. He definitely didn't like the dumbass who started juggling in the middle of a library. But surely, he'd only kissed a few guys before. Even if he didn't like Dazai, it was probably normal to think about kissing him. Totally normal. He brushed his thumb against the bottom of Dazai's lips. They felt surprisingly soft to the touch. Dazai parted them, and Chuya looked up to meet his gaze, realizing Dazai had been watching him the entire time. He quickly cleared his throat and looked back at the cut on Dazai's lip, wiping away the last of the blood. Cuts on the lips healed quickly. It would stop bleeding soon. Chuya then pulled away, standing up. "Turn around," he instructed, his voice sounding oddly hoarse. "Let me see your head." Dazai tensed but obliged, turning so Chuya could see the back of his head. By now it had stopped bleeding, but there was blood clumped in the roots of Dazai's hair, and he wasn't going to let Dazai walk around for the rest of the day like that. So Chuya took the other paper towel and gently began cleaning the cut, the dried blood coming away easily. Coincidentally, the cut seemed to be in the same place Chuya's head had been hurting the past few days. As Chuya inspected the cut, he frowned. That didn't look like it was caused by a book. It looked like it had already been there and reopened. "Dazai?" Chuya asked cautiously, and Dazai moved his head as a way to urge Chuya to continue, seemingly not very keen on speaking. "What happened to your head? There's no way this was caused by a book," Chuya said, almost done cleaning away the blood, but lingering as he waited for an answer. It took Dazai a moment to respond, whether because he was thinking or because he was struggling to speak. Chuya didn't know. "I fell off my bed. Hit it off the bottom drawer next to my bed." Dazai responded quietly, picking at his bandages poking out the sleeve of his hoodie. Chuya didn't respond, just looking at the wound. He felt uncomfortable, something in his gut telling him something that he recognized and only now could put into words. He didn't believe Dazai. He was lying. Why? Chuya didn't know, but something was wrong and he was sure of it. He felt goosebumps on his skin as he finished cleaning the blood. Maybe he was wrong. He hoped he was wrong. Chuya wasn't investigative. He was curious and he was nosy, but he didn't go digging for things unless Dazai was by his side. How was he supposed to figure out what was going on? More importantly, maybe he was as oblivious as Rampo had said he was. Dazai was quick to get up when Chuya went to go put the paper towels in the bin. Chuya watched as Dazai took a breath and messed up his hair from the way Chuya had parted it to clean it, and he rubbed his eyes. He looked like he had done this 1,000 times. "Right, we need to track down where the rest of your little detective agency went," Dazai said, looking at himself in the mirror and washing the last of the blood from his hands. Chuya raised an eyebrow at the way Dazai referred to his friends as Chuyas. They had been Dazai's first. He was also slightly surprised by the sudden turnaround, but he didn't comment on it, just nodding. "All right," he agreed, nodding. Dazai sighed dramatically, and they left the bathroom. "God, I look horrifying now. I look like I was crying. This is so stupid," Dazai whined as they began walking. "My glasses are in my bag. I'll have to put them on so I don't look quite as ugly," Dazai said with a wrinkled nose. Chuya wanted to disagree, say that Dazai looked perfectly fine, if not extremely pretty, but he didn't. Instead, the glasses comment caught his attention. "Your glasses? I thought you didn't need those anymore." Dazai had gotten glasses a few years ago, something about severe vision impairment in his right eye, but Dazai rarely wore his glasses after a year. Chuya never sees him in them nowadays. I do, but they're boring and make the colors duller, Dazai said dismissively, waving his hand. They make colors dimmer? Chuya asked dryly. He couldn't believe that was why Dazai wouldn't wear them. And if I wore my glasses, my main Kanikida insult would be gone. I'd be insulting myself, Dazai wailed dramatically. Chuya scoffed as they entered the home economics corridor. That's hardly a reason. You look good with glasses on. Dazai stopped in his tracks. Chuya kept walking, speeding up as his face burned. He did not think Dazai was attractive. He did not think Dazai was attractive. He did not think Dazai was attractive. He slowed to a stop and spared a glance at Dazai, whose cheeks were flushed and his mouth was slightly open. Okay, maybe Dazai was a little attractive. He can appreciate a man's objective attractiveness without being attracted to him. Chuya thinks I'm pretty? Dazai said slowly, a grin creeping onto his face. I did not say that, Chuya protested, his face red. I said I liked your glasses, not that you're pretty. Dazai practically skipped along to Chuya. Yeah, you did. You said I look good with my glasses on. That does not equate to pretty. Yes, it does. No, it doesn't. You were thinking it. Somehow, Chuya ended up with a fist in front of Dazai's jumper, pulling him down to glare at him, wanting to wipe that smug expression off his face. And maybe their bickering was interrupted by Atsushi. I thought I heard you guys, Atsushi said happily, though he stopped abruptly when he saw how close Chuya and Dazai were to each other. Am I interrupting something? He asked, backing away. Chuya and Dazai exchanged glances. No, Chuya said firmly. Yes, Dazai said smugly. Chuya yanked Dazai again, and Dazai just grinned, hands in pockets as he prepared to say something. We're in this classroom here, Atsushi said quickly, sounding almost scared, like he thought they might start trying killing each other in the corridor. Begrudgingly, Chuya let go of Dazai, waiting for Dazai to walk ahead of him before he took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart. Last night's revelation was a fluke. He does not like Dazai. Then he followed Dazai into the room, blinking in surprise. Dazai was standing and staring at his bag, sitting on one of the tables, the strap fixed, sewn back on where it had come off. Yosono smiled and cleared her throat. Kunikida can sew, apparently, and I know how to do stitches. Kunikida sewed the side that came off, and I fixed the stitching on the other side where the same problem was going to end up happening. Chuya stepped forward so he can see the back for himself. It was clear which side had been done by Kunikida, neat and pretty stitches attaching the strap back in place. Next to it, where Kunikida must have finished, there was a basic, single star that he must have added. The stitches on the other side were slightly less even and messy, but they were still practiced and looked strong. They didn't go all the way across, just where the strap had been fraying. I was the one who put all your stuff back where it was, Rampo called from a few seats away. I found the supplies, Akutagawa said, looking for acknowledgement for his part to play in the repair. I was the one who got permission to use them, Atsushi chimed in. Dazai was very quiet. He reached into his bag, finding his glasses and putting them on. Then he turned back to Chuya, trying to discreetly wipe his eyes, like he had been about to cry again. Thank you, Dazai said quietly, just loud enough to be heard. Chuya felt his heart might shatter. He wondered if Dazai seemed to realize how much everyone in the room loved him. Your detective agency, Dazai had called it, in reference to them being Chuya's friends, as though they weren't his own. Chuya wished he could hammer it into Dazai's skull how appreciated he was. With a sudden switch of energy, Dazai turned back to the room. I have no idea how you wear glasses all the time, Kunikida. I can actually see things, and let me tell you, I am horrified. Chuya rolled his eyes and smiled. Walking home from school was usually rather boring. It was headphones on, hand in hand, both trying not to fall asleep on their feet, or preparing for some daring adventure they'd planned. Daring adventures had been less frequent recently, exams and weather making it challenging, but Chuya didn't mind it as much as he thought he would have. Sharing earbuds while listening to Taylor Swift on the walk home, the rain coming down gently, and the hands firmly locked together, he didn't mind that they wouldn't go to do something crazy or stupid. He was actually in favor of going home and having a long nap. He's sure Dazai wouldn't mind. As they got home, Chuya went to walk to the door, and Dazai dropped his hand. Chuya stopped, blinking and looking down. Dazai handed the earbud back. "I'm going back to Mori's house," Dazai said, a smile set on his face. Chuya frowned and felt slightly sick. "You always come over after school, especially on Fridays. Are you coming tomorrow?" he asked instead. Dazai cleared his throat and he looked away, rocking back and forth on his feet. "No, actually, Mori's taking me to a medical conference thing to prepare me for when I go to uni and to make connections in the medical field," he said. Dazai explained, looking back at Chuya. Chuya just nodded. He wasn't sure what to say. "Where is it?" he ended up asking, oblivious to his older sister standing in the doorway. "I'm not sure. I didn't pay much attention. We have to travel for quite a while to get there, though," Dazai said, sighing. "When will you be back?" Chuya asked, surprised by the emotion in his own voice. "I should be back on Monday. I'll be at school, I promise," Dazai said, nodding his head. Chuya just looked at Dazai, his eyebrows furrowed. This was the first time Dazai had mentioned his medical thing, though they did have their fallout. It might have been decided during then, or maybe Dazai had been hoping to get out of going somehow. "Okay," Chuya said, nodding back. His throat felt tight. It was barely 3 days, Friday evening, Saturday, Sunday, and he'll be back Monday morning. That's barely any time at all. "Chuya, it's raining, get inside," Koyo called, and Chuya's dad appeared behind her. "You'll catch a cold." "Oh, hey, Dazai." Chuya's dad chimed in with a wave. Dazai waved back with a smile. Chuya was going to roll his eyes and make a joke about his parents liking Dazai as much as they like their own children, when he realized something. "Are you walking home?" Chuya asked, feeling it as the rain picked up again and was seeping through his hoodie. Dazai nodded. "How else would I get home? Mori's working." "And Oda lives in another city," Chuya added, sighing. Dazai winced, but Chuya didn't notice, instead frowning. "Do you even have a raincoat?" Chuya asked. He didn't think he'd seen Dazai wear a waterproof jacket for years. Dazai shook his head, crossing his arms, looking a little uncomfortable. Of course he'd be uncomfortable. It was wet, cold, and Dazai's bandages were going to end up soaked right against his skin. Surely that was the last thing Dazai needed after the day he'd had. "Wait here," Chuya demanded. He turned and ran into the house, running through the house and up the stairs without taking his shoes off. "Oi, shoes!" Chuya's mom shouted from the kitchen, but Chuya was already in his room. He threw his bag down and turned the light on, going to his wardrobe. Leaning down to the bottom, he rifled through the pile of hoodies and jackets he had. He found what he was looking for quickly, a black waterproof jacket that he had gotten during the winter that ended up being too big for him. With it fell out a hoodie in a similar brown to Dazai's back, another piece of clothing too big for him. Making a split-second decision, Chuya grabbed the jumper as well, and he raced back down the stairs. He found Dazai standing in the kitchen with Koyo roughly attacking Dazai's drenched hair with a towel, because of course Dazai had been walking in with his hood down for most of the walk, and by the time he put it up, it was too late. "Careful, his head is hurt," Chuya warned, slipping his shoes off sheepishly as his mother glared at him from across the kitchen. Koyo's eyes narrowed instantly. "Excuse me?" she asked, and Dazai spoke hurriedly. It's nothing. It had healed fine, but a book fell on my head today and it reopened. It's nothing to worry about. Dazai explained, smiling and then yelping when Koyo sighed in annoyance and then continued her attack on Dazai's wet hair, albeit gentler than before. Chuya's dad frowned from where he was helping his mom cook. If you got hit on the head and managed to reopen a wound with the force, you probably shouldn't be walking home, especially not in this weather. Dazai shrugged, and Koyo left the towel on Dazai's head as she seemed to decide that now Chuya was here, it was his job to fuss over Dazai. I've walked in worse, Dazai said, but he gladly took the clothes from Chuya, pulling the towel off his head and throwing it at Chuya. That's not the point, Chuya responded, catching the towel and crossing his arms, watching as Dazai took off his wet hoodie and put the brown one on instead. Dazai stuck his tongue out at Chuya childishly and pulled on the jacket. I'll be fine. I have my phone, so if there's any problems I can call, Dazai said, tilting his head and smiling. I like walking. It'll be okay. Nobody seemed particularly happy about it, but Chuya agreed hesitantly. Okay then, just message me when you get home, yeah? Dazai nodded, sticking out 2 thumbs up. Whatever you say, boss, he said, grinning. Then he lowered his voice, stage whispering. Did you like my impression of you? You would say something like that. Loser. Dazai then smiled and picked his bag up from where he had put it down. Bye, Dazai said, waving and leaving the house before Chuya could even argue. Dazai had left his damp jumper sitting over the back of a chair, and Chuya sighed, picking it up and draping it over the radiator to dry. As he stood in the kitchen, looking at the towel in his hands Dazai had thrown at him, he frowned. Dazai had been all over the place today. He felt bad, standing in his happy, warm, and safe kitchen, while Dazai was walking home in the cold rain. As he stared at the towel, a memory flashed to the front of his mind. One of my friends lives on Dazai Street. There's a little rumor that his dad hits him. She caught it through a window, apparently. Maybe that's the reason he dresses like some kind of neglected orphan, because his dad hates him and his mom left him. Something uncomfortable and heavy took root in his chest. That wasn't true. It couldn't be. It wasn't. But what had happened to Dazai's mom? Did Dazai even know? Why had he not been to Dazai's house in so long? He had thousands of questions and no answers. This felt so stupid. It all started with wanting to find his soulmate, wanting to know who was supposed to know him best. Which seems impossible. Nobody could know him better than Dazai. But now he had so many other problems, and he didn't know where to start. His thoughts were interrupted by his mom putting a hand on his shoulder. You worry about that boy too much. He'll be fine, she said, giving Chuya a hug and kissing the top of his head. Chuya smiled a little, extremely thankful for his mom. He didn't know what he'd do if he didn't have his mother or his father. He never actually considered how Dazai must feel watching him interact with his parents when his own weren't there. Still, Chuya nodded and sighed. Yeah, he'll be fine. Chuya agreed quietly, wishing he believed it. Chapter 14. It was stuffy and far too bright. There was noise everywhere, and the solid wall against his back was the only thing convincing Dazai not to make a break for the door. That and the vaguely threatening hand on his shoulder. And it was your son who did this? An excited med student asked, pointing at a few different diagrams depicting various surgical procedures in basic terms. Indeed, he is talented. He has an eye for these things, Mori said, the praise sounding genuine to all ears but Dazai's. What Dazai heard was, he should be working harder. Not a scrap of this is talent. He needs to study more. But Mori's smile was the proudest Dazai had ever seen it, and despite knowing there was no truth behind it, he straightened up, smiling politely, resenting the surge of happiness at the look of pride. There were murmurs of appreciation as the drawings were poured over, hygiene and stitching hand-drawn with labeled instructions. An older doctor, one who seemed to know Mori, nodded approvingly. "Your boy is good for his age. Still has a long way to go before he gets into a med school, though," he said with a laugh, and Mori nodded in agreement. "Of course. He's working hard, though, aren't you, Osamu?" Mori said, and the hand on his shoulder tightened its grip slightly. Dazai had wilted at the previous comment, but he straightened up again, nodding and smiling. "I'm dedicated. I'd like to think I'm good at what I know, and am getting better at the stuff I don't." There were some laughs and the group moved on with the conversation, letting Dazai sit forgotten at Mori's side. Good for his age. That one's going to stick. Unsurprisingly, being home alone all weekend when you normally had an on-call entertainment service was kinda boring. And anxiety-inducing. But the lack of distraction from the ever-pressing issue of his soulmate, especially with the long lines up the length of his arms, was infuriating. Chuya tried everything. YouTube, games, writing. Hell, he went on a run. While he had barely spent a second not busying himself with something, he still managed to find the brain space to worry, both about his soulmate and about Dazai. It was far too warm to be wearing trousers today, and finding shorts that covered the lines down his thighs had been agonizing, but he had managed to find a pair that covered them comfortably while still being relatively short. And now, he was sitting in the kitchen waiting for water to boil for dinner, and he had nothing in his hands. All he can do is think. He can see his sisters out in the garden, sitting and reading on a blanket on the grass. His parents were out, and Koyo couldn't cook if her life depended on it, so he was asked to make dinner. Eager for another distraction, he had leapt at the chance, but now the water was nowhere near boiling, and his phone was on charge next to his bed upstairs. He feels miserable, which is depressing. The sun is bright and it's warm, he's been productive, and he is objectively doing alright. But he hasn't spoken to Dazai for days. His last interactions with Dazai were uncomfortable and upsetting, which isn't either of their faults, but he is unbelievably worried. One of my friends lives on Dazai Street. There's a little rumor that his dad hits him. She caught it through a window, apparently. Maybe that's the reason he dresses like some kind of neglected orphan, because his dad hates him and his mom left him. He hears the words clear in his brain, over and over. And Dazai is currently God knows where, and alone with his dad. Though, aside from Shirase's words, he has no reason to believe that Dazai's dad would do something like that. But what Shirase said, combined with that stupid flinch he had noticed on Tuesday? Dazai had flinched the second time as well, when he had been shouting at him. He still can't remember what he had said exactly. He just remembers going on about how they didn't like each other. Interesting, given the moment he had thought he liked Dazai. Maybe I want to be an overprotective boyfriend. Why did Dazai sound so serious when he said that? Wow, that's a rather harsh rejection, Chuya. They don't like each other. But Dazai had said it in his stupid, half-serious, half-joking tone. The one where he wants to say something, but he doesn't want to be told no or criticized. He used it in class a lot when answering questions, like he's prepared to shout about how he got the answer wrong on purpose if it wasn't right. It was always right. Dazai was a genius. Maybe he had just been uncomfortable with the situation. As far as he knows, Dazai has never dated anyone. Kissed people, sure, but he's never had a serious relationship. And as far as Chuya knew, he'd never kissed a guy, only girls. Though Dazai commonly made comments or jokes about the attractiveness of male actors or singers. How much of that was jokes? He sighed, pulling himself out of that train of thought as the water neared the boil, and he grabbed the bag of pasta, grabbing a knife and using it to slice open the bag. He'd be killed if he did that in his home economics class. His teacher would probably stab him with the knife he used just to tell him not to do it again. But he wasn't in the classroom right now. He poured the pasta into the pot, guessing the amount he'd need. He couldn't be bothered measuring, and honestly, he was starving, so he'd eat any leftovers. He grabbed a fork to push the pasta around the pot, another thing he'd be killed for in home economics. As the pasta was all underwater, he put the fork down and put a clip on the bag of pasta, putting it away in the cupboard. When he went to take a seat again, his eyes caught on the knife on the counter again. He needed to put it away. He grabbed it, but hesitated as the sharp edge caught in the light. He knew how sharp it was. It had cut through the pasta bag easily. He was drawn back to his soulmate, the blue lines covering his body, wherever his soulmate must find easy to hide. He swallowed, looking down at the knife. Surely it must feel somewhat good if someone could do it so much. Cathartic, maybe? Just a release of emotion. He hesitated again, but with a glance around the kitchen to ensure it was still empty, he pulled up his sleeve, seeing the pretty blue staining his skin. It would genuinely be gorgeous, various shades of light blue scattered across his skin, if it wasn't for the knowledge of why they were there. Putting the knife down, he ran a finger along his skin. It was weird. He expected a different texture, a raised patch, or just something different, but it was all the same. Just the feeling of his skin, more sensitive than usual due to being covered so much. With a shaky hand, he picked the knife up again, pressing it against one of the deep blue lines in the middle of his forearm. The tip of the knife barely covered half of it. The motion was probably more of a push and pull than just push. He wasn't sure what he had been expecting. When he had considered doing this about a year ago, when someone he had trusted decided to tell everyone that he was gay, he had told Dazai. He hadn't meant to. It had been an accident. A simple, "Do you have something sharp I can borrow?" that had resulted in Dazai pressing for more information and pulling the truth out of him. Dazai had convinced him to tell his parents, and he never even got the chance to try it. Surprisingly, he hadn't even thought about it since the bullying stopped. At least until his birthday. Now he had a knife to his arm, but if he felt so distraught over everything that had been happening, surely this would help take his mind off of it. Making his mind up, he found a clear patch of skin, pressed the knife down, and took a deep breath. 1, 2, 3. He pulled the knife with a pained gasp. "Chuya!" His sister screamed behind him. Chuya jumped in surprise, dropping the knife and yanking his sleeve down as he whirled around to see Koyo standing with wide eyes in the kitchen doorway. It's not what it seems, I swear." Chuya managed to get out after a few times, but Koyo ignored him. She stormed into the room, snatched the knife and threw it into the sink, and when she next met Chuya's eyes, hers were filled with tears. "What the fuck was that then? Show me your arm. What did you do?" she said accusingly, narrowing her eyes as she stood in front of him with her arms crossed. Chuya's brain was swimming from the sting in his arm and the sudden wave of sickness that had come with the single cut, and he struggled for an answer. "It's nothing. It was stupid and I won't do it again," he said, his voice breaking. He was shaking and he felt like his legs might give out underneath him. "Chuya, let me see," Koyo snapped. Chuya flinched, not intending to. He knew his sister was just scared. Of course she would be. He shouldn't have done that. Not here, at least. "It doesn't matter. I don't think it was that deep," Chuya protested, shielding his arm protectively. "No, it does matter, Chuya. No matter how deep it was, you still put a knife to your skin," Koyo yelled, but before Chuya could respond, he hissed in pain. a slight pain suddenly radiating through his thigh. Of all times for his soulmate to do this. Actually, it was the first time his soulmate had hurt himself while Chuya was awake since that time in English. Koyo took a step back, and both of their eyes widened at the new blue lines appearing rapidly after one another, lower on Chuya's thighs than he'd ever seen. They were silent for a second, until Koyo spoke, her voice wavering. "Now you really need to explain. If you don't tell me now, I'll tell Mom and Dad and have them ask you." She threatened needlessly, the words already beginning to spill from Chuya's mouth. "It's my soulmate. He's been hurting himself for God knows how long, and it's everywhere, and he's still doing it. And I don't know why, but I felt so bad. I figured if he's been doing it for so long and so much, it must at least feel good, but it really, really doesn't, and it actually really hurts." He blurted out, somehow making it through the entire explanation without bursting into tears. Koyo blinked rapidly, nodding as she took it in. Okay, show me your arm, please," she said, sounding calmer, albeit barely. Chuya nodded in response, pulling his sleeve up and wincing as it brushed over the stinging cut, the blood smearing slightly. Koyo looked like she might be sick, but she just grabbed a clean cloth from a nearby shelf and pressed it against Chuya's arm. Koyo's hands seemed to be shaking more than his own, and Chuya felt bad, watching the blood stain the cloth. I'm so sorry," Chuya whispered, his voice breaking as he spoke. Koyo shook her head, face down, but Chuya saw a tear fall down her cheek. "No, don't apologize. It's not your fault. It was stupid, yes, but it's okay. Just don't do it again. Don't do it again," she said, her voice wavering. Chuya nodded, sniffling, but refusing to cry. "I won't. I promise I won't do it again. I hated it anyway." He paused and went quiet for a moment until Koyo removed the cloth. It wasn't really that deep, but would unfortunately still probably leave a scar. Koyo opened the cupboard under the sink to fish out the first aid kit, and Chuya cleared his throat. "Please don't tell Mom and Dad," he said quietly, his tone pleading. Koyo froze, in the process of finding a suitable plaster. She took a deep and slow breath as she stood up, peeling off the backing as she came over. "I won't," she agreed reluctantly. "But you will tell them yourself." She compromised, angling the plaster and then smoothing it over the brown skin like it had never happened. Chuya felt sick at the idea of telling them. He remembered their concern from the year before. They had been so worried and upset for him. He didn't want to do that to them again. But if he didn't agree, Koyo would tell anyway. "I will," he said after a second. Koyo just nodded, stepping back and wiping her eyes. "If you do that again, I'll find a way to make it so that pizza and video games as a combination are banned," she threatened, trying to show her concern without scaring Chuya into not doing it again, or not telling anyone if he did. Chuya laughed awkwardly and pulled his sleeve back down again. "Then what would I do when Dazai comes over?" he responded, internally panicking for a second as he remembered the pasta, but checking to find it was still okay and needed a few more minutes. "That's the point, dumbass," Koyo responded. After a moment, Chuya was yanked backwards and pulled into a bone-crushing hug. "This was horrifying. Please, don't do that again," Koyo whispered into Chuya's hair. Chuya felt himself getting choked up, and he just nodded, hugging back just as tightly and trying not to cry. "I won't, I promise," he whispered, and he meant it. Under the lamplight, surrounded by textbooks, Dazai grimaced as he peeled his trousers away from his thighs, the fresh wounds from mere hours before sticking to his clothes. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he started unseeingly at another article about cancer and complications. It was the last thing he wanted to be reading. But he had jobs to do, and he didn't want to disappoint his father in another way. Maybe if he was better than good for his age, Mori would genuinely be proud of him. So he rubbed his eyes and started adding to his notes. Cancer as it metastasizes. Chapter 15. On Monday morning, Chuya's body felt like lead as he pulled himself out of bed, dragging himself through his usual routine, dressing and brushing his teeth, packing his lunch, doing so silently and slowly. He had barely blinked as he left the house and Dazai wasn't there, just walking to school, something in his gut telling him not to bother waiting. His brain was on autopilot as he ghosted through his classes, looking out for Dazai with every class he walked into. Immense disappointment filling him every time he couldn't find the familiar mess of brown hair in the corner of each room. By the time he was walking out to lunch, he was even more miserable than he had been before. The single cut hidden under the plaster on his arm was surprisingly painful, making him question how his soulmate could stand being alive with that constant pain everywhere. Next to him, Tachihara was rambling about a video game he had been playing, having noticed Dazai's absence and deciding to take his place. And then, you're supposed to shoot all the guys appearing on screen, while also trying to stand on different plates to kill the bad guy. The biggest problem is getting everyone else to do what they're told. I swear, half the guys I play with are useless. Chuya hummed absent-mindedly, walking with his hands in his pockets, not really listening. The entire thing isn't even that hard. It's just trying to find competent teammates. Tachihara continued, getting rather heated over the whole thing. Chuya just looked up at the sky, at the white clouds drifting across it, peering at the gray ones on the horizon, foreshadowing rain. Honestly, if he was in a better mood, he'd be asking questions, and probably figuring out whether it would be worth scrounging his pocket money to save for the game himself, especially with Dazai's birthday coming up. He was good with saving his money, but he was still trying to figure out how to one-up Dazai after the gifts he got for his birthday. That fountain pen now had a dedicated place on his desk. He sighed and Tachihara elbowed him. "Hello, Earth to Chuya? Are you even listening?" Tachihara asked accusingly, looking more concerned than annoyed. "You've been blanking out all day, dude. Moping over your boyfriend not being here?" Chuya shrugged, kicking a rock as he walked. "I mean, Dazai was supposed to be back today. He said he'd be in school, and he's not been here all day, and now it's lunch, and he's..." Chuya halted, stopping to stare at Tachihara. "Boyfriend?" Tachihara laughed as Chuya's face went red, absolutely mortified. "Oh my god, and you knew exactly who I was talking about too," Tachihara said with a wide grin, and Chuya's eyes widened. Fuck you! I didn't hear you properly!" he shouted, and Tachihara jumped backwards, still grinning like an idiot. "Dazai's your boyfriend, isn't he? Are you in love?" Tachihara teased, and Chuya threw his arms in the air. "I'm not! I hate that bastard with my entire soul! I'll fucking kill you if you ever say that again!" Chuya screamed at the retreating Tachihara. "You like Dazai, you like Dazai!" Tachihara just taunted like the 5-year-old he might as well be. Chuya just scowled. He started walking after Tachihara, who yelped and started running, to which Chuya followed, the two running across the field while Tachihara screamed. Chuya actually found himself smiling as he chased after Tachihara, pausing to grab a fistful of the recently cut grass, grabbing Tachihara's arm when he caught up to him, and reaching up to dump it on top of his head. "Ew, Chuya, what the fuck?" Tachihara complained, making a futile attempt at brushing off the grass. "You even had to reach up to get that on my head. Did you even notice that?" he asked after a moment, a cocky smile back on his face. Chuya paused and glared at Tachihara before quickly bending over to grab another handful. Instantly, Tachihara started sprinting the rest of the way to the area lunch was normally held at, and as soon as he got there, he ducked behind Gin, who just looked at him weirdly as he used them as a full-body shield. "That's it, coward! hide behind your partner!" Chuya yelled, not dropping the grass as he slowed the rest of the way, smiling pointedly at Gin. "Hey Gin, do you mind if I get past you? Your boyfriend needs a good punch, and I have an awfully thoughtful gift for him," he said, nodding at the fistfuls of grass he had full intention of shoving down the back of Tachihara's shirt. Gin just shrugged and stepped aside, to which Tachihara instantly started pleading with them. "No, Gin, please save me! He's going to kill me!" Tachihara begged, and Chuya stepped forward, reaching to throw the first handful of grass at him. Then suddenly, he heard a familiar laugh coming from his lunch spot. He whipped his head around, instantly distracted by the sound. "Oh, thank God!" Tachihara breathed in relief, and Chuya turned back to glare at him. Gin laughed silently and signed something to Tachihara, who smirked. Chuya, while he had been attempting to learn sign, was not very good at it, and looked at Tachihara with confusion. "They said to tell you your boyfriend's here," Tachihara said smugly. Chuya felt himself go red again, and although he was prepared to turn around and go straight for his lunch spot, he took an extra moment to shove both fistfuls of grass in Tachihara's face. He just flipped his middle finger at Gin, and promptly turned to leave. "Ginger twink!" he heard from behind as he walked away. "Ginger whore!" He returned, looking back over his shoulder with a glare, which he found being returned as Tachihara tried to brush the grass off his clothes. Satisfied, Chuya quickly walked the rest of the way to the tree he sat at for lunch, finding Dazai sitting in his usual place, smiling and speaking with Rampo. "You!" Chuya instantly said, pointing at Dazai. "What the fuck are you doing here, jackass?" Dazai just looked back up from where he was sitting with exaggerated disgust. Before he could say anything, though, Chuya, who hadn't stopped walking, practically threw himself in Dazai's arms, making himself comfortable leaning on Dazai like a pillow. Dazai had made a slight oof sound and seemed surprised by the sudden onslaught of attention. "Hello, it's nice to see you too," Dazai said sarcastically, but he hugged Chuya back, squeezing him tightly. Chuya huffed and he shifted and punched Dazai's shoulder, swearing and then pulling away, glaring at him. "Fuck you! You said you'd be back! You didn't respond to any of my messages! You weren't there in the morning, and this is the first time I've seen your disgusting face for days!" he said accusingly, looking at Dazai's face closely, realizing as he did so that he was checking for injuries. Dazai seemed fine, aside from looking a little tired and pale, but that was normal. "Mori took my phone away the moment we reached the hotel. He wanted me to be as focused as possible. I didn't get it back until about an hour ago, and my phone was dead when I was given it back," Dazai explained, pointing to his phone, which was on the grass next to Kinikida, being charged from a battery pack. He looked apologetic, and he shrugged. "The drive home was incredibly boring without being able to listen to music," Dazai complained, his tone whiny. Chuya rolled his eyes, hitting Dazai's shoulder once more, and shifting to sit next to him, leaning against him with his arms crossed. "Quit whining, nobody cares," Chuya said, moving his bag and rummaging around in it for his lunchbox. He was relieved Dazai was here though, and honestly would have been content to listen to Dazai whine about whatever he wanted for a few hours. As he found his lunchbox, and when he unclipped it, he yawned, finding himself surprisingly tired all of a sudden. He hadn't slept well, especially not the previous night, tossing and turning all night long. Dazai elbowed him to get his attention, then twisted to take Chuya's face between his hands, looking at him closely. "How tired are you? Did you not sleep?" Dazai asked as Chuya felt his face warm up. "You look exhausted." He scowled and pushed Dazai's hands away and just pulled out his sandwich, shoving it in his mouth and shrugging. "I'm tired, but it's not a big deal. I just didn't sleep well," he said around a mouthful of food, wrinkling his nose as he thought back to the night before, the nausea that had made a home in his stomach since the incident before dinner, and the anxious restlessness that had been gnawing at him. Dazai sighed, thinking with furrowed eyebrows. "You're normally out like a light the second it hits 10 p.m. he said as he peered at the contents of Chuya's lunchbox, deciding none of it looked particularly worth stealing. Chuya scoffed and rolled his eyes, quickly polishing off the rest of the sandwich half he had picked out. Don't say that like it's a bad thing. Normally I'd wake up at like 7 in the morning. I get 9 hours of sleep. That's healthy. I've just been more tired recently and happened to be restless at the same time. Dazai just hummed, crossing his arms and settling back against the tree, allowing for Chuya to completely rest his weight against Dazai's side. He was really tired, he thought as he eyed his lunch, not actually very hungry. It was comfortably warm, and Dazai was breathing steadily as he talked quietly with Rampo. Well, as he made vague noises of acknowledgement while Rampo talked about the boy he was positive was his soulmate, but apparently he wasn't very forthcoming with any information about it. Chuya might have been more interested, but his eyes were heavy, and he was quite content to just close them. He tried to stifle a yawn and failed, sighing in annoyance as he picked at the grass. Dazai shifted next to him, and Chuya saw his opportunity, closing his eyes fully and pretending to be asleep as he rested his head on Dazai's shoulder, effectively cuddling into him. Dazai's first reaction seemed to be to elbow him and push him off, but Chuya was careful in his pretense, and when he let himself fall forward slightly, Dazai was quick to move and make it easier for Chuya to lay against him. "Is he asleep?" Chuya heard Rampo ask, amusement in his tone. Dazai's response was non-verbal, so Chuya couldn't tell, but he assumed it was a nod. While he hadn't necessarily intended to actually fall asleep, he could feel the familiar tug at the edges of his consciousness, attempting to drag him into the murky depths of a dreamless sleep. He didn't resist, letting it wash over him, his breathing slowing as he finally fell asleep. "Is he asleep?" Rampo asked, and Dazai glanced at him from where he had awkwardly positioned himself in an attempt to prevent Chuya from falling. He shook his head, a smile tugging at his lips as he felt Chuya breathing next to him, slightly quick and shallow, but dragged out like he was pretending. He wouldn't complain though, and he certainly wouldn't point it out. Rampo rolled his eyes, miming gagging when Dazai managed to find a comfortable way to sit, Chuya's full weight resting on him. It didn't take long for Chuya's breathing to even out fully, and when Chuya moved to grab Dazai's sleeve in his sleep, mumbling something, Dazai smiled. "Now he's asleep," he whispered to Rampo, who looked up from his phone, eyes flicking between the sleeping Chuya and rosy-cheeked Dazai. "Could your crush be any less obvious?" Rampo asked dryly, causing Dazai to wave his hand dismissively. "Just because you're content just dating for the title doesn't mean you can shit on me for being friends and also infatuated with Chuya. If I want to pine hopelessly, I will," he said, keeping his voice low to avoid waking Chuya or having him stir and hear what he was saying. Rampo paused, thinking for a moment. His eyes flicked to Chuya's arms and the blue lines covering them. "You're trying awfully hard to hide it, knowing what you do," he said. To Rampo, the fact that Chuya returned Dazai's feelings was painfully obvious. It had been for a month or so by now, ever since Dazai had started to make fun of Chuya about the prospect of a soulmate, as what had been an obvious attempt to deflect from the way Dazai had clearly been dreading the day, he had believed it would be confirmed that he and Chuya weren't meant to be. Chuya had been extremely agitated over it, snapping at Dazai, changing his responses from other people teasing him to Dazai teasing him. The snappy responses, the defensiveness, it had all screamed unrecognized feelings and denial. For someone who didn't seem to experience romantic attraction, he sure could notice it on anyone else. Speaking of, Rampo glanced at Yosano and Kinikida, who had taken to sitting together during lunch recently. Maybe he needed to orchestrate a way to get Kinikida hurt? He was annoyingly durable, apparently. Just a little bruise somewhere. Maybe pushing him down a flight of stairs? Dazai cleared his throat, trying to pull Rampo's attention back on him. slightly disturbed by the thoughtful look that had taken over Rampo's face as he looked at their other friends sitting just out of earshot. "You know why I can't tell Chuya. He'd hate me, for one," Dazai said, and he got cut off by an annoyed tone from Rampo. "You know that isn't true. You two could make an attempt on each other's lives and still end up sitting together for lunch." Dazai coughed a little in surprise, casting a pointed glance at the fading lines up the insides of Chuya's arms. Rampo grimaced. "Poor choice of words," he said tightly. Dazai nodded, and he cleared his throat, his cheeks slightly red, and feeling distinctly uncomfortable. "Yeah, regardless, I'm gonna pretend I believe you. That way you give up on trying to get me to believe it. And, as we just reminded ourselves, there is another reason I can't tell Chuya," he said firmly. Rampo frowned. Then he just sighed and rubbed his face tiredly. "You're making me be serious. This drags. Why couldn't you be silly?" Rampo complained, not giving Dazai a chance to respond before speaking again, taking on a solemn tone. "You need to speak to someone. This is getting dangerous," Rampo said firmly, and Dazai cringed away, attempting to duck behind Chuya. "I won't tell. You know I won't. I don't work like that. It was already bad, and it was already dangerous, but you're not passively suicidal anymore, Dazai. You have made an attempt on your life. Listen to me. You have tried to kill yourself. That's different. On top of that, you haven't told me why, and for all I know, you still have what you used, because I know shitty pencil sharpener blades can't do whatever the fuck you did to your arms. You are suicidal. I'm not blind." Rampo took a deep breath while Dazai carefully removed Chuya's hand from his sleeve, intertwining it with his own instead. "I won't tell anyone what you did, but if it comes to it, I will tell Fukuzawa that I'm worried about you." Dazai just stayed quiet, playing with Chuya's hand, tracing patterns on the back, running his fingers over the faint blue lines of his veins. Rampo sighed. After a moment of hesitation, he got up, moving to sit on the other side of Dazai, pressing against his side and crossing his arms like he wasn't happy about it. Dazai blinked in surprise. It was well known Rampo wasn't big on physical touch except under very specific circumstances. "I know. I wouldn't..." Dazai hesitated, groaning internally. Everything in him was screaming at him that he should push Rampo away. It wasn't safe to be honest with him anymore. Their entire agreement was that Rampo would find out anyway, so it was either Rampo found out on his own and told, or was told by Dazai and kept it a secret. Still, he squashed that part of him down and took a deep breath. "I wouldn't hold a grudge against you for it. I understand it's serious in your eyes," Dazai said begrudgingly, sighing. Rampo did not look pleased with the insinuation that it wasn't actually a big deal, but relented, just relaxing slightly next to Dazai. "Just be careful," Rampo said after a moment. Dazai swallowed and nodded. He looked down at Chuya's sleeping form and at his peaceful expression. Chuya shifted in his sleep, his grip in Dazai's hand tightening slightly. Dazai felt the bile rise in his throat. If Chuya found out, he'd never get this again. Not in the same way. Dazai's house was gloomier than Chuya remembered. It was like an air of misery had settled over it, grey and dull, the same as every other house on the street. All the curtains seemed to be closed, no lights on and no plants, unlike some of the other houses. It likely wasn't helped by the clouds, which had gotten steadily darker throughout the day, but Chuya could swear it hadn't always been like this. At some point, it had been a happy place, clinically clean and unsettling at times, but he only had good memories here. Maybe he'd just grown up. He didn't miss the slight hesitance in Dazai's demeanor as he went to open the door, but he didn't get the chance to comment on it before Dazai swung the door open, walking in confidently. He followed Dazai inside, slightly confused by the sudden switch, and Dazai tossed his bag down on the floor, as if it didn't really matter where it landed. "Welcome back to the Hell House," Dazai said with a dramatic sigh, turning and grinning at Chuya. "Just wait here while I grab Elise. My room's a bomb site right now," Dazai said, pointing in the direction of the living room and then quickly going to the stairs, casting a single anxious glance at his bag on the floor before he disappeared. Chuya furrowed his eyebrows as a sense of unease settled in his stomach, goosebumps crawling up the back of his arms as he continuously stepped into the living room, looking around. Not much had changed. A new rug and TV, an untouched candle on a shelf. It looked like a display room in a furniture store. He was almost surprised to not see product names and price tags on everything. It didn't look like anyone actually lived here. The only evidence of life were two blankets lying next to the arm of the couch, a matching blue and pink with stars, like traditional baby blankets, but a little bigger. Surely Dazai's and Elisa's. Chuya smiled slightly, something warming his heart about the idea of Dazai and Elise sitting together and watching TV. It was a shockingly endearing image. Dazai was rather good with kids, which he wouldn't have ever expected. He could easily imagine Dazai as a father, or generally as a member of a family, maybe married to someone, maybe pretty with long hair, blue eyes, maybe. The thought of a domestic Dazai, one that he could be around all the time, was something he couldn't help but wish he could be a part of. He has longish hair, blue eyes too, but he has a soulmate and doesn't like Dazai. He's had to purposely remind himself of that fact too many times for his liking recently. He swallowed and turned away from the blankets, shaking the thought out of his head. Stuff like that wasn't suited for him, and Dazai wouldn't want him like that anyway. Maybe he was feminine enough that Dazai would look past the gender thing? Not that he wanted him to. Before he could take that thought further, his gaze drifted to an imperfection in the white walls, which were a consistent shade aside from a single mark near the door. He walked closer, squinting at the brownish stain, a red tint to it. It wasn't small either, like it had been a liquid. It was a splatter. He felt slightly nauseous, looking up at it, reaching out to touch it. As he did so, the door opened, and he practically jumped out of his skin, and Mori entered the house, in the process of running his hands through his hair as he spotted the bag on the floor of the hallway. His gaze landed on Chuya next, and Chuya straightened up instinctively, feeling nervous under Mori's assessing stare. "Chuya," Mori said as an observation, his eyes flitting back to the bag. "Dazai brought you here, I assume?" Chuya nodded and spoke, trying to explain quickly. Something told him he wasn't meant to be here. "We're taking Elise to meet Kyoka since they're only a little bit different in age, so they'll probably get along nicely, and it looks like it'll rain any second, so Dazai just let me in," he said quickly, and Mori hummed. I'm sure he did." Chuya shifted uncomfortably, and Dazai came down barely a moment later, darting into the space in front of Chuya, almost protectively. "We're just leaving," Dazai said, darting forward to grab his bag, then returning to his spot in front of Chuya. Elise was stood in the hallway in a pretty blue frock, a matching jacket unzipped over it. Chuya just wanted to leave, uncomfortable with the sudden tension. His eyes darted from his view of the back of Dazai's head to the mark on the wall. It was just about the same height of the top of Dazai's head. If Dazai stood on his toes or was slightly raised somehow, it would be roughly the same height as the cut on the back of his head. Then Dazai's hand was in his and he was being dragged out of the house, Elise quickly behind, and Chuya looked back over his shoulder to see Mori standing in the doorway, watching them leave impassively. "What was that?" Chuya asked sharply the second they were out of view, and Dazai shook his head. "I'll explain later." He never did. Chuya only remembered the weird encounter as he was getting ready to shower that night. He cursed himself internally, turning to glance over himself in the mirror. As he did, he noticed a blue mark on his left shoulder, faint but definitely there. He frowned, looking at it closely. Where did that come from? Back at Mori's house, Dazai rubbed his shoulder with a sigh. Chuya needed to learn to punch a little lighter if he was upset. He'd mention it another day. Chapter 16. Forcing himself out of bed the next morning was agonizing. Chuya woke with a pounding headache, instantly shoving his face into his pillow and groaning, covering his ears as though it would solve the issue, laying there for multiple minutes contemplating just going back to sleep. But eventually he picked himself up, exhausted and in pain. He eyed his uniform, then shook his head, giving up and just sighing, deciding to go and eat before he even considered the idea of getting dressed again. He grabbed his hoodie from the chair next to his desk, pulling it over his head as he walked out the door, his steps heavy as he traipsed down the stairs, rubbing his eyes and wincing in the light. But his headache was slowly beginning to ebb away, allowing him to actually think in order to consider what he wanted for breakfast. He opened the cupboard to stare unblinkingly at the various cereals, the idea of eating something extremely unappealing. He just sighed and closed the cupboard instead, grabbing an apple from the bowl of fruit on the counter, opening a drawer and grabbing a knife, not bothering with a plate as he cut the apple into slices on the counter, eating a piece as he finished. He paused to pick another bit to eat, and his eyes flicked to the knife again, trying to ignore the way his chest constricted, looking away pointedly. He was quick as he took the knife and wiped it clean over the kitchen sink, putting it away before he ate another piece, ignoring the shake of his head. It took him a few more minutes to finish the slices of apple, and he wiped the juice from the counter and put the core in the bin, feeling a little better now that he'd eaten and woken up properly. He was still tired, but he should be able to make it through school. As he went to go back to his room, he paused, spotting his parents in the living room, sitting on the couch, talking quietly, their tones hushed and worried. He cautiously stepped into the room, and they looked at him expectantly, as though waiting for him to say something. When he didn't, he just loitered in the doorway uncomfortably, the weight of all the secrets he had been keeping heavy on his shoulders. His mother smiled gently and held out a hand to coax him into the room. "Good morning, sweetheart. Did you sleep well?" she asked as Chuya stepped forward, standing in the room in his pajamas and hoodie, feeling uncomfortable in a way he had never before. He had never been uncomfortable or scared around his parents. It wasn't something he could understand for the longest time, how a child could feel unsafe with their parents. He couldn't imagine the feeling of something crawling up his spine, the way his palms were sweating, the nausea in the pit of his stomach at the sight of his parents sitting together on the couch. The feeling was unpleasant and horrifying, something he wished he had the luxury of not having experienced. He's been thrown off or upset over something his parents have done, but above all else, he has never been scared of them. He wouldn't call this fear necessarily. He didn't want to disappoint them. And realistically, he knows they won't be disappointed, but he doesn't want to scare them either. He doesn't want them to have to worry. But they're his parents. That's their job. He took a deep breath, a movement in the doorway catching his eyes. He made eye contact with Koyo, who looked at him with an expression of veiled concern, pointedly glancing at their parents before she closed the door and turned to leave. "Chuya," his father started, sounding worried. "You can tell us anything. You know that, right? We're here when you need us, when you want us, and when you don't want us to." Chuya turned back to them, eyes searching their worried and open expressions as he hesitated, not sure what to do. They were his parents. If anyone was going to love him unconditionally, it would be them. They are supposed to be willing to help him with anything, to put him and his siblings first where possible. Moreover, they were adults. He turned 16 less than a month ago. They could handle the truth. "I know that," he said after a moment, playing with the cuff of his jumper sleeve, not meeting their eyes. He heard his mother hum, and then she spoke. You've been sleeping a lot recently. I don't think I've seen you without a hoodie on since your birthday. Is there something going on?" She prodded gently. Chuya sighed, and then he nodded, trying to organize his thoughts into words, and then spoke quietly. "Yeah, there's a lot going on," he said, taking a deep breath, figuring out where to start. "On my birthday, I got my soulmate mark," he continued, refusing to look at his parents, staring at the floor. "But my soulmate, he isn't okay. He's really not okay," he said, and his mother reached out, taking one of his hands, and she pulled him to sit on the couch between his parents. He could have melted from his relief, instantly comforted as he was pressed tightly into the space between his parents, like he was a child again, staying up past his bedtime, watching a movie he probably shouldn't be because he pleaded enough to be allowed to watch it. "Take your time. We've got all day," his mother said softly, brushing his hair behind his ear. He nodded, pausing for a moment. The contrast to how he acted with his siblings and friends to his parents was drastic. He was frequently loud and boisterous, and he enjoyed causing trouble. But like this, with his parents, he was content to just sit quietly, ready to curl up and sleep. He didn't know what he'd do without them. "My soulmate is injured, all the time. There hasn't been a single day since my birthday where I hadn't had marks. He does it to himself. He's been hurting himself repeatedly, and I don't know how long for," he said slowly, explaining as best as he could, drawing his knees into his chest. He saw his parents exchange worried glances, but they didn't say anything, waiting for him to continue. "He tried to kill himself." His parents didn't react the way he expected them to. There was no surprised gasps, no claims of concern or anger, just a hand on his shoulder from his father and a sigh from his mother. "That's not your fault. There is nothing you can do about it. Not right now. Right now, our concern is you. How are you feeling about it?" his father said, squeezing his shoulder slightly. Chuya shrugged and swallowed. "I don't know. I mean, I try not to think about it. I get really worried about it sometimes. I get sad and upset, and honestly, I'm angry about it, and I don't know why," he said, trying to figure it out as he went. He hadn't actually really thought about it. He didn't try to figure out what exactly he was feeling, just that he was, and that he wasn't liking it much. "I got really upset over it, to the point where I just almost felt numb. And my soulmate, he's been hurting himself, and a lot. And I got to a point where I just thought, hey, he's doing this a lot. It must help a little, right? So it made sense that it would help." His mother tensed up next to him and took his hand, looking at him carefully, meeting his gaze. "Chuya, It made sense that what would help? She asked gently. Chuya felt his throat go dry, and he struggled to find his words for a moment. Cutting myself, he said like he was ashamed of it. His mother's grip on his hand tightened, but her expression and tone stayed as calm as possible, keeping it soft. Oh, honey, she whispered, cupping his face with her hand and brushing her thumb over his cheek. Are you all right? Do we need to see a doctor? Have you done it more than once? She asked, and Chuya shook his head. No, I only tried it once. It was really bad. I hated it. It made me feel sick, and it really hurt. And actually still kinda does. And I never want to do that again. He said quickly, his voice breaking a little. Okay, that's good. Please, if you ever feel like that again, come and talk to us. His mother said, a little desperation slipping into her tone. We would never want you to have to struggle on your own. You shouldn't have to feel like you can't talk to us about this stuff. Chuya nodded and he took a shuddery breath, unsure how to continue. I have a question, Chuya's father said cautiously, drawing the attention. Your soulmate, Dazai? He asked, looking like he truly expected a nod of confirmation. Chuya blinked, and then again. He sat in dumbfounded silence, staring at his father. It was one thing for his friends to joke about it, but his father? No, I hate that mackerel bastard. Why the fuck would he be my soulmate? He said, lacking his normal bite, sounding rather miserable about it instead. His mother sighed, shaking her head. You two make that hard to believe when you're sitting cuddled on your bed watching movies or something similar, she said, smiling slightly, just trying to wind him up now. Chuya huffed, sitting back and crossing his arms with a scowl. Not my fault he's the clingy type. He's not my soulmate. He paused and went quieter. Whether I wanted him to be or not. Saying it out loud made the nausea in his gut double. He hadn't wanted Dazai to be his soulmate, but he's come to a horrifying reason that maybe he wouldn't have minded it if he was. To his horror, he sniffed and wiped his cheek, his hand coming away wet, staring at the glistening streak on his hand where the light reflected off the smudged tear. He didn't know what to do with that. Why was he feeling like this? He wasn't supposed to. He doesn't like Dazai. But there was another tear making its way down his face. His father was the first to move, taking his shoulders and pulling him into a hug, holding him tightly like he was a child or like he was fragile, and holding him this tightly would prevent him from shattering. His mother joined in a few moments later, so he was comfortably enveloped by both of his parents, clinging to them tightly, refusing to let his crying become audible, just breathing shakily and staring at the shirt his dad was wearing, trying to think. I think Dazai's dad is hurting him, he said suddenly, unsure where exactly it came from, just spouting it out like fact. His mother sighed, stroking his hair. I can't say I'd be surprised, she muttered. I don't trust Mori. There is a reason I suggested you introduce Kyoka to Elise properly. I'd rather she was here than at her home. But without any physical evidence, there is very little we can do aside from encourage him and his sister to spend as much time here as they can. Chuya's father spoke next, sounding tired. The fact that Dazai has been neglected should be obvious to any adult who interacts with him. He still gets surprised by simple things that you've experienced your whole life, that seem normal or as a given. Do you remember when he cried for hours after he did that drawing when you two were little and it was put on the fridge? Mori is not a good parent, even if he hasn't actually been hurting Dazai physically. Chuya couldn't say he remembered that clearly, but he's sure he could remember sitting on the floor with a puzzle while Dazai had sat on the couch with Chuya's dad and cried. He hadn't remembered what caused it, but that made sense. He felt horrible for not noticing it himself. "Why could I not tell?" he asked, voice scratchy from trying to stay quiet while crying. "You're still a child. It's not your job to notice these things. You're supposed to make friends with who you want, and sometimes those kids are going to have something horrible happening, and sometimes there's nothing you can do, and Dazai is good at pretending." His mother said soothingly, "It's not your fault for Dazai's dad mistreating his children, and it's not your fault because you couldn't tell, or because Dazai didn't tell you, and it's not Dazai's fault for wanting to hide it, or not telling anyone." Chuya nodded, just unbelievably tired. This was exhausting, and he was already tired. He just wanted to sleep for hours. This was so upsetting. And his parents hadn't even been surprised that he thought Dazai was being hurt. It might be news to them, but they weren't surprised, like they had been expecting it. That was almost worse. His parents didn't move, just talking quietly, so Chuya stayed still, taking advantage of the warm and comfortable hug he was still trapped in, his exhaustion creeping upon him, dragging him back down to sleep, the same way it had with Dazai a day before. He probably slept for a while before he was stirred by movement, being scooped into his father's arms and carried up the stairs, pretending to still be fast asleep as he was brought back to his bed, and he was tucked into his unmade bed, and the curtains were drawn closed, a kiss placed on his forehead before the door closed, letting him open his eyes slightly and shift to be more comfortable, feeling warm and safe. His head hurt again, but he reached to grab his phone, shooting a message to Dazai and not seeing the reply before he fell back asleep. Tuesday, 13th of April, 9:23. "I'm tired. Won't be at school." "Your sister came out and told me. Sounds like you need a day off. I hope you sleep well. Dream of me, please." Dazai would like to consider himself rather intelligent, which is not the impression Rampo had seemed to get when he explained his plan at lunch. But Rampo knows nothing, and appears to be too busy scheming over something for his advice on the matter to be deemed useful. You see, Dazai has a problem, and that is, he's been in love with his best friend for at least 3 years by now. He is well aware of, and has come to terms with, the fact that he will never get over his infuriating crush. However, there is a traitorous part of his brain that still makes him spend his day dreaming about how nice it would be to go to college with Chuya, and maybe university, and then move somewhere together and settle down in a cottage somewhere quiet, where Chuya can write and he can draw, and they can breathe. But for multiple reasons, this will never happen. Reasons including his current plan to not be alive by the end of the year, Mori's plan to throw him into the medical field, and the fact that whatever plan Chuya has likely doesn't involve little domestic fantasies where they can have their own family and a cat and a strawberry plant sitting outside of the windowsill. Yet as he gathered, he needs to do something about his crush before he can move on with his life. Ideally, even if he can't be with Chuya, he might manage to find some red-headed girl with blue eyes who is competitive and loud enough to catch his attention, and he can move on with his life when Chuya inevitably decides to move on with whichever boyfriend he gets. But first, he needs to get rejected. Or he needs to find a way to ensure that Chuya tears down these stupid starry daydreams before they ruin his life. So, enter his plan. He's going to flirt with Chuya, not majorly, just enough to push Chuya to tell him to fuck off until Chuya gets a boyfriend or until Chuya pointedly starts asking about when Dazai is going to get a girlfriend. When that happens, Dazai can then cry a little, eat shit tons of ice cream and watch 10 Things I Hate About You for the 50th time, and then move on and pretend he doesn't still want Chuya with every part of his soul. He wanted to say that the text message had been carefully planned, but it hadn't. He had simply typed his first thoughts, cringed, added a little face to make it less serious, and sent it. Chuya hadn't responded. But when he showed up at Chuya's door after school, he was let in by Chuya's parents, who offered him something to eat, which he politely refused, and then let him go up to Chuya's room. When he opened Chuya's door, his bag in hand, Chuya was sitting up on his bed, his laptop open with something playing. He was still in his pajamas, but he didn't have his hoodie in like he always had when he was here. Dazai decided not to ask and just came in, putting his bag down and stretching, making himself comfortable on the bed next to Chuya, not even asking first. Chuya raised an eyebrow, but shifted, and he moved the blanket to allow Dazai to slip under it as well. "I wasn't sure you were going to come over," Chuya said, pausing the show he was watching. "I'll always come over. I'd rather be here than anywhere else," he said, shifting to make himself comfortable, leaning against Chuya. Chuya looked at him, tilting his head a little, smiling. "Well, I doubt there's anything I could do to keep you out, so I don't think there's much point in trying." Dazai laughed a little, meeting Chuya's gaze. "There isn't. You're right. I'll be everywhere, forever. You'll never be able to see a boy with brown hair without thinking of me ever again. Have I ruined strawberry for you?" Dazai asked teasingly, grinning. Chuya just rolled his eyes and shoved Dazai away. "No, you haven't ruined strawberry, because I don't mind thinking of you whenever I smell it." Dazai blinked for a moment, his cheeks warming, before quickly changing the subject. "Did you get my message earlier?" he asked curiously. "You never responded." "I didn't think it warranted a response. You were wishing nightmares on me." "By telling you to dream of me?" "What else? Any dream with you would be a nightmare," Chuya said, turning his face away to avoid letting Dazai see the pink on his cheeks. Dazai sighed melodramatically and whined. "No, it wouldn't. It would be paradise. I'm amazing," he said, and Chuya just sighed, moving to change what he was watching. "Spider-Man?" he asked, not waiting for an answer, which he knew would be a yes, before pressing play. Dazai practically squealed in excitement, shifting to be more comfortable in the bed, attention shifting to the movie immediately. Chuya, for all he tried to pay attention, had his attention constantly drawn back to Dazai. The room was dark, so Dazai's face was lit only by the flashing lights from the screen, but he looked pretty and kind of tired. After a moment of subtle staring, Dazai ended up glancing at him, smiling widely. "Staring problem?" he asked teasingly, and Chuya shook his head, but still didn't look away. Dazai ended up looking back at Chuya closely as well, at the redness under his eyes which made it look like he had been crying, and at the hair falling across his face. His breath caught, and hesitantly, despite his usual internal alarm telling him not to do stuff like this, he reached out, brushed Chuya's hair back, hand loitering a little longer than was necessary. Chuya looked back at him with wide eyes and flushed cheeks, his mouth slightly open. Suddenly, Dazai pulled away, moving so he just lay next to Chuya, holding onto his arm. Chuya cleared his throat, looking away, the movie suddenly managing to catch his attention. Dazai was cursing himself internally, furious at getting flustered by his own attempts at shitty flirting, while Chuya's brain exploded repeatedly, screaming at him. Neither knew what to make of what had just happened. Until Dazai frowned, his fingers on Chuya's arm brushing against something he hadn't noticed. He sat up and turned Chuya's arm, looking at the single red line on his inner arm with confusion, his eyebrows furrowed and dread pulling in his stomach. "Chuya? What happened here?" Dazai asked, glancing at his face, and Chuya paled, pulling his arm back. Shit, I took the plaster off the shower last night. Sorry. He apologized instead of actually answering. Don't apologize. What happened? Dazai asked, frowning and looking at him worriedly. He recognized that kind of injury. It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna do it again. Chuya said defensively, angling his arm away from Dazai. No, it does matter. When did you do that to yourself? Dazai asked, sounding panicked and above all, guilty. Yeah, I did, but I'm not gonna do it again. It was stupid. I was just upset. Chuya said back, raising his voice. He didn't understand why Dazai was so upset over it, no less guilty. Dazai felt sick, the guilt churning in his stomach like it was trying to crawl up his throat. Was it because of me, your soulmate? Did he give you the idea to do that? Dazai asked, his eyes wide. Chuya shook his head adamantly. It's not his fault. It's my own responsibility not to do stupid shit like this because other people are doing it. But you wouldn't have done it if your soulmate wasn't a problem? Dazai argued. Chuya hesitated and scowled. Yeah, fine. I wouldn't have done it if my soulmate hadn't been doing it, because I wouldn't have thought of it. He snapped, sounding hurt. Happy now? It was one cut. It's not the end of the world. Dazai faltered and fumbled. One cut usually doesn't stay one cut. One cut will be how your soulmate ended up like this, Dazai said, pointing at the blue lines on Chuya's arms. One turns into two, which turns into two more, until it's ruined your life and body. Dazai continued, getting increasingly upset. I'm not gonna do it again, Chuya yelled in frustration. I'm not a child, and I'm not my soulmate. Sure, my soulmate can't break the habit, but I'm not gonna make it a habit in the first place. Dazai blinked a few times, looking hurt and worried, and still looking guilty. Then he took a deep breath and looked back at the movie, which they hadn't stopped. Yeah, sorry, I was just worried. Chuya sighed and crossed his arms, looking away, slightly uncomfortable and confused about why Dazai reacted like this. It's fine. Sorry, I hadn't meant to cover it, he muttered. It's fine, Dazai said back just as quietly. Chuya took a moment, then shifted to lay back down again, just focusing on the movie. Dazai lay with him again, so they were pressed together, not hugging or anything, just in contact. Neither made it to the end of the movie, passing out asleep, both upset and tired. Chuya only woke up after Dazai had left. His laptop moved to his desk, closed and charging. He sat up, realizing how hungry he was and rubbing his eyes. He'd be awake for a while now after sleeping most of the day. Then his eyes landed on his chair. On it, the hoodie Dazai had been wearing, and then, on top of the hoodie, a little card drawing, a bouquet of flowers, roses and tulips. He got up and went over, picking up the card and admiring it. He sighed and ran his hand through his hair, his cheeks warming as he looked back at the hoodie. Oh, he's fucked. Chapter 17. I'd probably kiss a boy too. Chuya launched himself up, paper scattering as he breathed heavily, eyes wide. Chuya doesn't dream necessarily. He's never had a proper dream with a story or full images. Sometimes he'll have glimpses of people or memories, but he doesn't dream. So what the fuck was that? Breathing heavily, swallowing and finding his throat completely dry, he checked the time on his phone, staring at the blinking 4:36 a.m. on his lock screen, which happened to be a picture of him and Dazai, a selfie at the arcade. He looked at the pieces of paper scattered about, some schoolwork Dazai had left when he had been here earlier. After sleeping all day, he had stayed up to do some work, not wanting to waste time sleeping, but he must have been extremely exhausted, given that he had fallen asleep again after being awake for like 5 hours. He stood up, leaving his room abruptly. He headed straight for the kitchen, grabbing a glass from the cupboard, filling it with cold water and drowning it quickly, refilling it and repeating the process. When his throat wasn't drier than a desert, and he could think properly, he rinsed the cup out and put it out to dry, running a hand through his hair as he returned to his room quietly. Instead of sitting again, he started pacing in his room, biting his thumbnail as his thoughts raced. It had been so obviously and clearly Dazai's voice. So why does he not remember him saying it? Surely something like that, essentially a coming out, Julia would remember. Did he make it up? Was he dreaming? How could he know? Did Dazai actually like boys? He stopped his pacing, running his fingers through his hair, tugging at the tangles that were forming at the nape of his neck. He grabbed a hair tie from his desk, pulling his hair into a hopefully decent ponytail, and then collapsed into his chair again. He took a deep breath, closing his eyes to try to sort through the thoughts in his brain. I'd probably kiss a boy too. When had he heard that? Opening his eyes again, his gaze landing on a pretty fountain pen sitting on his desk, he sighed, biting his nail again. Dazai had a habit of commenting on actors or characters from shows. Who could he remember him commenting on? Come to think of it, Dazai spoke about a lot of celebrity men affectionately. Well, not affectionately. Thirstily is more accurate. Chuya shuddered, thinking back to some of the comments he had seen under edits of fictional characters, courtesy of Dazai. He was creative, at least. But Chuya, embarrassingly, had a tiny secret he kept. Even for a while, kept from Dazai. A popular K-pop group, the Flags, were literally Chuya's favorite group of idols of all time. All the members were handsome and talented, and they made good music. Their lead singer, a person named Lip Man, was genuinely considered to be the prettiest man in Japan, and not only by Chuya. But Chuya had been determined to keep the embarrassing obsession he had about a year ago a firmly guarded secret. When Dazai inevitably found the magazine cutouts of the various members and their interviews, he thought he'd never hear the end of it. However, when Chuya had come back into his room to see Dazai with the shoebox of cutouts open, Dazai hadn't made fun of him, hadn't even looked up, somehow never having had seen any of the idols before. Interestingly, 14-year-old Dazai hadn't been as interested in Lip Man as Chuya had been, though rather obviously still crushing on him now Chuya had the perspective of hindsight. He had instead been more curious and interested in Albatross, cheeks suspiciously pink as he had picked through the pictures. After the initial shock and embarrassment had worn off, Chuya explained who they were and made Dazai sit through some of their most popular songs. All the questions Dazai had seemed to ask centered around Albatross. What does he do? What does he play? Why does he dress like that? He looks a bit like you, don't you think? Chuya had let Dazai take one of the fan magazines with him and told him, "Read it fully. You need some lessons on pop culture. It's like you've been shut out from the world or some shit." As far as he's aware, Dazai did read the whole thing and was asking him about the fancy outfits and music videos the next day. Dazai was a big Albatross fan for a long while. Generally, Chuya, now that he's older and has gotten a little more experience in the world, was fairly sure he could put a name to that expression Dazai had been wearing. The Holy fucking shit, this one dude I had a crush on was not a fluke. Why is there more than one guy I like? Fuck, fuck, fuck. Expression had been clearly there, now that he thinks about it. While he doesn't know if that first guy Dazai probably brushed off, if Dazai's realization had been similar to his own, was another guy, or just going through the various members of the flags and realizing there wasn't a single one that wasn't attractive to him, he was fairly sure now that Dazai, at the very least, liked male celebrities more than jokingly. He didn't want to guess the specifics. That was for Dazai to say. Hell, Dazai might not have come to terms with it himself. But maybe he had a chance. The thought made him feel sick, nausea crawling up his throat, and he shook his head, rubbing his face with his hands. He stared at his arms, at the blue lines covering them, and all he felt was guilt. But there was nothing saying he couldn't have a crush on other people while he has a soulmate. There was nothing to say he couldn't potentially date somebody while his soulmate is somebody else. His room was so quiet he could hear the electricity buzzing, and he took a shaky breath. He has a crush on Dazai. Surprisingly, after all the days of denying and denying it, the truth was so easy to admit. After years of knowing Dazai the best out of anyone and envisioning his future with Dazai, the feelings had developed. That was probably very normal. Dazai's birthday was in 6 days. He would find out his soulmate then, or at least he'd get a mark. Maybe once Dazai's birthday had passed, Dazai would decide he didn't want to date his actual soulmate. Maybe then he could have a chance. Even if he couldn't be with Dazai romantically, being around would be enough, he believes. Maybe a house and a family was realistic, even if it wasn't quite how he thought. He'd settle. He just needs to hide it until after Dazai's birthday. It can't be that hard, since he's been doing it for days anyway. Still, the anxiety and pent-up feelings were swirling in his chest and making him feel nervous, like he was unable to sit still. With a moment of hesitation, he turned to the paper on his desk. Positioning the blank piece of paper and grabbing his pen, Julia scratched down the first few words. Oda had more friends than Dazai thought he would have. He had known Oda to be fairly reserved, to prefer listening over speaking, to like having a small group of people. He had thought that his usual group of 7, including himself, would be a bit much for Oda. Dazai didn't know any. The only faces he recognized were the ones of Mori, Elise, and Ango. Chuya and his parents weren't invited to the funeral. Koyo and Oda had been good friends for a while. She probably would have wanted to be here. But the funeral was to be done quickly and quietly, more of a formality than a memorial. Various people had come to offer their condolences, to pat his shoulder or ruffle his hair infuriatingly similar to the way Oda used to do it. But not the same, and it never will be in the same way again. Because Oda is dead. No amount of wishing, no amount of crying is going to change that. So there is no point in crying. There is no point in wishing. Instead, he sat through the service in silence, eyes on the floor as he floated elsewhere. The only thing tethering him to earth being Elise's bone-crushing grip on his hand as she also tried not to cry. He was expected to speak. Mori said that he wouldn't, making a claim of being too grief-stricken to attempt it. and had thrown Dazai the knowledge he'd be going to speak in his place that morning. He had no time to prepare, and no clue what to say. He didn't register the walk to the podium when he was prompted to go and speak. It was like he blinked and suddenly he was standing in front of the crowd of people. There were quite a few people, at least compared to the amount of people Dazai expected. Probably a little less than 50 people in the room. Mostly Ongo's invitations, surely. His throat felt dry and he was lightheaded, like he might faint at any second. It was an open casket funeral, and he had to keep his eyes firmly trained forward to avoid his gaze trailing to where he knew he'd see Oda, eyes closed and body carefully prepared to make it look as though he was sleeping. He remembers talking to Oda about it, when he had his weird face fixating on mortuaries and embalming. Now he would be able to explain exactly what had been done to Oda's body to prepare it for the burial. His breath caught in his throat, but he had barely been up for a few seconds, and it already felt like hours. The time was stretching out, like the entire world had slowed, except for the bubble he was standing in. He cleared his throat and the world started turning again, as he dispelled as much emotion as he could. Hey, I've never been to a funeral before, and I've never heard a funeral speech before, so I don't know how these things go. He started, his voice wavering slightly. I don't know most of the people in this room. To be honest, I wasn't expecting many. I thought Oda was much more reserved than he apparently was. He didn't talk to me much about how he was doing in school. He always seemed to prefer letting me speak. I think I just assumed he was a listener. There was a little laugh from somewhere, confirming that maybe Dazai hadn't really known Oda as well as he thought he had. He listened to anything and everything, and for that I am incredibly grateful. I wish I had listened more. Oda had so many stories, and I wish I remembered more. Wishing won't change anything though. Instead, we should just be thankful for what we did listen to, and for the stories we do remember. He had no clue where he was pulling this from. All he wanted was to scream and cry and shout, and yet here he was, pretending everything was okay, and that he could just be thankful for what he had, and not devastated over what he couldn't. This wasn't fair. He wasn't supposed to be up here. Guilt made him feel sick, like this was his fault, like he was taking time away from the people who actually knew Oda, that actually loved him, and that had been loved back. He wasn't always the best brother, but he was always there. He took care of me and Elise when there wasn't someone else to do it, and I wish there had been an opportunity to repay that to him. He was getting choked up, and he had to resist sending a glare at Mori, the wound of the night Oda died still fresh in his memory. He wasn't going to ruin this moment by making it spiteful. I remember how empty the house had felt after he moved out. I remember the excitement of going to see him for the first time after that. He had already dictated a spot for me to sit, a space on the windowsill in the kitchen looking out to the train tracks. He took a deep breath, wiping away a stray tear. Urasaku. He stopped abruptly, blinking. Then, despite himself, he sniffed and laughed. I haven't called Oda Urasaku for years, he said as an explanation for the sudden pause, wiping his face as suddenly there were more tears, despite how he promised he wouldn't cry. Elise was crying now, and so was Ongo, but Ongo was sitting with that weird and pained smile, like he was happy, but grieved at the same time. Urasaku was the one who encouraged me to continue doing art when I lost the passion for it when our mother left. Urasaku mended so many petty arguments between me and my best friend. Urasaku was the best person I knew, and he deserved so much more time than he had. If I could have taken his place, I'd do it in a heartbeat. Dazai somehow made it through the last of his little speech without sobbing, and wiped his face in another futile attempt to dry it as he returned to his seat, refusing to glance at the casket, and training his gaze on the ground, letting the tears drip onto his trousers as he ignored the rest of the funeral. Eventually, he became somewhat aware of people leaving, and Mori's disappointed sigh telling Dazai he could get the bus back if he wanted to stay for the wake. He didn't want to, but he didn't say that, just letting Mori and Elise leave, staying sitting on the pew until he was the last person left. But then he lifted his head and Ango sat next to him, sighing. "That was a very lovely speech. Thank you," Ango said, his voice a little hoarse. He looked unbelievably wrecked, like half his soul had died with Oda, but he didn't look sick the way he did last time Dazai saw him. He didn't look particularly sleep-deprived or like he might faint. He looked like he was learning to live again and doing a decent job at it. "It's fine," Dazai responded quietly. Ango looked up at the stained glass windows of the church and the sunlight streaming in. Dazai followed his gaze, looking at the panes with little emotion, the carefully crafted angels not sparking curiosity or intrigue that they might normally have. One of Oda's friends had started the same course as Oda and met him after his husband had committed suicide before his cancer was to take him out. "His name is Mushitaro," Ango said, unprompted. "He's very nice. We've become friends now." Ango looked down again, fiddling with a silver ring around his ring finger, running his finger over the band. Dazai's eyes fell to the ring, and he felt his stomach drop. "What's that?" he asked emptily. He didn't want to know. He already did. "Engagement ring," Ango answered, his voice heavy with grief. "I never got to actually ask. I assume he would have said yes." Dazai felt sick again. Of course Oda would have said yes. They could have gotten married. He looked back at the floor, wanting to disappear. He wondered if he'd ever feel happy again. "I forgot you used to call Oda that. I know he'd be proud of you, seeing you up there speaking so nicely even through everything." Dazai nodded. The words were stuck in his throat. He didn't think he'd be able to speak if he tried. Not that he wanted to. "Come to the wake and have something to eat. You can sit with me," Ango offered. Dazai wasn't in the position to argue, so he just nodded numbly, following Ango. He managed to get to know some of Oda's friends while he ate. He didn't have much before he ended up silently crying himself to sleep against Ango's shoulder. But he wasn't woken, left to sleep peacefully. Ango had carried him to the car and driven him home, waiting and letting him wake up on his own accord, sitting a little way down the street from his house. The grief weighed on his shoulders as he got home late in the afternoon, crashing into his bed as soon as he could. He was done crying. He just wanted to sleep. Chuya sat in his bed with his laptop open, a movie running as he watched, unimpressed, as the main character got scared over a rustle from the trees. Horror movies were stupid. What was actually horrifying was the scrunched-up paper balls scattered across his floor from the early hours of the morning, and the abandoned attempt at trying to mold his feelings into words cohesive enough to count as poetry. And the fact that he hadn't heard from Dazai all day, which was probably more concerning than the impact his paper consumption rates would have on the environment. With the thousandth reminder he hadn't heard from Dazai all day, he sighed heavily, pausing the movie and picking up his phone, wasting no time as he went to Dazai's contact and hit the dial button. Dazai blinked blearily in the dark of his room as he was pulled out of his troubled sleep by a random Taylor Swift song playing from his phone. He picked it up, squinting in the light of his screen as he recognized Julia's caller ID. "Hello?" he mumbled groggily as he sat up and answered the call. Julia could have melted in relief, tension melting from him as he heard Dazai's hoarse and tired voice. His next thought was internal panic as his face went bright red at the sound of Dazai's hoarse and tired voice. "Dazai, I haven't heard from you all day. You didn't come over," he said quickly, clearing his throat to hide his fluster. Dazai let out a long breath as he heard Julia speak, rubbing his eyes and yawning. "Yeah, sorry, I was busy. I wasn't at school either. Dazai hesitated. He couldn't just admit where he was. That would mean telling Julia Oda died. He wasn't ready. He wasn't sure which part of him had decided he wasn't ready, or that he would hide it, but he wasn't going to admit it easily. "I was looking after Elise. She wasn't feeling well, and Maury was working. I stayed home to make sure nothing happened because her fever was bordering dangerous this morning. She's fine now." Julia blinked, feeling a pang of concern shoot through him. "Oh, that must have sucked. I'm glad she's okay. It's good you stayed with her if Maury was gone. Honestly, Maury should have stayed with her in my opinion," Julia remarked, irritation seeping into his tone on the last sentence. Maury was irresponsible when it came to his kids, from what Julia could gather. If he could get Dazai and Elise to live with him, he would. He'd even share his room with Dazai. He'd have to get used to it if he wanted to marry Dazai anyway. Dazai hummed tiredly. He just wanted to go back to sleep, honestly. His eyes still hurt from crying so much. His arms burned with a need for pain, but he was too lazy to get up. Lazy maybe wasn't the best word. Even he could admit that at this point. He wasn't lazy, just depressed. So unbelievably depressed. Maury probably should have stayed, but he has more important things to do. I was super tired and have just slept most of the time since 3 p.m. anyway. He explained a little, getting up to change into something more comfortable to sleep in. He could at least do that. Julia nodded, despite the fact that Dazai couldn't see him, able to hear Dazai moving about. He wasn't sure what to say, and instead he just closed down his laptop, getting up himself to put it on his desk. He turned his light off as he settled into his bed, listening to Dazai move on the other side. Dazai settled back into bed now that he was slightly more comfortable, curling up in the mess of his pillows and blankets, pulling one tightly around himself. "I'm bored. Julia, tell me a story," he said, intending to sound whiny and annoying, and instead he cursed the way he sounded tired and childish. Julia was slightly surprised by the raw emotion he heard bleeding into Dazai's tone, and his brain went blank for a second, before he stopped, sighing and trying to think. Once upon a time, there was a prince, and that prince was the most prettiest and handsomest in the land. He started slowly, thinking. Dazai coughed, feeling fatigue creeping upon him again as he listened. Chuya is getting awfully self-obsessed. Prettiest and handsomest? He asked, smiling a little. Do you think I'm not pretty and handsome? Chuya asked accusingly. Dazai giggled. No, that's not what I said. You're a rather pretty slug. Chuya went quiet. Then he shook his head and continued his story. The prince's name was Dazai. It was Dazai's turn to be quiet, his cheeks going pink as he buried himself under his blankets, voice muffled as he spoke demandingly. Continue. Rude. Chuya muttered under his breath, but he continued, tilting his head as he thought. While on a trip with his family, the prince met a beautiful mermaid. They had long hair that the prince loved to sit and braid, and they had eyes the prince would compare to the ocean or the sky. Dazai hummed, nodding along as he listened, liking the story. Clearly, in his mind, he could envision a pretty mermaid with blue eyes and long ginger hair, very obviously Chuya. He could imagine him, a prince, standing on the pier, offering forks or hairbrushes in return for sea glass and trinkets from shipwrecks. He let his eyes fall closed, listening as Chuya continued to speak softly. The mermaid really liked the prince, and the prince really liked the mermaid, but the prince was hesitant, not wanting to disappoint the king and queen. Chuya continued his story, enjoying it more than he thought he would have. After the queen disappeared one day, the prince decided to follow the mermaid into the water, being granted a temporary metamorphosis to be able to survive. As it turned out, the mermaid was a member of the mermaid royalty, who was able to grant the prince a tail forever if he were to wish. When the prince got to the castle, he found his mother there, safe and happy, living in a luxurious room in the palace. He decided on the spot to change into a mermaid himself. Chuya paused in his story, realizing Dazai hadn't said anything for a while. He went quiet, listening, and as he listened as closely as possible, he heard Dazai's quiet and steady breathing, a faint snoring to be heard. Of course, he'd fallen back asleep. Well, the rest of his story was rather useless, but he smiled, shifting to go on his phone and open social media. He didn't hang up, letting the call continue as he scrolled through his Instagram feed. They could just both sleep like this, like they were together. The regular sound of Dazai's soft snores luring Chuya closer and closer to unconsciousness as well. He smiled softly, struggling to stay awake. He glanced over to where he knew his desk was in the dark, guilt shooting through him for a second. He shook it away. This was what he wanted. Regardless of anything, he wanted this. Sleeping on a call with Dazai, because there is no way to sleep better. Chapter 18. Chuya groaned and sighed, stretching his arms as he walked across the grass to his lunch spot, following Dazai, who was a few steps ahead of him, kicking a rock. He ran a second to catch up, reaching Dazai's side as Atsushi greeted them with a smile, him and Akutagawa the only others there. "Hey guys," Dazai said with a yawn, sitting down. Chuya joined him, not wasting any time before pulling out his lunchbox and handing half a sandwich to Dazai. "You seem exhausted," Atsushi commented jokingly, sitting with his own food. Dazai sighed dramatically, crossing his arms and speaking with a mouthful of Chuya's sandwich. "I am. I got woken up at 4 a.m. because certain breeds of dogs don't bark and actually snore loudly, he said dryly, pointedly glancing at Chuya. Chuya scowled, cheeks slightly pink. He could have hung up, he pointed out, glaring at Dazai. Yeah, whatever. Dazai responded, waving him away dismissively. I do what I want. Chuya rolled his eyes, choosing to focus on his lunch and not Dazai's stupidity. It was funny. Even after fully admitting he likes Dazai, nothing much had changed. He's still annoyed at him, insulting him, and just secretly admiring him. Speaking of, Dazai was wearing his glasses today, the black frames complementing his dark hair and pale skin. Why did he always look so pretty? As Chuya stared, Rampo, Yosano, and Kunikida came over, Rampo talking to them both animatedly. With that, Chuya snapped out of his temporary stupor, instead blurting out the first thing that came to his mind. So, Dazai, your birthday's on Monday. Dazai grimaced and sighed dramatically. Indeed it is, regretfully. You know, Forever 15 is a nice line for a gravestone. It's a bit unoriginal though. I'd prefer Never 16. He said in a contemplative tone, instantly getting 6 glares trained on him. Don't joke like that, Kunikida said, a hint of worry in his tone, masked by annoyance. Dazai stuck his tongue out, pushing the sandwich half he had barely eaten into Chuya's hands. Not hungry? Chuya asked, frowning. Dazai shrugged, playing with the string of the hoodie he was wearing. Not anymore. Chuya paused, looking at the sandwich, then quickly turned back to his lunchbox and pulled out a cereal bar, looking at Dazai with a hint of smugness. You said you'd eat cereal bars if I had them, if you weren't very hungry. Well, now I have one, he said proudly. Dazai blinked in surprise. When did I say that? He asked skeptically, not moving to take the offered food. Ages ago. I can't remember when exactly. It was during prelims, I think. Chuya answered, throwing it at Dazai's chest, watching him pick it up and examine the back. Please eat that, at least, he added, slightly more apologetically. He knew sometimes Dazai just wasn't hungry, but there had been one too many lunches with barely anything eaten for his liking recently. Dazai smiled and elbowed Chuya, ripping open the packet. I suppose, since my dog will keep whining if I don't. He's being dramatic. One lunch skipped is no big deal. Dazai must have been blind if he missed the multiple looks of concern being worn by his various friends. Dazai must have also been stupid if he thought anyone believed that this was the first time he had skipped lunch, or that lunch was the only meal he'd skipped. It was like Dazai had taken a sharp decline recently, or like he'd gotten worse at hiding it, starting with the meltdown last week, and now noticeably not eating. What happened? Who happened? As Dazai slowly picked at the bar, Chuya tilted his head. Dazai? He said, grabbing his attention. Then he grabbed Dazai's wrist, lifting his hand up. His fingers closed around his wrist, and Chuya was careful to angle his hand to allow for the older view of the rest of their friends to see. Then he twisted his hand, smiling and pressing their palms together, carefully inspecting the size difference. My hands are still bigger than yours, he remarked, his face slightly warm. Dazai had stopped, sitting still, his mouth slightly open and his face red. Your fingers are longer than mine though, Chuya continued, shifting so their fingers lined up. And indeed, while Chuya's were thicker, Dazai's were thin and long. Chuya already knew this, but he wasn't passing up the opportunity to sit and compare hand sizes with his not quite newfound crush, even if the original motivator was grim. You'd think that yours would be bigger because... Chuya died internally for a second. You're taller than me, but no, I think you'd play an instrument, like violin or piano, very well. Chuya felt like he might throw up, his face red and his stomach turning, butterflies having a nervous breakdown in his intestines. What was he saying? Why was he saying this? He'd never say this. What was wrong with him? Dazai just looked like he had stopped working, breath stolen and face red, unable to process anything that was going on, other than a simple, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit. They were both still for a second, until Chuya had enough, slapping Dazai's hand away and crossing his arms, wishing he could sink into the ground. Chuya's giving me mixed signals. If he's in love with me, he should just say that. Dazai said after a second, voice mostly normal, aside from a slight tremor. Chuya's face flared red, and he huffed, rolling his eyes. Of course I'm not. Why would I be in love with a mackerel bastard like you? He said, lying through his teeth. Aw, Chuya's so mean. Dazai whined, throwing an arm around Chuya's shoulders and leaning against him, speaking next to his ear. I wouldn't even make fun of him. You clearly love me if you're so intent on forcing me to do silly things like eat cereal bars and go to school. Chuya groaned, making a show of attempting to push Dazai off of him, not really trying. He could easily get Dazai off of him if he wanted to, and the not fully there weight of Dazai's body told him Dazai was aware of this as well. Get off me, prick! I don't need to be in love with you to want you to be alive tomorrow. He refuted, scowling, his cheeks pink. Dazai pushed Chuya slightly, and Chuya looked to glare at him, his breath catching and eyes widening as he realized that their faces were centimeters apart. Come on, Chuya, admit it. You love me. You want to marry me and be my dog for life. Chuya swallowed thickly, the only thing holding him up being his own arm from how far back he was leaning. I do not want to be your dog for life. You didn't say you don't want to marry me though. Dazai pointed out, that stupid grin on his face, that stupid look in his eyes like he knew exactly what he was doing, that stupid look that proved he was anything but stupid. You want to kiss me so bad right now? Dazai teased with a smile, cheeks flushed and hair falling in his face, his glasses slipped slightly down his nose. God, Chuya wanted to kiss him. And what if I did? Chuya snapped back, his eyes narrowed with flustered irritation. Dazai's eyes opened wide, like he wasn't expecting that response, his mouth falling open, his eyes dropping to Chuya's lips in a way that made Chuya's stomach twist in apprehension. I thought I'd stop you, Dazai responded, trying desperately and still failing to sound teasing. Chuya hesitated and then took a sharp breath, struggling to get his response out in any kind of coherent manner. Your soulmate might want to stop me. They'd probably have a problem with it. Chuya instantly cursed himself internally. Of all things he could have said. Dazai backed up quickly, clearing his throat. Yeah, Chuya's such a slimy slug anyway. Kissing him would be horrible, he said, looking away. My soulmate might have a problem with me kissing you as well. Chuya added shortly. Dazai hummed absently. Maybe. They fell into an awkward silence, both well aware of the slight distance between their bodies, the pointed lack of contact in contrast with their usual near full-body touch. Chuya picked at his trousers, playing with the seams, the quiet between him and Dazai suffocating. His eyes fell to the bandages Dazai was playing with, and the realization struck him, making him pause. How are you going to see your soulmate, Mark, if you're wearing bandages all the time anyway? Chuya asked, curiosity overwhelming his embarrassment. Dazai tensed up and froze, staring at the bit of bandage at his wrist he had been messing around with. Would you just take them off, or would you check before going to bed? Chuya pressed, tilting his head. Dazai cleared his throat and then shrugged awkwardly. I haven't thought about it. I guess I'll figure it out when it happens. Dazai responded emptily. Oh, Chuya said, a little disappointed. Honestly, he had hoped Dazai would take the bandages off for a little while after his birthday. After all, they weren't really there for a specific reason, other than his skin sensitivity. If Chuya was in his shoes, he'd probably want to be able to see the second that his soulmate Mark appeared. Dazai stood up suddenly and grabbed his bag. I don't feel great. I'm gonna go to the nurse's office and see if I can get sent home, he said quickly. Chuya blinked up at him and then went to pack his lunch away. I'll come with you, he offered, but he was shot down quickly. No, thanks. I'll be fine. Just stay here, Dazai said, and before Chuya could object, Dazai was hurrying away. Chuya watched him leave with furrowed eyebrows and a look of concern, seeing him disappear into the doors of the school without looking back. Then he turned back to his friends, the older of which Yosano, Kunikida, and Rampo moved closer like they knew what was coming. Did you see that? Chuya asked, a hint of disbelief in his tone. My hand went right through his wrist, no problem. This issue clearly isn't a new one. Were we blind, or was he just good at hiding it? You don't get to that point after skipping lunch a few times a week, Kunikida said, frowning deeply. He doesn't eat breakfast either, Rampo added. Does that mean that the only meal he eats consistently is dinner? Yosono asked in disbelief. Which he probably only does at my house, Chuya responded, sighing and running a hand through his hair. They went quiet for a few moments, thinking. How do we fix it? Kunikida asked quietly. I don't think we can, Chuya said with a sigh. There's clearly something bigger going on, but currently, Dazai is skin and bones, and we don't know whether he's actively deciding to starve himself, or whether it's just happening thanks to some kind of aversion or something like that. Yosano nodded slowly and hummed. We just need to try and encourage him, I suppose. Carry around snacks or something, Rampo suggested. Chuya nodded, wincing slightly as a slight, burning sensation started on his arm, but he ignored it. Yeah, like the cereal bar. He ate that, albeit hesitantly, Chuya said, glancing at his lunchbox, most of the contents untouched. I normally have something for him to eat. It makes sense if the rest of you start carrying something simple too. Just offer him something if you notice he hasn't been eating for a while. He sighed, biting his nail anxiously. I don't want him to get sick just because he can't eat for some reason, he added quietly. Kunikida sighed, pushing his glasses up his nose bridge. None of us do, but you, of all people, know Dazai won't take help easily. He certainly won't ask for it. This is probably the best we can do. Chuya nodded, going to rub his arm, grimacing at the burning feeling but not looking, more distracted by looking in the direction of where Dazai had left. Yosano took his arm sharply a second later, and Chuya yelped, and then looked, watching a few of the fading lines suddenly change shades, going to a deeper blue, like the wounds were being torn open again. There was a collective intake of breath. Suddenly, Rampo was on his feet, face pale. He was already pulling out his phone, and he grabbed his bag as he ran in the direction of the school, tripping and almost falling in his haste. Just as Rampo disappeared and Chuya was about to start asking questions, the school bell rang, signaling the end of lunch. And there was no more time to ask questions. Chuya sat at the table, picking at the pasta in front of him half-heartedly. He had long given up on the sleeves. The only person who hadn't been told was Kyoka, and she was at her friend's house. It was quiet at the table. His parents already finished eating and sitting in the living room, and Koyo had her headphones on, watching something she needed for her course apparently. The pasta was really good, but he just wasn't hungry, pushing it about on his plate, not really thinking about anything, yet somehow managing to be overwhelmed with thought at the same time. He felt slightly sick, just tired and worried about Dazai. He hadn't heard from him since he went home, despite messaging him multiple times. His gut was telling him that there was something wrong. He wasn't sure how, he just knew something bad was going to happen. He had a sense of impending dread, he supposed. He sighed and shifted, leaning against the back of his chair and dropping his cutlery, staring up at the ceiling for a few minutes, breathing slowly and carefully. Then there was a sudden sharp pain in the side of his neck. Unable to help himself, he screamed, curling in on himself instinctively, holding his hand over the side of his neck where it hurt. Koyo jumped, looking up, and Chuya just whined, closing his eyes tightly as the pain didn't stop, different to anything he'd experienced before. Quickly, Koyo was at his side, worry painted across her features as she held onto Chuya's wrist, the other hand on the side of his face. What's wrong?" She borderline screamed, panicked, eyes wide and fearful as Chuya shied away from the touch, wincing and biting into his lip in an attempt to distract from the pain. Chuya's parents were the next over, and Koyo stepped away to let them in, watching in horror as Chuya's parents tried to speak to him. "Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong?" He wasn't sure which of his parents asked. He just fell into the open arms of his mother, hands still tightly closed over his neck, chest heaving and eyes closed tightly as he tried to figure out what was going on. "My neck, it hurts. I don't know." He managed to get out after a few tries, breathing quickly and heavily. Let me see it," his mother said, attempting to be soothing, but her own panic clear in her tone. Chuya didn't want to, but he pulled his hand off his neck, instead holding on to his mother's t-shirt, his eyes slightly closed as he heard the gasp his sister let out. "Chuya, don't panic. There's nothing wrong with you. It hurts, but you're okay," his father said, his hand landing on his back. "Chuya, where is your soulmate? Do you know?" his mother asked, voice quiet and fearful. Chuya felt the dread pull in his stomach. "No, I don't," he muttered, pulling away, and he scrambled to his feet, running to the bathroom as the pain began to fade. His parents were close behind, and he could see their pale and worried expressions behind him in the mirror. But that wasn't what he focused on. Instead, he was focused on the wide blue lines across the left side of his neck, deep and reaching to the front of his throat. Instantly, he felt the nausea creeping upon him, making his eyes water and the back of his throat burn. His eyes stayed glued to the blue lines until he couldn't focus them anymore, and instead he turned to the toilet, dropping to his knees quickly and leaning over it as he gagged, throat burning as he threw up, eyes watering and hands gripping onto his trousers like his life depended on it. His mother came in and pulled his hair out of the way, rubbing his back, and Chuya didn't even notice, but he was crying, having a full-blown panic attack as he sat shaking, crying and throwing up in the bathroom floor.
Is he dead? Is he dead? That's what this is, right? He's trying to kill himself again?
Chuya asked pleadingly when he stopped gagging, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, knowing he'd regretted the second he was thinking clearly, but he didn't care right now.
I don't know, honey. I don't know. I'm sorry.
His mother said, her voice breaking as she pulled him into a hug, holding him tightly like he might shatter.
I don't want him to be dead. He can't be dead. He can't.
Chuya gasped out, voice hoarse and scratchy, tears soaking his cheeks. He's not dead. I don't think he's dead, Koyo says quietly from the doorway, coming further into the room and sitting in the floor next to him. Making a split-second decision, Chuya moved from his mother's arms to Koyo's, and she held him even tighter than his mother had, unafraid of hurting him.
A man in my class, his soulmate died a week ago from cancer. For as long as I knew him, he always had marks on his arms from my soulmate having his blood drawn. I haven't seen any of those marks since his soulmate died. If he was dead, I think they would fade.
Koyo explained shakily, somehow the calmest in the room.
But how long does it take to fade? He could be dead and it's just not fading yet.
Chuya countered and Koyo shook her head.
I don't know.
Chuya cried harder and she took a deep breath.
Listen, we can go put on a movie and just see. If they fade, then we'll know. Otherwise, we can assume he's alive.
Koyo reasoned. Chuya paused. Then he nodded. With a shaky voice, he said one last sentence.
Please, let him be alive.
Dazai had put Elise to bed early. She wasn't happy about it, but Mori got in from work just as Dazai had been patting down her bed for her, so she hadn't complained and just did as she was told. But it must have been quiet for hours now. Well, maybe not. Half an hour probably. But still, she was cold and wanted the bathroom. Quietly, she moved out from under her covers, her baby pink princess nightdress falling around her knees as she softly opened the door. She walked across the hall to the bathroom, wrinkling her nose at the sudden smell that hit her. Like iron and something unpleasant and tangy. She stuck her tongue out and shook her head in exaggerated disgust before she heard the sound from her father's room, and she froze, staying still for a few seconds until she was confident it was safe. Maybe she wouldn't flush the toilet when she was done just to be safe. She didn't want the noise. Then Dazai would get blamed though. But Dazai got in trouble a lot anyway, and he always handled the hits a lot better than she did. He would tell her to blame it on him, maybe. Shaking her head and getting back to her original mission, she approached the bathroom again, the smell getting stronger and overwhelming, making her feel a little sick. The door didn't have a lock anymore, but it was late and quiet. She was confident there wouldn't be anybody in. She pushed open the door and got hit by a wave of sharp iron smell, her eyes widening as she caught sight of the scene before her, the cause apparent. Oh right, blood smells like iron. As she processed the sight before her, Dazai in a bathtub with a shiny, silver scalpel in his hand and blood down his front, still weakly pulsing from his neck, she was silent, hand holding tightly onto the door handle. Then she took a deep breath and screamed. Chapter 19. Summary. Rampo and Dazai, flashback, then continuation from last chapter. Trigger warnings for self-harm and suicide. Viewer discretion is advised.
Dazai!
Rampo called out, banging the bathroom door open. Dazai cursed under his breath, pulling his feet up onto the lid of the toilet he was sitting on, his bandages loose around his arms, toilet paper pressed against his inner arms to attempt to staunch the bleeding.
I'm not stupid. I know you're in here,
Rampo said, and Dazai could see his shadow move across the floor, approaching the stall he was hiding in.
You and Chuya, and honestly most people we know, always seems to end up here when something goes wrong. And there's only one other person in here with me, Dazai.
Rampo continued, stopping outside the door. Dazai debated saying something for a second, then sighed quietly, watching the blood soak through the tissues pressed on his arm.
Go away, Rampo. I'm fine,
he said, and Rampo huffed dramatically.
No, you're not. Open the door. I'm bleeding,
Dazai protested, more as a warning than a complaint.
I know that. I watched the marks on Chuya's arms get deeper as he scratched them open, I assume?
Rampo asked, and Dazai grimaced, looking at the blood drying under his fingernails.
It was an accident. I ripped them through the bandages,
he muttered quietly.
Do I need to get Yosano?
Rampo asked.
Or a first aid kit?
Dazai shook his head before remembering Rampo couldn't see him, and then he breathed out shakily.
No, it's okay. I didn't get the bad ones, just some of the more superficial ones. They just bleed a lot.
Rampo was quiet for a moment, and Dazai watched him rock back and forth on his feet, before Rampo stopped and walked away. A tap ran for a second, and Dazai sighed. He leaned forward, slipping the lock on the door open. A few moments later, Rampo pushed through it, locking it behind him and holding out damp paper towels. Dazai took them begrudgingly, dropping the bloodied ones in his lap and pressing the wet ones against his arm, the cold water relieving the itchy and burning sensation on his arm.
We were talking about you, you know,
Rampo said, tone distant.
You have people worried.
Dazai scoffed and rolled his eyes. He knew that. He didn't need to be told, but concern wasn't going to stop him.
Worrying isn't gonna do anything. I'll be fine. No, you won't be,
Rampo countered easily.
Dazai, has your dad hurt you recently? Physically? Don't lie to me.
Dazai blinked, taken aback. He had alluded to things like that, but he didn't expect to be questioned outright.
Does it really matter?
He asked dismissively, cleaning the blood from his arms now that most of it had stopped.
Yeah, it does,
Rampo responded, crossing his arms and tilting his head thoughtfully.
I said I'm not gonna tell, and I'm sticking to it. But tell me, you'll be 16 in literal days. You can move out. If you move out and can gather evidence of abuse, you can get Elise and take her with you,
Rampo said, his tone slipping into something more pleading.
I know you. You antagonize him. You can't be doing that if he's physically hurting you, Dazai. It's not safe. You're going to get hurt.
Dazai frowned, and he just rewrapped his arm, staring at it instead of Rampo, refusing to look at him.
I don't care,
he said quietly, keeping his tone carefully blank and level.
Attention is attention.
Rampo didn't have a response for that, just standing with his mouth slightly falling open, a hurt expression on his face.
Dazai,
Rampo cut himself off. With Dazai like this, refusing to look at him, blood-stained bandages around his arms, and a look akin to shame on his face, there was no point pushing. Instead, he clenched his fists and took a deep breath, trying to stay as calm as he could.
Dazai, please, if something happens, tell me. I'm your friend.
Rampo said quietly. Dazai stayed silent, looking at the floor. Rampo hesitated, but then he stepped forward, and before he could change his mind, his arms were around Dazai's shoulders, clinging onto him tightly. He was scared, so unbelievably scared. He knew there was a chance he could wake up in the morning and one of his best friends could be dead. But he couldn't tell. He wouldn't. Don't ask why, he just couldn't. Every sight of a tired and hurt Dazai who complains about his father or his misfortune or his grades reminds him of a smaller, green-eyed version of the same person. One who got saved. And the hurt 14-year-old still in him screamed for secrecy. He was sure Dazai was clinging onto every trace of the same. So he wasn't going to break that. Not yet. Dazai had frozen, surprised, and he politely refrained from touching him back, just letting Rampo cling to him like he was scared Dazai would disappear if he blinked. After a few seconds, Rampo stepped away, clearing his throat.
Go home, Dazai. Have something to eat and a nap or something.
Rampo said, standing up straight and looking down at Dazai, trying to regain his usual arrogant and uncaring air. Dazai smiled a little, just a small quirk of his lips, but he nodded and stood up, collecting the bloody tissues and stuffing them in the bin.
Okay,
he agreed. Rampo nodded back and paused for a moment before quickly turning away, pretending to not need to wipe his face as he unlocked the door again and leaving quickly. Dazai sighed, his shoulders slumping as the door closed. He pulled his hoodie on to cover his arms and picked up his bag, leaving himself. He glanced at his reflection in the mirror as he passed, hardly recognizing the pale and tired face that stared back at him. He looked at the blood under his nails, and he swallowed, his mind wandering, returning to the pocket behind the drawers of his desk. Maybe death was like sleeping. The wind cut across Dazai's face as he stared out at the sea, hair blowing into his face with every gust, dangerously close to the edge of the cliff given the strength of the wind up here. The drop to the rocks below was dizzying, and he absently wondered what would hurt if he jumped. What he might hit on the way down, if he'd die before he hit the water. If the tide was lower, would he land on the beach? Would he be found before shock killed him if he managed to survive the fall? A seagull caught somewhere overhead, while Dazai's gaze stayed transfixed over the edge of the cliff. He could frame it as having slipped.
Dazai!
A voice called out his name, and the warmth of the sun on his face flooded back in. The bright and clear sky appeared blue again, and he could hear the chatter rising from the beach a few meters further along. A child screamed, and he spotted a set of siblings splashing in the water, one being soaked relentlessly. He looked up and turned to see Chuya standing back on the path, a wide smile on his face, the wind blowing his hair around his face despite the clips Dazai had watched Chuya struggle with earlier from his spot on Chuya's bed. Chuya sitting in front of the mirror with a face of determination. Dazai! Chuya shouted again before jumping out of the way of a man on a bike. Thinking it was better to get out of the middle of the path, Chuya quickly headed over to Dazai, staying a little further away from the edge. Carefully, Chuya stood on his toes, peering over the edge and grimacing. "That's a drop and a half," he muttered, steadying himself again and grabbing Dazai's arm, pulling him back from the edge. Dazai didn't resist, letting Chuya pull him, but smiling teasingly. "What, did you think I was gonna jump?" Chuya looked at him oddly for a second, tilting his head. "Jump? Why would you jump? That would hurt and it would probably kill you. You might fall though." Dazai blinked a few times, considering the bluntness of Chuya's question, and looked back at the edge. It was a good point. Why would he jump? Did he even have a reason? Shaking the thought away, he made a lurching motion towards the edge, despite being far enough away that if he fell, there would be no danger of falling off the cliff. "Stop!" Chuya yelled anyway, yanking Dazai even further back and glaring at him. Dazai laughed and then pulled his arm from Chuya's grasp and made a pushing motion, and Chuya screamed, hitting him away. "Dazai, stop!" he shouted, glaring and running back to the path. "Fuck you!" he yelled, crossing his arms. "I guess I won't show you the thing I found then." Dazai blinked, glancing back at the cliff edge for a second before following Chuya. No, show me," he demanded, and Chuya, who had no genuine intention of not showing Dazai, grabbed his hand, pulling him and running along the path. Dazai started laughing as they ran, passing Chuya's parents and little sister, Koyo still down at the beach with their things. Chuya was laughing too, pulling Dazai along faster, until Dazai stumbled, falling and hitting the concrete path roughly, causing Chuya to fall as well. Dazai groaned, sitting up and grimacing at the familiar burn of scraped knees and elbows. Instantly, a nearby adult was rushing over, but Dazai looked to Chuya first, who was sitting and staring in surprise at his bleeding knee. And when Chuya looked up, meeting his eyes, they both just burst out laughing. A stranger quickly kneeled down, her daughter standing next to her and clinging to her. "Are you two okay?" she asked, looking between both Dazai's grazed knee and Chuya's one. "Where are your parents?" she asked quickly, barely letting them answer the first question before she opened her bag for some tissues, pressing them against Chuya's leg first, as it was bleeding more. Chuya just pointed down the path to where his parents were coming around the corner. "There's our parents. We're okay, really," Chuya said, still smiling, and Dazai raised an eyebrow at the use of "our," but he was perfectly happy to not correct it. The lady smiled at that, glancing over to Chuya's parents. "Okay, that's good," she said with a sigh of relief, guiding Chuya to hold the tissues over his knee. Then she took another one, wiping the blood from Dazai's right elbow, because of course the time he doesn't have bandages covering his entire arm is when he falls. Her daughter was young, 4 or so, and she reached to pat Dazai's head as though to comfort him, and Dazai giggled, high on adrenaline and giddy from the sudden pain. Chuya's dad came over, kneeling down and sighing fondly. "You two are idiots," he said, ruffling up Chuya's hair. "What have we said about running while holding hands? You're going to fall. You'd think with the amount of times you've done this, you'd learn," he chastised gently. Prepared for this eventuality, Chuya's dad pulled out a box of plasters, helping Chuya wipe up the last of the blood and smoothing a plaster over the area that was bleeding the most. He then turned to Dazai's knee, and the other woman handed him another tissue, and Dazai just sat and watched as his knees were wiped, and deemed not deep or bleeding enough to require plasters. His elbow, however, got a blue plaster with a butterfly on it to match Chuya's orange one with a giraffe. When they were all patched up, Chuya's dad stood up and sighed again. "Alright, troublemakers, you're good to go. Don't fall again, please. I'd prefer no hospital trips." Neither Dazai or Chuya needed to be told twice, jumping up and joining hands again. Dazai was able to catch a snippet of the conversation Chuya's dad and the lady with her daughter were having. "So, are those your kids?" "Yeah, trouble, the both of them. Keep me and my wife on our toes." "Love them to bits, though." Yeah, I have 2 sons as well." Dazai had stopped, looking back as he heard Chuya's dad so casually refer to him as his kid as well. It made a part of him ache, like he knew he was missing something and he was longing for it so desperately. But then Chuya yanked on his arm and they were running again. "Hey, what did your father just say? No running!" Chuya's mother shouted after them in a futile attempt to control them. But Chuya just ran faster, and this time Dazai kept up. The path split into 2 different ways a little further down, and while Dazai had been expecting to continue on the right, going along the cliff edge, Chuya pulled him to the left and onto the dirt path, towards the wooded area near the park. However, instead of following along it, Chuya stopped, looking for a gap in the fence. When he found it, he pushed through it, and Dazai followed without question. Here it was quieter, and the wind wasn't as strong. An occasional breeze brushed past them instead, the sun still shining down on them. Chuya guided Dazai down into a small ditch, and Dazai spotted it, a small burn and a spot Chuya had clearly already been. Dead bramble pushed to the side to create a clear patch of dirt near the water for them to sit. Most importantly, there was a strawberry bush, growing wild down the side of the hill. Early strawberries ripe, despite it still being the middle of summer. Chuya led him down to the bush and grinned proudly, picking a berry and handing it to Dazai. "I found this all by myself," he boasted, picking another for himself. "Wow," Dazai said with awe, looking around and biting into the strawberry, humming as the juice filled his mouth. Chuya smiled brightly, the sun falling across his face, dappled by the leaves of the bush. Dazai's gaze was torn from the sun on the water to Chuya's face, the shadows falling on his face like they were placed by an artist. "Do you have your camera?" Chuya asked suddenly, tilting his head. "Did you really just ask that?" Dazai responded with disbelief after a moment, pulling out a small digital camera from the pocket of his shorts. "We left our phones with Koyo. I was just wondering whether you left your camera too." Chuya said with irritation, but he quickly dropped it, smiling again. "Take a picture," he ordered, and Dazai turned the camera on quickly, shifting to angle the camera so Chuya was portrait in the frame, smiling widely with his eyes squinted shut slightly from the light. Dazai's breath caught, and he snapped the picture, lowering the camera again with red cheeks. Chuya reached out to take the camera and turned it on Dazai. "Smile!" Dazai was too distracted, and the first picture Chuya took, Dazai was looking at Chuya, not the lens, eyes slightly wide and face still flushed. The second one, he did actually smile, but he didn't take his eyes off Chuya, or the way his eyebrows were furrowed and his nose was scrunched up as he focused on angling the camera right. A few moments later, Chuya handed the camera back, and Dazai looked down at the picture of himself, eyes glittering and cheeks flushed as he smiled at something, someone, just past the camera. When he looked back up, Chuya was fiddling with his hair, and he sighed dramatically as he pulled the last clip out. Dazai, do my hair, Juya said before turning around and tilting his head back. Dazai blinked in surprise and then groaned with fake annoyance, guarding his fingers through Chuya's messy hair. There's hardly anything to do. It's still too short, he complained. Do those 2 braids, the French braids on either side. I thought those were too quote-unquote feminine for you, Dazai asked, a little teasing. Shut it, they're pretty, Juya snapped back shortly. Okay, I'll do them, Dazai agreed, parting Chuya's hair. He sighed softly, feeling the sun on his skin, the still present sting of his knees from falling over, and the smell of the sea on his clothes. He felt comfortable. He felt home. Juya jerked forward, his carefully parted hair falling from Dazai's hands as he moved. Is that a blackberry bush? Juya asked loudly, jumping up and attempting to jump over the river, failing and slipping in. Juya! Dazai yelled, both in exasperation and concern, and Juya whined from the water, sitting in the running stream. It's cold! He yelled, scrambling to get up and shake off the water. Dazai smiled at Chuya, trying his hardest not to laugh too hard, lest he slip down the slope himself. He loved the summer like this. At the edges of Dazai's consciousness, he heard an ear-splitting scream, breaking into uncontrolled sobbing. And then he woke up, squinting under bright fluorescent lighting, an infuriating beeping in his ear, his mouth dry and neck hurting like he'd snapped it. It was bandaged, thick and tight. He realized as he tried to move, while his arms weren't, and he felt the panic well in his chest. He tried to sit up, trying to move and finding his wrists bound somewhere at his sides, and an attempt at a kick found his ankles fastened too. Naturally, he pulled, kicking and fighting, tears welling in his eyes as he couldn't say anything, thrashing and fighting as he struggled to breathe, the beeping increasing in tempo as he struggled. Then he was slapped, and he froze, eyes focusing, and he realized he was looking up at the ceiling, recognizing medical equipment in the corner of his eyes, a heart monitor and an IV drip. The monitor slowed for a second until a familiar figure with dark hair stepped into view, skyrocketing it again. You're going to end up even worse if you don't calm down, Mori said, stepping out of Dazai's sight again, the fear shooting through him like ice-cold water in his veins. He wanted to say something, but he wasn't going to try moving again. He'd freak himself out again, and he couldn't even open his mouth to attempt speaking. This little stunt of yours really scared your sister, Mori said casually, coming back into view again, a vial and a syringe in hand. Should have heard her screaming. She's staying with Ongo right now. Poor thing had to be pried off you. She got herself covered in your blood. Dazai watched with wide eyes as Mori inserted the needle into the vial, measuring out whatever was inside. At the mention of Elise, he felt his stomach turn, guilt making him nauseous as he remembered the scream and the crying. Ongo knows of this little trick now too, unfortunately. He was distraught. First your brother, now you? How would he have coped, I wonder? Though, not much would have been lost if you had succeeded. Mori continued, holding the syringe up to the light and flicking it, pushing out any air bubbles. Mori walked to stand beside the bed, leaning over him. He held out his hand with a smile, and Dazai's breathing picked up, shaky and erratic. "Arm, please," Mori asked, and then he stopped himself. "Ah, right, the restraints. You're a rather volatile patient to work with. I had a nurse fetch them while you were still out." Mori grabbed onto Dazai's upper arm, and Dazai tried to pull away, kicking and thrashing as he tried to get away from Mori and his needle, but Mori had a firm grip on his arm. However, Mori did let go, sighing in irritation as Dazai squirmed. "Idiot, this is intravenous. I can't inject it if you're not holding still." Mori spat out with annoyance. Dazai pointedly looked at the IV stand, and Mori sighed. "It's not been inserted yet. It's for after I've done the stitches for your neck. Because you're volatile and likely to find a way to rip it out, even if you are bound." Dazai glared at Mori. He hated that. He's not angry. He is not a volatile person. He doesn't lash out for no reason. He doesn't know why, but he doesn't just do it for fun. Mori just went for Dazai's arm again, and Dazai, again, didn't let him. He wanted to know what it was. He wouldn't just let Mori inject him with no explanation. This time, however, Mori just sighed again and pressed the call button. Dazai felt his heart leap into his throat. Fighting and pulling at the straps holding his wrists and ankles down, he struggled, tears pooling in his eyes. He attempted to shake his head and instead let out a silent scream of pain as he felt whatever wound he had inflicted on himself start bleeding again. The door of the room he was in burst open, and seconds later there were multiple sets of heavy hands holding him down, looking up to see multiple men holding his shoulders, arms, and legs. Any panic he was feeling before tripled, and he struggled against them, unable to do anything more than squirm slightly under the painful pressure, chest heaving with silent sobs as tears spilled down his face. There was a pinch of pain as Mori pricked the needle into Dazai's skin, and Dazai just closed his eyes tightly, tense and still as he gave up fighting, the nurses not letting up their holds. Only when Mori pulled away and signaled to the nurses they could leave did any of them let go, and Dazai just stared at the ceiling with tears in his eyes, the imprints of the hands that had been holding him down lingering on his skin, making him want to puke. Mori moved to his left side, and Dazai felt more than saw as the bandages around his neck were pulled away, relaxing a little despite himself now the pressure was off his neck. "You're lucky I hold so much sway in this place, or the word of your attempt would be far and wide," Mori said, his voice cold and clinical as Dazai felt him press gauze against the side of his neck. "If it wasn't for me, you'd be spending your birthday in a psychiatric ward," Mori continued, and Dazai didn't look at him, just curling his fingers into a fist. Mori hummed for a second, reaching for some things. You lost a lot of blood. You'll likely need a transfusion once you've been stitched up. You've only been here for 20 minutes at most. You were nowhere near deep enough for a successful suicide. Barely deep enough to cause muscle damage, never mind slice your jugular, which is what I assume you were aiming for. Though, judging by your arms, trying to slice your arteries there didn't work either. Change your mind halfway through? Dazai clenched his jaw, wincing as the movement sent pain lacing through his neck. Deep enough for stitches, and a few lovely scars though. I suppose if Elise hadn't found you, you might have bled to death. Mori said, a thoughtful tone to his voice. Which reminds me, he added, smiling at Dazai sickeningly. I thought I told you not to make a mess. I hope you'll enjoy cleaning that when we get home. You're not getting that scalpel back if this is the consequences. I really didn't want to be in the hospital tonight, and Elise is going to struggle to recover from this, of course. Dazai wanted to say something, anything, just to get Mori to stop talking, but he still couldn't speak. A complete roadblock in place, and his limbs felt heavy, like there was a weight settling in his bones. He felt ridiculously tired, his brain slowing as whatever sedative Mori must have given him kicked in. This game of yours is getting boring, Dazai. It's rinse and repeat. I thought when you threw yourself in the river and discovered drowning wasn't as painless as you thought it would be, you'd get bored quickly. If you keep going like this, I might have to believe you're actually suicidal. Self-harm is one thing, but an intent to die? I'd need to medicate you. After all the work we've put into your future, it would be wasteful to have you die. Dazai turned his head slightly to glare at Mori through blurry and unfocused eyes, black creeping at the corners of his vision. I wonder how Chuya would feel knowing all the things you've hid from him. Mori mused aloud. Would he be sad? Angry? I wonder if he'd still talk to you. Dazai shook his head weakly, but he was so tired, and his eyes felt weighted with lead as he struggled against the sedative. Mori sighed, checking his watch, clearly just waiting for Dazai to fall asleep. We have a name for a patient like you in psychiatry, or anywhere really. He tilted his head, studying Dazai with a calculating expression. You're a revolving door patient, the kind that doesn't get better. You leave out the door and come back in a few moments later as if you've never stepped out from the doorway. I doubt you'll live for long on your own. No amount of help can fix your issues. Normal is something you'll probably never know. Dazai felt his bottom lip tremble. Of course he knows what a revolving door patient is, but to hear it? Of course he'd never get normal. Misery is attracted to him like a magnet. Normal wasn't something people like him were allowed. Dazai might have been going insane, but for a second, Mori's expression softened, as though for a second he was seeing someone other than Dazai. Because why would Mori ever look at him like that? Like he was soft? Mori moved to brush Dazai's hair out of his face, and Dazai flinched, but Mori persisted, smoothing his hair with a slight hint of remorse behind the dead look in his eyes. Go to sleep, Dazai. If you get this done quickly, you can go to school tomorrow. Mori said, voice soft in a way that made Dazai hate him even more, and his eyes welled with tears, and most horrifically, made him want to reach out and bury himself in his dad's arms like he belonged there. But of course he didn't. Still, as Mori tucked his hair away once more, he let his eyes fall close, being pulled into unwilling unconsciousness as he heard a few last words. You can sleep, Osamu. Chapter 20. Chuya fell asleep sometime after 3 a.m. The bruises that appeared on his skin and the sudden pains through his neck over the night didn't do anything to quell the increasing and sickening anxiety he was riddled with. But through all of it, he got up. He got off the couch, detangling from his place squashed between his mother and Koyo, and he brushed his teeth, then his hair, and got dressed, finding use for the choker Dazai had bought him for his birthday, carefully positioned over his neck to hide the blue lines. He just got ready as normal, quietly, slowly, numbly. But he was alive, and he wasn't sure if he could say the same for his soulmate. He left earlier than usual, breathing in deeply in the slightly chilly air, the breeze a relief, and instead of walking to school, he turned the opposite way, walking in the direction of Dazai's house. He stopped as he came to a small bridge over a river, a footpath, no cars nearby. It was quiet, the world seemingly asleep aside from him, the birds and the river the only things audible for once. He stood at the railing and crossed his arms, leaning his cheek on them, watching the water trickle over the rocks, down the curve of the earth, out to the sea eventually. The quiet was refreshing, a moment to himself with the morning sun warming his back through his shirt, his hair blowing in the breeze. He blinked lethargically, the sound of quiet footsteps making him raise his head, and Dazai stopped next to him, leaning his elbows on the railing as well, his hands dangling over the edge. They didn't say anything for a few seconds, and Chuya instead just looked at Dazai, who looked dead on his feet. He was pale, dark circles and red under eyes, his lips bitten so hard that there were red marks where his teeth had sunk in. Chuya was sure he didn't look much better, but Dazai managed to pull it off with a kind of grace you wouldn't expect from him, and Chuya was almost jealous of how effortlessly good he seemed to look, even while appearing half dead. "You look tired," Chuya said quietly, and Dazai turned to look at him, the sun catching his face, lighting his eyes to look almost red. "I feel it," Dazai responded, voice hoarse and scratchy, but he smiled slightly, looking at Chuya in the same light, the way his hair was messy despite his attempts to tame it, the way he rested his face on his arms, and the way his eyes were squinted slightly in the sun. Chuya paused, going quiet, debating his next words, looking at Dazai carefully, hair falling in his face. "My soulmate tried to kill himself again. I don't know if he's alive this time," he admitted quietly, the words like lead on his tongue, forcing him to choke around them. "He's alive," Dazai said, voice devoid of emotion, and he turned to look down at the water, eyes tracing a leaf from upstream as it floated along idly. "How do you know? What if he isn't?" Chuya asked, lifting his head, looking at Dazai with a hint of hope. "You wouldn't have the marks anymore. They would have disappeared within a few minutes," Dazai said, expression softening as he kept looking away, eyes distant, like he wasn't quite there, watching something else. Chuya felt some of the tension drop from his shoulders, but the look on Dazai's face didn't give him the reassurance he might have gotten if he looked more reassuring. Instead, Dazai just looked tired. "Something up?" Chuya asked cautiously, careful to not come off as pushy. Turns out he didn't need to do that, as Dazai just hummed and shrugged. Then his breath hitched and he winced at the movement. Quickly, before Chuya could ask, he spoke, avoiding another questions by answering Chuya's first one. "I'm just tired, really tired. I just want to sleep until the summer." Chuya sighed. "Dazai, you said the same thing in February. It's May. It's pretty much the summer already." Dazai swallowed, looking down at his hands, chewing on his lips. I know, maybe until June, the holidays, we can have week-long sleepovers and do stupid shit again. Dazai said quietly, not meeting Chuya's eyes. Despite the relatively clear sky, it started to rain, thin and light, but catching the sun and causing ripples in the water. We can't sleep for a month, Chuya said, shifting his tone to something more firm. He pushed himself away from the railing, turning and facing the sun, shaking his head and tilting his face to the sun. He sighed in the warmth and closed his eyes for a moment. He heard a faint click, and when he turned around, Dazai was standing with his little digital camera pointed at Chuya. Dazai lowered it, checking the picture, and Chuya smiled, his cheeks going pink as he looked at the expression of concentration as Dazai analyzed the picture. Hey, he started, and Dazai looked up again, still looking distinctly tired, and Chuya frowned a little. On your birthday, we'll go get slushies or ice cream or something. Go sit outside the pretty library, he said, running through things they could do outside their usual. We can find something worth being awake for. Dazai stared at Chuya, eyes glittering from something other than the light, and he cleared his throat. That sounds alright. Suddenly, Dazai stepped forward, and Chuya was pulled into his arms. Chuya didn't hesitate in hugging him back, squeezing him tightly. Dazai was shaking slightly, and Chuya just rested his cheek on Dazai's shoulder, face turned into his neck, nose wrinkled at the strong smell of antiseptic. Then, Dazai pulled him down, and they were sitting on the little bridge, tucked in at the side and holding each other tightly in their arms. Chuya held out fistfuls of Dazai's shirt, and he closed his eyes tightly, and he whispered something against his neck. We'll stay awake together, at least a little longer. He felt the motion of Dazai nodding and taking a shaky breath, his chest shuddering with the force of it. If they ended up being late to school, neither of them particularly cared. Rampo appeared out of nowhere, startling Chuya, who hid his surprised jump by rolling his eyes. You need to stop sneaking up to people like that. You're gonna give someone a heart attack, Chuya said, sitting down in his usual lunch spot. I don't think I will, Rampo responded, distracted, looking around. Where's Dazai? He asked, and Chuya raised an eyebrow, pointing in the direction of the school. Speaking to our art teacher. His final isn't finished yet, and they're supposed to be submitted soon. Rampo hummed, furrowing his eyebrows, looking serious. Something is wrong with him. What is it? Rampo demanded to know, and Chuya looked at him, frowning. What do you mean? Aside from his eating, all I can think of is he seems depressed as shit. But that's normal, I suppose, Chuya said, sitting up straight. Why? He asked, tone taking on a slightly more concerned hint. How's Oda doing? Rampo asked instead, sounding extremely worried. Chuya sighed and shrugged. I don't know. I didn't know I was supposed to be worrying about Dazai's brother. Yeah? Well, look at this, Rampo said, kneeling next to Chuya. He turned his phone around, opened on Facebook, and on a recommended post, in bold letters, there was an obituary. for Oda Sakonosuke. Juya felt sick, leaning forward and taking Rampo's phone from his hand. His eyes narrowed in on the date of the funeral, clear on the post. May 14th. Dazai was off school that day. He said Elise got sick. Juya said quietly, handing Rampo his phone back. Why didn't he tell me? Why didn't he tell anyone? Rampo corrected, frowning down at his phone. Nobody knew. Aside from you and I, still nobody knows. He probably didn't want anyone to worry. Juya struggled for words for a second, feeling hurt and a little betrayed. But that's bullshit, he exclaimed. His brother, who I knew and my sister used to be good friends with, died, and he didn't think to tell me? Maybe invite us to the funeral? Juya, I don't think it's particularly fair to... No! I think I have a right to be upset about that. He's not just not told me, he's lied to me. Juya said, scowling. He's lied to all of us. That's what Dazai is, a liar. Rampo said blankly. Juya scowled. Don't talk about him like that. Rampo scoffed and rolled his eyes. I'm not being malicious, I'm being factual. Dazai is a liar, not because he wants to be, but because of self-preservation. Rampo explained, plainly and blankly, as he properly sat down in front of Juya. Juya glowered, because deep down he knew Rampo was right. Dazai was a liar. Dazai got defensive. Dazai got avoidant. Still, Juya couldn't help but feel betrayed, weirdly hurt over the realization Dazai hadn't told him. He had known Oda, viewed him as family for years when he and Koyo had been best friends. He felt so unbelievably crushed by the knowledge he had died. The point stands. Something is seriously wrong with Dazai this time. I don't know what, and it's driving me insane. Figure it out, Rampo asked, voice slightly pleading. Between us, we can work it out, find something to solve. He needs help. You're not stupid, Juya. His dad has done something, I'm sure of it. Juya felt guilty and sick as Rampo accused him of his suspicions towards Dazai's dad. But the fact Rampo shared them was even worse. He bit on his thumbnail, then shook his head. Hold on, what even brought this on? What's thrown you into such a fuss now of all times? Rampo blinked a few times, looking confused. Have you not noticed? He asked, tilting his head. Obviously not if I'm asking. Juya responded with irritation. Rampo rolled his eyes at Juya's tone, but explained anyway. He's not let a single person touch him all day, to the point he was noticeably jumping out of the way of people. The only time he did was Kunikida, who held his arm to pull him out of the way of those new transfer students coming down the hall. One of them is blind, and Dazai was right in the way of his cane. And Dazai looked like he might have thrown up. Juya frowned. He had no problem with me touching him earlier. In fact, he hugged me first, and we were holding hands when we walked to school too. I didn't realize that could have been an issue. Rampo blinked a few times, then sighed, not annoyed, but not amused either. Of course he was letting you touch him. You're not the same as me or Kunikida. What's that supposed to mean? Juya asked quickly, getting defensive. It's supposed to mean that you're obviously... Rampo cut himself off, then cleared his throat. You're friends in a way that's slightly different to everyone else. Kind of like how Kunikida and Yosano are friends. Juya raised his eyebrow, but let it drop and sighed. Okay, the point being, he's more jumpy and skittish than usual, and you think his dad has done something. He asked for confirmation. Rampo nodded. I need you to keep an eye on things, because I have a really bad feeling. Just, if something happens, tell me, Rampo said, standing up again. Chuya didn't like this, the responsibility of having to look out for Dazai, when he wasn't sure what he was looking out for, or how to know. But he wasn't going to not. How could he? That's his best friend, above all else. Okay, he agreed, and Rampo sighed. Then, Rampo produced 2 lollipops out of nowhere, threw one at Chuya, and walked away. Chuya sat down with the lollipop, slightly bewildered, but he sighed, and just put it with his lunch, and ran a hand through his hair. This was so complicating, and so upsetting, and he was so lost. There was nothing to be done, yet everything could be done, and he didn't know anything. But he was supposed to know everything, apparently. He put his head in his hands. This was already a long day. Dazai had went straight home after school. Reluctantly, Chuya had informed Koyo and his parents of the news about Oda. Koyo had retreated to her room. She hadn't left for a few hours. His parents had lit a candle and set it next to a picture of a smiling young Koyo and Oda, being left to burn out. Chuya stood in his room, thumb hovering over the dial button for Dazai's number. With a shaky breath, he pressed the button and placed it to his ear. Within 2 rings, it was picked up, Dazai's voice hoarse and quiet on the other end. Chuya, what's up? Dazai asked, sounding a little tired. Why didn't you tell me? Chuya asked right away, knowing he'd never bring it up if he didn't get straight into it. Tell you what? Dazai asked, suddenly sounding a lot clearer. About Oda. Chuya responded, clearing his throat. You didn't tell me he died. There was a sharp inhale of breath from the other side, and Dazai scrambled for an explanation. It was sudden, and I just didn't know how to say it, and you're so busy with your soulmate. Dazai, shut up! Chuya snapped, voice hurt and angry. I'm sorry, Dazai said, voice panicked. No, God, Dazai. Chuya groaned, rubbing his face. Stop. I don't care. Just, I'm sorry about your brother. I'm so sorry. I know how much he meant to you. Chuya said, trying to keep his voice as comforting as possible. This was not the time to be upset at Dazai. It was Dazai's brother. But that didn't stop the feeling of betrayal at not being told, at being lied to. Dazai was quiet for a moment before he spoke. I can hear it in your voice. You do care, because I didn't tell you, Dazai accused. Chuya sighed, but decided to be honest. Yeah, you know what? I do care. I mentioned Oda a few times, and you never thought to mention the fact that he passed. I asked if you were alright, and you said you were, despite the fact your older brother died. You didn't invite me, or more importantly, my sister, who used to be one of his best friends, to the funeral. I'm pretty upset, not to mention the fact that suddenly I'm being made aware of the fact that someone that I once upon a time looked up to has died. I do care, because you seem not to. I'm sorry your brother died. I really am. You should have told me, instead of hiding it from everyone you know as though it wouldn't be found out eventually. When Chuya finished, he was breathing heavily and tears were pricking in his eyes, but he stood his guard until Dazai spoke softly. I'm sorry, he said quietly. Chuya took a shaky breath and shook his head, despite the fact Dazai couldn't see it. Don't be, It's too late now. He was your brother. I'm sorry he died. I'm sorry if I made you feel like you couldn't tell me. It was quiet for a few seconds until Dazai spoke again.
Was that all you wanted?
Yeah, Chuya admitted, standing awkwardly in the center of the room, in his pajamas, with toothpaste still on his tongue. He had been getting ready for bed before he called. Are you okay? He asked, voice quiet. Please be honest. Dazai sighed, long and slow, and then answered.
I mean, not really, but I'm getting over it.
Dazai said with a resigned tone to his voice. Chuya swallowed and nodded. Okay, that's good, I guess.
Should I go now?
Dazai asked tiredly. No, Chuya decided, turning off his light and climbing into bed. You're sleeping on call with me. Dazai scoffed as Chuya put his phone on his bedside table, plugging it to charge.
You're such a demanding doggy.
Dazai grumbled, and Chuya ignored him. It's your turn to tell a story, Chuya said, settling under his covers and stretching a little. Dazai groaned, but after a second pause, he started speaking.
In a distant universe, jumping through timelines, there was a man with hair like fire and eyes like sapphire, and he was powerful.
Is this supposed to be me? Chuya interrupted with a yawn, feeling tired after the horrid night prior.
Just listen.
Dazai whined, and Chuya scoffed at his tone, but was quiet.
The man had a superpower, a special ability like no other. The ability to control gravity. He could fly. He could make other people fly and change the weight of the objects near to him.
Chuya hummed. He quite liked the sound of that. He'd never be scared of heights like that. This story sounds awfully familiar, he commented, fighting off tired eyes.
Shh,
was all Dazai responded with.
He had a superpower so powerful that he was one of the most successful criminals in the world. He was a leader in a mafia, with a detective rival. He and the detective rival had been partners years before, but they split after a series of unfortunate events.
Chuya raised an eyebrow at the criminal bit, but he was so tired. He just let his eyes fall close, listening to Dazai speak.
They worked together closely for years until the split, and when they reunited, it was like nothing had changed. They worked together as before, only this time an understanding had been reached, that regardless of anything, they could trust the other, that things would always work out in the end. Dazai paused in his storytelling, curling up tighter on himself, listening closely, and then a faint snore came from the other side of the line, and he smiled a little, listening to the small sounds. Sleep well, Chuya, he whispered, pressing the button to hang up. Then he sat up, grabbing his first aid kit and going to his mirror, pulling off the blanket covering the glass. He had wounds to keep clean. Saturday afternoon, and Chuya was poring over a poem, wanting to tear his hair out. Next to him were two carefully wrapped presents, using the same constellation wrapping paper Dazai had gone insane over the past 2 years. Little details Chuya held on to that should have made him realize he loved Dazai long before he did. On top of the two presents was an envelope, a slight bulk in the paper he smiled at knowingly.
Then he looked back at the poem and wanted to bash his head down on the table. Moving his head into his hands, Julia took a deep breath before picking up his phone, pinging a message to a very specific group chat. Fish viewers. Slug. You all bought your tickets, right? Ran. Who do you think we are? Kinikida. I ensured that everyone did that a few days ago. All tickets have been bought and transportation had been arranged. Slug. You lot are lifesavers. That said, if Dazai finds out I arranged this, y'all are gonna be blocked. This is a surprise, and y'all know he will be asking about it. Shut the fuck up. Nobody spill unless you like having your lives ruined. Missy. Wow, he's even spelling everything correctly. Slug. I hate you, Yosano! Ran. Spoke too soon, lol. Now, Julia is a lot of things, but one thing he refuses to be, at least when it came to Dazai, was a loser. Therefore, this specific bit for Dazai's birthday, this had been planned for weeks. So Julia backed out the chat and opened his messages with Dazai, grinning as he typed it out. 9:23. Oi, why the fuck did you hang up? You snore. 15:37. Bus station, tomorrow, 10 a.m. Bring your camera and a jacket. Look nice. What? What's happening? Why? Just be there. Okay. Why? Smiley face. Julia smiled and turned, looking at the outfit he had picked for the next day, then glancing back at Dazai's presents. Despite everything, he was determined to make tomorrow a good day. He turned back to the poem, groaning loudly again. This was agonizing, however. Still, he picked up his pen, reworking the words for the 100th time. Chapter 21. He's going to be late. You should have told him to be here 5 minutes ago. That way, when he showed up now, he wouldn't have missed the bus. Kunikida said, his arms crossed, but with an anxious crease in his forehead Julia had learned to pick out. Kunikida, the bus isn't even here yet. We have time, and I doubt he's going to be late for this, Julia said, trying to sound reassuring. There's another bus in an hour anyway. If we do miss it, it's not the end of the world, Yosano added, stepping up beside Kunikida and taking his hand. Julia furrowed his eyebrows in confusion at the interaction, and the small exchanged smiles between the two, not having a chance to ponder what that meant before he was interrupted. So, maybe you could explain where we're going? Dazai asked, finally arriving, and Julia turned around with a wide smile, faltering as he actually looked at Dazai. Dazai had clearly taken the time to put effort into his appearance. His hair was fluffy and pinned behind one of his ears. He had his glasses on, and he was wearing a pair of tan trousers with a dark brown jumper on, a collared shirt visible beneath. Julia stared. Dazai's browns and tan, an obvious contrast to his own grey jeans and Radiohead t-shirt. He looked so nice, put together and clean, ditching the usual scruffiness. Where's all your emo gone? Yosano asked as she came up beside Julia, scrutinizing Dazai's appearance. Dazai smiled and shrugged. I was told to look nice. Most of the clothes I had were Chuya's, so I decided to find something that actually belongs to me for once. Aside from the jumper, that's Chuya's. He explained, glancing at Chuya, but then directing his attention back to Yosano. Why? Does it look bad? Yosano shook her head, looking slightly impressed. No, it suits you. Not that the dark colors don't, but this is very nice on you, she said, and Chuya yelped as she elbowed his ribs, and he startled, blurting out his words. You look good. Really good. He cleared his throat, and then he glared at Dazai. Amazing how much of a change your appearance takes the second you start wearing your own clothes, huh? He asked, and Dazai grinned, having the decency to look somewhat guilty. I like your clothes better than mine. What can I say? Chuya was floored again, and internally cursing himself over and over, so he rolled his eyes, stepping forward to grab Dazai's hand and just drag him to the rest of their friends. Most people are here. Kunikida, Yosano, Rampo, Atsushi, Akutagawa. The lot. Chuya said, pulling Dazai over to the bus stands. You have your bus card, don't you? Dazai nodded and pulled his wallet out of a bag Chuya didn't notice, slung over his shoulder mindlessly. Dazai's eyes shifted to their friends in their group, and he smiled a little. You never said they were gonna be here. You know, you could have warned me it was going to be a 7-person outing, he said, but he was smiling slightly. Chuya shrugged. I could have, but then you probably wouldn't have put in so much effort, he pointed out. Dazai opened his mouth to protest, before thinking it over and conceding the point. I suppose I'm not particularly bothered about impressing any of them, he said, slipping his wallet into his pocket, his bus card in hand. Chuya raised an eyebrow, smiling slightly. But you are bothered about impressing me? He asked, tone a mixture of disbelief and teasing. You're the one most likely to ruthlessly make fun of me if I'm not dressed to your standards. Alas, I got a compliment a few minutes ago, Dazai said, a wide teasing smile on his face, cheeks slightly pink. You said I looked good. Do you know how revolutionary this is? Me getting anything other than a vague threat or a backhanded insult from you? Okay, I get it, Chuya grumbled, pushing Dazai. Just then, the bus pulled into the stands, the driver quickly switching with another, and Chuya caught the sight of Kunikida scowling at his watch. Chuya then took Dazai's hand and grabbed his own bus card. Quickly, Chuya got them their tickets, and they practically ran to the top of the bus, going right to the front, claiming the 2 front seats with the big window. So, where are we going? Dazai asked again, as their friends chatted happily behind them, getting their own seats. Chuya shook his head. You don't get to know, he responded, grabbing his own bag and opening it, fishing around for his headphones. Does everyone else know? Dazai asked, and when Chuya nodded, still fighting for his headphones, he let out a betrayed gasp. What? You've wounded me! You went behind my back? He whined in mock betrayal before turning around. Akutagawa, where are we going? Dazai demanded to know, and Atsushi audibly slapped his hand over Akutagawa's mouth. Sorry, Dazai, but we're more scared of Chuya than inclined to tell you. Atsushi apologized, while Akutagawa fought with his hand. Ew! Atsushi yelled as Akutagawa gave up on dignity and licked Atsushi's palm, glaring at him as Atsushi fought to wipe his hand on Akutagawa's coat. Don't touch me so brazenly, Jinko, Akutagawa said with a wrinkled nose. Besides, I wasn't going to share. I believe it would be better if Dazai found out for himself. How much of that was Akutagawa's own decision, or a result of the glare Chuya was sending over his seat? Chuya couldn't care less. Dazai, however, had moved on to the bizarre nickname. Jinko? Dazai asked curiously. And where, Tiger? Atsushi added sullenly, crossing his arms. Akutagawa took on a suddenly somewhat prideful expression, smiling slightly. He likes tigers, and said if he could be like a werewolf, but only a tiger, he would be quite happy to live somewhere rural to be able to move freely. Atsushi groaned, covering his face with his hands as he turned bright red in embarrassment, curling in on himself. Stop! That makes it sound weird! Atsushi pleaded, the shame clear in his voice. Now, Atsushi, Dazai said in a firm and parental tone that made Chuya pause, until it morphed into something more teasing, and all Chuya felt was sorrow for the kid. Being a furry is nothing to be ashamed about. We're your friends, and we love and support you regardless. Dazai said with a grin so wide his face hurt before he got interrupted. I'm not a furry! Atsushi yelled, making Kunikida and Yosano, who were sitting behind him, burst out laughing. It's okay, Atsushi. We'll be here when you're ready to tell us. Dazai continued solemnly, reaching to ruffle Atsushi's hair. Then the bus started, and Dazai yelped, almost falling, and Chuya quickly grabbed Dazai's arm and pulled him down to sit in the seat. Dazai jumped and pulled himself from Chuya's grasp quickly, eyes wide and breathing quick already, like he had been suddenly dropped in the middle of a panic attack. Chuya himself panicked for a second and spoke, returning his hand to Dazai's arm, but not holding it, just touching him slightly. You're going to fall if you're not careful, and stop terrorizing Atsushi. He's going to wake up in cold sweats, dreaming of this moment for the rest of his life. Chuya said, speaking clearly and deliberately as Dazai relaxed again quickly. But that's my job to mortify Atsushi. He's not experienced enough gut-wrenching embarrassment in my opinion, Dazai said, sighing and leaning against Chuya. I think the fact I'm an orphan should give me a pass from incessant bullying from my own friends. Atsushi chimed in from behind them. What are you gonna do? Tell your parents? Dazai asked, and there was silence from their little group as the joke sunk in. Dazai? Atsushi said quietly, voice slightly strained. Yes? Dazai asked tentatively. That was kind of funny, Atsushi said, and Chuya watched the relief on Dazai's face. God, Atsushi, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought you were upset. Dazai complained. Atsushi just laughed behind them, and Dazai shook his head. You see that? The disrespect? He shouldn't treat his elders that way. Dazai grumbled overdramatically, and Chuya rolled his eyes. You're barely older than him. You're only old enough to be his brother. Chuya pointed out, his headphones in his hands with his phone. Dazai hummed, his eyes going to Chuya's hair. Do you plan on leaving your hair down today? Dazai asked, and Chuya blinked. He had been, but if Dazai was looking for something to do with his hands, which he likely was given the slight shake to them, then he could hardly refuse the opportunity. I think a ponytail would be nice. Something simple. A ponytail with a little braid at the side to go into it? Dazai asked to compromise. Chuya sighed, pulling a hair tie off his wrist and nodding. Okay, you can do a braid. He agreed. Dazai smiled softly, moving away from Chuya, and they adjusted themselves in the familiar way so Dazai could reach Chuya's hair. Wordlessly, Chuya put an earbud of his headphones in, passing the other to Dazai, and let his music play as Dazai messed around with his hair to pull it up. It proved a challenge with the movement of the bus, but after a few tries, Chuya felt the final tug of his hair through the tie, and a few moments later, Dazai had his arms around his shoulders from behind. "Thank you," he said quietly. "What for?" Chuya asked, sitting back against the seat again. Dazai pulled away and shifted to lean against him, looking out the window. "Don't make me say it." Chuya smiled a little, then took Dazai's hand, squeezing it slightly. "I won't." The bus ride took longer than Chuya thought it would have, only getting to the stop as it neared 12. Dazai groaned, whining. "That was so long! Why did we have to travel for so long? I'm sure whatever you were looking for could have been found in Yokohama." Chuya sighed in irritation, pulling Dazai along. "The train would have taken half an hour. The bus might be long, but none of us can drive or have the money for 2 train journeys." He responded, and Dazai went quiet, seeing the point. "I guess. Though, why are we here? I don't recognize the city," Dazai asked, looking around a little hopelessly. Chuya had actually been careful with this. Dazai was a freak at memorizing directions, so he was careful to pick a place that he was positive Dazai had never been. That had meant studying Google Maps to know where he was going, but it was worth it, as he pulled Dazai into a sharp right. Then he covered Dazai's eyes, to which Dazai tensed up, holding onto Chuya's hand tightly, but he didn't complain. He led Dazai into the middle of the parking lot, letting their friends wait, and he took a deep breath, smiling, and he uncovered Dazai's eyes, watching as they opened wide.
"Happy birthday!"
was cheered from Chuya and the small group of people behind him, and Dazai stared, dumbfounded, at his friends. "What?" Dazai asked helplessly. "Welcome to your surprise birthday party," Chuya said proudly. "You've never had one before, and I decided that needed to change." Dazai hesitated, glancing up at the sign, "Aquarium," written in bold letters. "You didn't stop chirping on about wanting to go to one of these for a few months, so we figured that it was a safe place to go," Chuya said with a wide smile. Dazai quickly pulled his camera from his pocket, fiddling with it with shaky hands, and he took a picture of his friends all lined up in front of the aquarium, large smiles and a look of pride on most of their faces. Dazai looked at the picture, then up again, looking a little lost. "Why though?" he asked, still confused. "What do you mean, why?" Chuya asked, rolling his eyes and grabbing Dazai's hand, pulling him the rest of the way to their group of friends. "'Cause you're our friend and we wanted to do something nice for you. It's not that hard to understand," he said, leading Dazai to the doors of the aquarium, pushing them open and smiling at him. "It's not some mega elaborate plan to make you indebted to anyone. We just thought it would be cool to throw you a proper birthday party with everyone." Dazai still seemed surprised, but he smiled and tilted his head. I suppose that explains the super long bus ride, and everyone knowing other than me, and the instructions to look nice. He trailed off and groaned. How did I not guess?" Chuya grinned proudly. There was a lot of planning done to ensure you wouldn't be able to figure out ahead of time. Everyone was pitching in with ideas to make it less obvious. Dazai scowled, but he was practically radiating excitement. "Ah, so everyone was just teaming up on me then? No concern for how I would feel about being so blatantly betrayed? He said, faking hurt, while Kunikida was over at the desk, organizing their tickets with the receptionist. Well, you can feel betrayed from the ground outside, or you can come and visit your family with us. My family? Dazai asked, confused, before he realized. Says you! I'll drop you off at the vet on the way back. You need to be put down. Chuya scowled and elbowed Dazai in the ribs. I'd like to see you try it, prick. Dazai laughed a little, smiling with flushed cheeks. Maybe I will. Then Dazai paused, and Kunikida came around with wristbands, handing them out, and Dazai took one for both of them. As Chuya took one and peeled the back off to stick it around Dazai's wrist, Dazai spoke again. I'm usually at your house for my birthday anyway. Why are we here as well? I'm obviously not complaining, but... Chuya sighed and held out his own wrist for Dazai to put the wristband on. Can you think of some of the places we've been for my birthday? We've been to the zoo, the beach, a museum. The list goes on. Regardless of anything, my parents have always made the effort to make my birthday fun. He paused, thinking about his words. Where have you been for your birthday? Dazai frowned, avoiding Chuya's eyes by playing with the wristband. Your house? Exactly. That's why we're here. Chuya said, and he pulled his hands away, while Kunikida, who had appointed himself as event coordinator, checked his watch. It's almost lunch. I'd suggest we go around as a group once, then go get something to eat before splitting up. The aquarium closes at 4, and our bus is at 4:15, so we have until just before closing. Kunikida said, addressing the group. Chuya was extremely glad for Kunikida being a stickler for timekeeping, because while he had been the one to arrange most of the stuff, Kunikida had figured out bus times, and there had been a collective relief when Kunikida appeared with a general schedule for their day. Chuya ended up next to Yosano, and Dazai ended up bothering Kunikida, but Chuya had no problem with that, smiling and chatting with Yosano as they began their first round of the aquarium. By the time they had finished their first tour of the aquarium, it had taken much longer than intended. It was nearly 2 p.m. as they were led to one of the party tables in the lunch hall, and Chuya could have sworn there were claws in his stomach because of how hungry he was. It took a few minutes for all of them to settle, and Dazai was sat right in the middle of the table, Chuya on one side, Rampo on the other, and Kunikida across from them, with Yosano next to him across from Rampo, Atsushi and Akutagawa on Kunikida's other side. After extensive 10 minutes of research, it had turned out paying for one of the big tables where they give you sandwiches, juice, and some cupcakes for a birthday party was cheaper than everyone buying individual meals. So the table they were sitting at was designed to sit a lot more people than there were. But the sandwiches and juice were already there, so Chuya couldn't care less. Dazai had a big smile that hadn't fallen for the past hour or so, and Chuya was captivated, had been captivated by the rosy hint to his cheeks, the ways his eyes creased as he smiled, every little detail of his face he hadn't noticed before. Then Dazai turned to him, wrinkling his nose. Chuya, do you know what's in these? He asked, pointing at the sandwiches. Chuya hummed, looking at the sandwiches, and Yosano took a look as well, before listing them off. I think these ones are cheese, those ones are ham, and these ones are tuna. Yosano listed off, pointing at the plates. Dazai still looked vaguely unimpressed, chewing on his lip anxiously, and Chuya tilted his head back, and took 1/2 of both the ham and the cheese. Put one of the ham slices on the cheese, and some of the cheese on the ham one, Chuya said as he took one of the halves of a tuna sandwich for himself. Dazai huffed and just picked up the cheese one. I'm not a child, Chuya. I can't handle my cheese and my ham being on separate sandwich halves, he said, before hesitating, staring down the food in his hand. Chuya smiled slightly and raised an eyebrow. Yeah, of course you can, he said skeptically, and Dazai scowled, took a bite, and then scrunched his face up. Chuya watched as Dazai slowly put the sandwich down and swallowed, looking mildly nauseated. It doesn't taste the same, he said, almost guiltily as he took his sandwiches apart and started doing what Chuya had said. That's why I told you to mix them up, Chuya said with a sigh and a fond smile, and Dazai pouted. I can do what I want. If I wanted to have my sandwiches separate, I would have. Chuya responded, more focused on eating his own food before it all disappeared. The sandwiches were all devoured quickly, between jokes and stories and stupid comments, and Chuya noted quite happily that Dazai had eaten quite a bit, a decent amount at least. When they finished and someone had cleared their plates away, Kunikida got up, and suddenly the lights of the room they were in were dimmed. Dazai looked up from his camera in alarm, having been going through the photos he had taken, glancing around. What's going on? He started to ask, before he was cut off by Kunikida walking back in, followed by one of the workers, Kunikida recording as they started singing. Dazai was stuck, staring, his face flaring bright red in embarrassment as he stared at the tray of cupcakes, number candles saying 16 stuck in 2 different cupcakes, placed together and lighting the slightly dimmed room. Dazai glanced around helplessly, unsure where he was supposed to be looking. The cupcakes, the candles, the camera, his various friends smiling and singing, or if he should just bolt it. His eyes widened as the cupcakes were placed on the table in front of him, staring at them as he tried to process everything. It was different when it was Chuya's family to when it was his friends, when there was nobody there who could potentially ruin it for him, and he couldn't be trespassing or intruding. Happy birthday to With a wide smile, Dazai took a deep breath and blew the candles out, wincing at the sound of clapping, but feeling the best he had in years. There were tears in his eyes, and he sniffled, then leaned to Chuya, throwing his arms around Chuya's shoulders and hugging him tightly, fighting back tears as Chuya hugged him back. When he pulled away again, he flung himself at Rampo, who surprisingly accepted the hug for a few seconds before awkwardly patting Dazai's shoulder to let him know it was over. Kunikida got pulled over the table, and he seemed surprised by his inclusion in Dazai's hug attacks, but relented. When Dazai sat back down, he cleared his throat, shaking his head. You guys are jerks. Why would you do this to me? Dazai said, sighing dramatically. Because it's a little funny, Yosano responded with a smile, and Kunikida laughed. You would trip over and fall flat on your face if given the opportunity to do something like this to one of us, Rampo pointed out, staring at the cupcakes longingly. Yeah, but that's different. You aren't supposed to do this stuff to me. I'm supposed to do it to you, Dazai whined as he sat forward, carefully taking the candles out the icing of the cupcakes, pulling them to the side. Quit complaining, Kunikida chastised, and Dazai rolled his eyes. Yeah, whatever, Mom, Dazai said, before hesitating. I "I'm allowed a cupcake, right?" he asked, and Chuya rolled his eyes. "Dude, take one. We're all waiting on you," he said, and Dazai grinned, reaching for one of the chocolate ones, instantly licking the icing off the top. The second Dazai had picked one, 6 other hands reached for the other, and there wasn't any left on the tray. It was quiet for a moment as people were too busy with their cakes, until Akutagawa finished his seconds before Dazai was about to, and, of course, as the resident chaos bringer, Dazai spoke. "Hey, Akutagawa, you know that the paper on these kinds of cupcakes is usually edible?" Dazai suggested innocently. There was a collective groan, but Akutagawa, who had a tendency to believe whatever Dazai said, frowned. "Really?" he asked, and Dazai nodded enthusiastically, leaning forward. "It really is. Try some, just rip a bit off." Dazai insisted, and hesitantly, Akutagawa tore a bit off the colorful paper and put it in his mouth. Almost instantly, his expression changed to disgust, and he coughed, spitting it out and going straight for his juice. "You lied to me!" Akutagawa gasped, betrayed, once he had drank half his cup. Atsushi laughed next to Akutagawa, and Chuya was laughing too, and Dazai smiled widely. "Sorry," Dazai said happily, and Akutagawa huffed in indignation, crossing his arms. "I want to go back around the tanks now," Dazai said, standing up so fast he knocked his chair over. "Oops." Following Dazai as he drags him through the aquarium was less frustrating than Chuya thought it would have been. The sight of Dazai pointing out fish and taking pictures, looking around in constant awe and excitement, was enough to make any sense of annoyance from walking into Dazai every time he stopped abruptly to look at something else evaporate. He had no problem following Dazai around, and just smiling and watching every time Dazai was looking elsewhere. The weather had been dull all day, and now rain could be heard battering the tin roof above them as Dazai dragged him through the slowly emptying halls back to the overhead tanks. The noise quieted drastically as they entered one of the circular overhead tanks, the room empty and still as a stingray passed overhead. The lights were dimmed, the gray light from outside filtering through the water, a few phosphorescent fish glowing as they swam through the tank. Dazai's hand tightened its grasp on his own, and Chuya felt his cheeks flush, and he cleared his throat, looking down at the floor, at his boots next to Dazai's Converse. He waited for Dazai to make a comment or a joke, or for him to move away to get close to the glass. It turned out he didn't need to, looking up again, looking to Dazai. Dazai's head was tilted up, his eyes wide with wonder and mouth slightly open as he watched the fish, eyes darting to a shark as it neared. Chuya thought he might never breathe again, and he was okay with that. As Dazai stared up, Chuya couldn't take his eyes off him, tracing the shape of his face, the straight line of his nose, and the sharpening curve of his jaw. His lips, pink and permanently swollen from being chewed on. His hair, getting long and curling around his ears and the nape of his neck. The black glasses Dazai rarely ever wore. The few freckles spotted across his cheeks like constellations. Chuya looked at Dazai like he looked at the stars, like Dazai had mapped them out and had based their shapes on his thoughts and dreams. He was distinctly reminded of a similar scenario earlier that same year, of standing in a planetarium with his hand trapped in Dazai's, catching Dazai staring at him, and he wonders if Dazai had been looking at him like this. Had Dazai been tracing constellations on his freckles and planets in his moles? Had he been resisting the urge to tuck away the stray piece of hair falling across his face? Had he been dreaming of them both floating between galaxies, of letting the dust settle in their hair, and of doing nothing to resist the pull of a black hole? He wonders if Dazai had ever loved him too. He wonders if Dazai loves him too. His throat felt dry and scratchy, and for some reason he felt like he might cry. God, for how long has he been in love with Dazai? How could he have been so blind? Dazai turned to look at him, his lips curling into a smile. "Something to say, Slug?" he asked, the happiness shining through his voice. "I love you," his thoughts screamed at him. "I love you, I love you, I love you more than anything." His throat closed up and he smiled instead. Something sweet and soft, genuine and kind. No jagged edge, no hidden resentment, no pretend hatred. "You're ugly," he lied. Dazai grinned, squeezing his hand tighter. "You're uglier." Chuya's delusional because he hears something entirely different in the soft creases at the edges of Dazai's eyes, and in the thumb rubbing the back of his hand, and the way Dazai moves closer to nudge him with his shoulder. It sounds like a love confession as it falls from Dazai's lips, like it was the most natural intonation to place behind the words, like he was quoting the Bible or his favorite piece of poetry, which his brain unhelpfully supplies as he's trying to remind himself Dazai does not like him back. If he knows anything about Dazai, his favorite piece of poetry would be something Chuya himself had written. The thought places something warm in his chest, which he has grown to realize is not fever, but fondness. Still, he scowls and snaps back. "Compared to you, I'm amazing," he said, struggling to think of a comparison. His thoughts had went, "Compared to you, I must be the ugliest thing in existence. That's okay." "Yeah, I suppose you are." Chuya faltered, his cheeks going bright red as he looks up at Dazai with wide eyes. That sounded like a confession. But it wasn't. He had to firmly remind himself. Dazai tilted his head as he waited for a response. "Are you trying to flirt with me?" Chuya asked, feigning indifference. "'Cause it's not working. Do you try that trick with everyone who falls your way?" Dazai laughed and shrugged, his own cheeks slightly flushed. "No, Chuya is just a good person. Chuya is amazing, that's all." Chuya went quiet, and Dazai glanced down at their intertwined hands, squeezing slightly. Chuya cleared his throat again, feeling like he might explode. "You really believe that?" Dazai smiled slightly and nodded. "With my whole being." Chuya just nodded back, dumbstruck. He swallowed and couldn't help but feel slightly claustrophobic, hyper-aware of how close he was to Dazai, of their hands held together and his sweaty palms. He felt slightly sick for it, but he couldn't help the way his eyes darted to Dazai's lips, and he couldn't help but wish he could touch them, feel them, kiss them. Dazai's lips were always red and often bleeding from being torn at by sharp teeth, and he wondered how they would feel against his own, which were well looked after, despite the faint scar on the right of his bottom lip from falling as a kid. A split lip which a kid Dazai had helped patch up. A kid Dazai who, not understanding the implications behind kisses, had offered to kiss it better before being gently warned off by Chuya's laughing parents. Chuya wondered if Dazai would kiss him better. He didn't notice he had lifted his hand until it was pressed against Dazai's cheek, thumb pressed just next to the corner of his lip. He felt the way Dazai's skin heated up and felt him swallow, and most importantly, he felt as Dazai's free hand moved to his side. His eyes were trained on Dazai's lips, on the faint red marks where teeth had bitten deeper than intended. He glanced up at Dazai's eyes, and Dazai was looking right back at him, eyes wide and clear, his lips parting as though to ask a question. Chuya got on his toes, leaning in closer, breathing slowly, as though scared to shatter the quiet peace, as though he might scare Dazai away if he moved too quickly. Dazai's question never came, so Chuya's eyes went back to his lips as he was so close to Dazai's face he could almost touch their noses together. "Can I?" He hesitated, and he felt Dazai's hand on his side pull him slightly closer. With that, he regained some confidence, swallowing, and he pressed closer, so close their lips were barely apart. "Can I kiss?" "Guys, the aquarium is closing in like 5 minutes and we're going to end up missing the bus." Chuya jumped away from Dazai, letting go of his hand and face, blushing violently as Kinikida froze upon the sight of them. "Were you two in the middle of something, or?" Kinikida asked, trailing off, his eyes clearly taking in every detail of both Chuya's and Dazai's flushed faces and the purposeful space between their bodies. No, it's nothing," Chuya said as Dazai just stood next to him, face so red he looked like he might die on the spot. "Well, in that case, we're going to be late if we don't leave now," Kinikida said, quickly turning and leaving. It was silent for a few moments as neither of them spoke, until Dazai cleared his throat and stepped forward, not looking at Chuya. "We should probably go." "Yeah," Chuya muttered an agreement, following Dazai, feeling slightly ill as they began their trek to the exit. They did end up missing the bus, and Dazai groaned, shaking the water from his coat, the one Chuya had let him borrow the previous week, and slid down the wall of the bus station to sit on the ground. Chuya ran a hand through his hair, and the wet strands that had fallen from his ponytail making him grimace. "There is another bus in 15 minutes. It will just take a little longer to get back," Kunikida said, the relief clear in his tone, as he stood with Yosano. Chuya moved to sit next to Dazai, and eventually they all ended up just sitting on the floor, and Dazai whined, tilting his head back against the wall. "I'm hungry," he complained, and Chuya blinked in surprise. But instantly there were 4 different people rummaging in bags, and Dazai had a cereal bar, a packet of yogurt raisins, some chocolate, and apple slices thrown at him. He blinked in surprise, staring down at the food, looking a little confused, but he shut up and picked up the cereal bar first, happily eating it while looking out at the rain. Chuya sighed, crossing his arms, his mood dampened significantly since the incident in the overhead tank. How could he have been so stupid? Most people were exhausted by now after the long day, so Chuya wasn't surprised when Dazai ended up leaning on him, giving up on his quest for food. It was short-lived as the next bus arrived shortly after, and they gathered their things, getting their tickets, and Chuya sat at the window, leaning against it and sighing again, his headphones already in. Wordlessly, he handed one to Dazai, the bus starting, and Dazai leaned against him again, falling asleep quickly. Chuya shifted in his seat to sit with his back against the window, allowing Dazai to lay on him easier, and he brushed his fingers through Dazai's hair, absently listening to his music. He would kill to have this for the rest of his life. It was just after 7 p.m. by the time Chuya was walking home, Dazai right beside him, still sharing the headphones, their knuckles brushing from the proximity. Chuya himself was exhausted by now as well. The bus ride spent writing until he had given up, and just resigned himself to listening to the music and daydreaming. So, when Dazai's hand slipped into his, despite the mess of emotions he was still feeling from earlier, he just intertwined their fingers and yawned. The rain was still on, falling around them lightly, and Chuya looked up at the sky, the sun still setting, but still dark enough for the street lights to be on. As they neared his house, Dazai hesitated and started to speak. Chuya, about the aquarium. He started, and Chuya thanked whatever god he didn't believe in as the song changed, bursting into the opening chords of an upbeat Taylor Swift song. "Oh, fearless!" Chuya said, interrupting Dazai and laughing. "This is perfect, because it's raining and we're dressed nicely," Chuya said, pulling Dazai along the street. "Chuya," Dazai protested for a moment, looking slightly concerned, but Chuya turned back, singing the lyrics loud and bad. "There's something by the way the street looks when it's just rained," he yelled more than sang, and Dazai couldn't help but laugh, cheeks red and flushed. "Chuya, stop, he can't sing," Dazai whined, following him to stop the earbud being pulled out, and Chuya just shrugged. "That sounds like your problem, not mine. You're going to get us yelled at for the noise," Dazai responded, but he was smiling widely. "And you know I wanna ask you to dance right there in the middle of the parking lot. Yeah!" Chuya continued anyway, undeterred, and Dazai laughed. "I bet you can't dance either. Balance and grace is not your thing." "I could dance perfectly fine," Chuya retorted, glaring at Dazai. "Yeah, prove it then, idiot," Dazai taunted, and Chuya didn't hesitate, pulling Dazai with him into the middle of the empty street. As the chorus kicked off, Chuya fought to remember the basic steps of any dance he had ever been taught in school, until Dazai stepped forward, and Chuya remembered the basics of a waltz, staring at his feet as he stood in a puddle. Dazai was also staring down at his feet. For all his taunting of Chuya, he couldn't dance either, and so they both ended up just giggling stupidly as they tripped over each other in the middle of the road. "You're even worse at this than I am," Chuya accused as he almost fell over, Dazai stepping on one of his bootlaces. "I never claimed to be good at this," Dazai retorted as they gave up, parting and breathing heavily, cheeks flushed as they reached Chuya's door. "You have no right to be accusing me of being bad, though," Chuya said, crossing his arms and scowling at Dazai. "Whatever," Dazai said dismissively, and a second later, he hugged Chuya tightly, whispering next to his ear. "Thank you for everything today," he said quietly, and Chuya cleared his throat, shrugging in the hug. "It was nothing," he responded, and Dazai sighed. "Still, thanks." Chuya smiled a little. "Are you feeling alright? You're thanking me repeatedly. This is strange, new territory," he joked, and Dazai huffed, still not pulling away. "Shut up," Dazai muttered, quiet, sounding embarrassed or hesitant. Despite himself, Chuya went quiet, suddenly a little unsure. Dazai didn't act like this normally. What was going on? Dazai pulled away a second later, face pink. He cleared his throat, took out the headphone and handed it back to Chuya. When Chuya took it back, Dazai suddenly took Chuya's face between his hands and kissed his forehead, having to lean up slightly to do so, their height difference not yet exaggerated enough for the opposite. Then, Dazai let go and turned away abruptly, cheeks bright red as he walked away quickly, leaving Chuya to stand staring after him, face burning and mouth slightly open, the bridge for Fearless playing somewhere at the edge of his awareness, the song having somehow looped itself. He could feel the lingering sensation of Dazai's lips on his forehead, his chest tight, and butterflies in his stomach attempting to exit through his mouth. He stared down at his shaking hands, any dregs of tiredness that might have still been there, gone with Dazai. He sat down on his front step, running a hand through his hair. Wow, what does that mean? Dazai's thoughts, all the way home, inside his house, into his room, and into his bed, were just an amalgamation of "What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck?" and "Ah!" Mori wasn't in, so he just sat in his bed, staring at his camera, flicking through the photos of that day. He almost kissed Chuya. Well, he did kiss Chuya. He almost kissed Chuya. Correction, Chuya almost kissed him. What the fuck does that mean? The front door slammed as Mori got in, but Dazai didn't pay it any attention, his vision unfocused as he just thought of that moment over and over. Chuya's eyes, the way they had been focused on his lips, the hair falling in his face, the way they had been so close. "Dazai, you're straight here after school tomorrow to collect the lease from Ango with me, understand?" Mori's voice called through the house. "Yeah." Dazai responded absently, thinking instead about Chuya's surprised expression, his flushed face, the way he had woken up on the bus earlier to his head on Chuya's shoulder and Chuya's hand in his hair, and the way he had pretended to sleep for longer to stay like that. Chuya's constant soft smiles and gentle motions the second he thought Dazai wasn't paying attention. Maybe there was actually something behind that. Maybe they could work this out. Chapter 22. The Perfect Pair. Chuya stood up straighter as he saw Dazai walking towards him, and he smiled widely, cheeks pink. "Happy birthday!" Chuya said before Dazai could say anything, and Dazai grinned, bowing exaggeratedly before he reached Chuya. Thank you. I'll be taking autographs at the end of the day." Dazai said cockily, and Chuya rolled his eyes, elbowing him once he got near enough. "Nobody would ever want your autograph, loser. Maybe only if you become a famous artist." Dazai pouted and whined, feigning hurt. "You're so mean, Chuya." "Whatever." Chuya responded with a grin, taking Dazai's hand and pulling him along to begin their walk to school. The day was warm and bright, the sun shining on the damp ground after the rain through the night, and Chuya felt weirdly relaxed in the slightly humid air, his hand in Dazai's, still riding the giddy high from the night before that had meant he struggled to sleep. Dazai seemed as best as he could be, like he had slept well, hair done in the same way it had been yesterday, just without the clips tucking it behind his ear. He was smiling, looking up at the sky and birds as they passed, before he suddenly turned his attention on Chuya, hesitating before speaking. "I don't have any marks from my soulmate," he said thoughtfully, tentatively, like he knew something Chuya didn't. That made Chuya's thoughts recalibrate to be slightly more defensive, watching Dazai closely. "I think that's really funny, that I don't have anything from my soulmate given how clumsy I can be. I injure myself really easily. My soulmate probably somehow manages the opposite." Dazai said carefully, and Chuya frowned. He was sure he heard something similar before. There must have been a hint dropped in Dazai's words, given the way he was looking at him, but Chuya couldn't find it, and he groaned internally, but otherwise just shrugged. "I'm sure you'll get something eventually. Besides, you have all the time in the world to find your soulmate. That doesn't stop you from doing other things," Chuya said, also picking his words cautiously. If he went about this carefully, there was a chance he might get to be with Dazai. At least for a while, until he found his soulmate. That was his plan, wasn't it? Wait until Dazai's birthday to find out who Dazai's soulmate is. Then, if they didn't know or Dazai doesn't like them, he can ask Dazai out. If Dazai likes him. And well, Dazai kissed him. His forehead, sure, but still kissed him. So Dazai might be willing to do it again. Only on the lips. And hopefully, again after that. And again and again, until they got sick of it or died or whichever came first. If he could just get one taste of Dazai, one press of their lips, long or short, soft or hurried, he wouldn't want anything else again. His face flushed as he let himself properly daydream about it, a cinematic moment where they got to confess, the sun setting between them while they sit at the bridge over the river, able to have that perfect moment in all coming-of-age movies where the main character finally kisses the love interest, the way they just know what to do. He hasn't ever properly thought of himself in that moment, but he could imagine it now. How perfect it would be. Lost in his daydreaming, he didn't realize as they got to the school gates, passing through them. He brought himself back to the present, blinking away his thoughts as they were stopped almost instantly as they walked into the building. It was by a student in the next tier up and her group of friends, and she addressed Dazai, not even bothering to hide her curiosity as she spoke. "Have you gotten your soulmate mark?" she asked, glancing between him and Chuya. "Happy birthday, by the way," she added as an afterthought. Dazai looked a little confused, but he shook his head, answering hesitantly. "No, and thanks, I guess," he responded. The girl looked thoughtful, if a little crestfallen, looking between Dazai and Chuya as though considering them. "Oh, I see," she said, tilting her head, her loose red hair falling from where she had placed it over her shoulders. Was there a reason for the question? Chuya asked snippily, glaring at her, and she glared back at him. "No, I'm just curious about whether your boyfriend has his soulmate or not yet," she said haughtily. Chuya spluttered, and then she looked almost smug at his reaction, once again glancing between the two of them like she was looking for something. When she couldn't find it, she turned away, her friends leaving with her, and Chuya dropped Dazai's hand, realizing how tightly he had been holding it. "That was odd," he muttered, clearing his throat. "Yeah," Dazai said, chewing on his lip, looking conflicted. "I wonder why she was asking," Chuya added, looking at the girl and her friends' retreating backs. Dazai just frowned. That wasn't the last time the question was asked. All day, between their classes, they had people coming up to them, asking Dazai about his soulmate Mark with a kind of interest Chuya couldn't explain. All of them seemed to be only more interested when they noticed Chuya glaring at them from wherever he was near Dazai. It was all Chuya could think about, glaring at the boiling pot of water while he was in home economics. Dazai was making the sauce. Well, quote-unquote, making was probably not the best term to be used. Dazai was staring at the tomatoes he was supposed to be chopping with a wrinkled nose when he no doubt contemplated just leaving the classroom. Chuya watched Dazai begrudgingly start chopping the tomatoes, and he sighed, looking out the window at the dull sky. It had changed abruptly, going from bright and sunny to dark and gray, and he could see the first few spots of rain beginning already, pattering on the glass panes. Their teacher was a substitute today, and the class was loud and rowdy, and he could see Tachihara and Higuchi bickering near the back of the classroom, and Kanikida was paired with Yosano behind him and Dazai. He was so thankful it was just a simple pasta dish today. He didn't have the patience for anything else. He just wanted to go home and give Dazai his birthday present. His mind wandered to the envelope sitting on his desk, one he was still torn on whether he was going to actually give Dazai or not. The contents were delicate. He had agonized over it, perfecting every word, every sentence and hidden meaning or reference, until the poem turned into prose, a letter length of careful wishing and desperate yearning. The thought of giving his heart on a platter like that, served with a flourish of the fancy fountain pen, made a nervous kind of excitement rise in his gut and make him feel like he might throw up. The water was boiling now, and Chuya sighed heavily, glancing at Dazai as he went to wash his hands of the tomato, looking vaguely nauseous. Chuya hummed absently as he looked for the scissors, and he scowled as he opened the drawer and couldn't find them, and he glanced over at the dishes left by the last class who hadn't cleaned up properly, spotting the scissors with them. He rolled his eyes and just grabbed the knife Dazai had been using to cut the vegetables at the same time as he reached for the pasta bag. Dazai raised an eyebrow and returned to his pot, drying his hands with a paper towel. "Careful, Slug, you're gonna hurt yourself," Dazai said airily, but with an undertone of anxiety. Chuya huffed, stabbing the knife into the bag as he usually would. "I've done this plenty of times, it's fine," he said dismissively and adjusted his grip on the knife, and made the sharp movement to cut through the bag. At the exact time he moved, there was a crash from the back of the room, and his head snapped up to see Higuchi and Tachihara covering their ears as their pot crashed to the floor. With the sudden movement, his grip slipped, and the knife cut into the palm of his left hand. "Fuck!" he yelled, dropping the knife and the bag, pasta spilling onto the table as he did so, grabbing his wrist and hissing as blood quickly started pouring from the wound on his palm. "Chuya!" Dazai yelled back, and there was a sudden silence across the room as Dazai jumped forward, grabbing another paper towel and pressing it onto Chuya's hand, attempting to stop the bleeding. Chuya winced, and Dazai quickly replaced the paper towel as the first one soaked through, and conveniently the substitute teacher had disappeared, leaving a room of shocked and in some cases, curious teenagers to just witness the spectacle. "Ow, ow, ow!" Chuya hissed as Dazai pressed harder. "I needed to stop bleeding as much." Dazai responded back, his voice panicked. "Just hold still," Dazai demanded, and he peeled back the bloody paper towel with shaky hands, inspecting the cut. Chuya watched, his breathing shaky as he tried to stay still, until Dazai moved, and a flash of red on the inside of Dazai's left hand caught Chuya's attention. "Dazai?" Chuya started, staring at Dazai's hand as he moved again. "It's not that deep. I don't think you'll have damaged anything," Dazai said in response, ignoring Chuya's tone. "No, Dazai!" Chuya tried again, and Dazai just continued speaking, voice slightly shaky but audibly relieved. "It'll be fine. We just need to clean and dress it, and I can do that." "Dazai!" Chuya snapped for the third time, and this time, with his uninjured hand, he grabbed Dazai's left, turning his palm up to the sky. He felt violently sick, staring at the matching red line across Dazai's palm, his fingers stained with Chuya's blood. It was so quiet he could hear a pin drop, like the world had stopped spinning, just for this moment. Dazai was extremely pale, staring at the mark with wide eyes, frozen like he was stuck between fight or flight. Chuya curled his left hand into a fist, breath hitching at the pain as he dug his fingers into the fresh wound. Dazai hissed and winced at the phantom pain in his own hand, and Chuya felt his chest swell with so many different indiscernible feelings. Of course, the only person whose favorite color is blue he never considered was Dazai. And with that thought, his eyes flicked to the blue lines on his arms, and his brain froze. A realization seemed to hit him, at the same time as it hit most of the others watching this go down. The pretty aquamarine lines covering Chuya's arms weren't always that color, and they didn't originate on Chuya's body. Suddenly, Dazai's surety in what was causing the marks, his absence every time they were added to, the reactions of pain every time he was touched, it all made sense. And he was drawn to 4 nights ago. The deep blue marks across the side of his neck he was still hiding with the choker. His eyes flicked to the bandages around Dazai's neck. His chest constricted as all the pieces began to fit together in his head. Every hesitant movement, every unexplained absence, everything being explained as he came to the most important realization of his life. Dazai was his soulmate. Dazai was the one carrying all the original wounds. And then Dazai tore himself from Chuya's grasp, his eyes wide and his expression one of pure fear and panic, his breathing quick and heavy, eyes glittering with tears. He quickly pulled his apron off, dumping it onto the floor, and nobody moved to stop him as Dazai ran from the classroom, leaving everything behind, Chuya barely glimpsing the sight of Dazai wiping his eyes as he turned away. Chuya stared after him, his mouth slightly open as he took a deep breath. Chuya, known for his irrationality, impulsivity, and emotional reactions, seemed perfectly calm as he took his own apron off, turned the cooker off, and then he took off running after Dazai. By the time he got into the main hall, he had no clue where Dazai had went. His only option was to guess, and he raced towards the stairs, racing up them to the first place he could think of to go. He ran to the bathroom, bursting through the door to find it completely empty. He froze, chest heaving as he looked around, dread filling him as he walked right to the end of the cubicle, pushing the door open and faltering as there was no Dazai. He wasn't there. He couldn't find him. Where the hell else could he be? He turned around as he heard one of the doors bang close, and there Dazai was, He had run to hide here. He just realized this would be the first place Chuya checked. Dazai, wait! We need to talk! Chuya yelled, but Dazai just ran again, leaving the bathroom. This time, Chuya didn't wait before running after Dazai, following him down the stairs and through the halls until Dazai ran through one of the side doors outside into the rain, the fight with the lock slowing him down enough for Chuya to catch up. Chuya reached out and grabbed Dazai's arm, pulling him back. Wait! Fucking talk to me, jackass! Chuya shouted, upset and hurt. Don't touch me! Dazai retaliated, pulling his arm away from Chuya, stepping back and breathing in and out sharply, like he was struggling to breathe. Then stop running! Chuya snapped. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, and you running is just making you look guilty, like you caused this fucking mess. Take a look, Chuya. It's pretty obvious I did cause this mess. Dazai practically screamed. Yeah, 'cause you fucking lied to me again! Chuya shouted, shoving all his hurt and concern aside, letting himself get angry instead. You didn't think to tell me when you were my soulmate. You didn't think to tell me when Oda died. You didn't think to tell me you tried to fucking kill yourself. He threw his hands in the air, exasperated and hurt. Do you not trust me? Do you hate me? Is that it? Do you just not want me to know? Think I can't handle it? You have watched me agonize over all this for weeks, and you knew the whole time? He asked, confused, stepping towards Dazai again. Dazai was just frozen, breathing quickly and heavily, staring at Chuya with wide eyes as Chuya kept going. You could have died, and I wouldn't have known. You almost died. Dazai, you almost died. Chuya screamed, tears in his eyes, threatening to fall, the rain drowning out his screams. You almost died, twice, by your own hand, and you came into school the next day like it was nothing. There was no way you didn't know. You just lied to me about it. Dazai just gaped at Chuya, struggling for words, and he shook his head, his own tears falling, mixing with the raindrops on his face. No, I couldn't. You don't get it. You don't get it. I couldn't just tell you like that. Hey Chuya, you're my soulmate because I recognize the cuts covering your arms as my own. Was that what I was supposed to say? Chuya was struggling to think, unsure how to process everything going on, and he just shrugged, looking around hopelessly. I don't know. This is so stupid. You didn't have to hide this from me. I could have helped. There are so many people worried as all hell about you. And now this? God, I'm just so fucking worried. He stopped, taking a deep breath, and when he breathed out again, it turned into a sob, and he spoke quietly. Why didn't you tell me? Dazai stared at Chuya, tears falling down his face, and he shrugged, his voice trembling as he spoke. 'Cause I love you. I couldn't risk ruining it. Chuya broke down, the tears falling freely as he just stepped towards Dazai and pulled him into a hug and just held on to him tightly. Despite everything, this was still his shitty best friend. His shitty best friend who clearly needed help. Of course he was hurt, but Dazai was too. You're so fucking stupid for a genius, Chuya muttered, and Dazai relaxed a little, his chest shuddering with the force of his tears. You were a bit of an ass about the entire we would never be soulmates thing, Dazai said, hugging Chuya back tightly, his voice shaky in Chuya's ear. I didn't have much of a reason to believe anything good would come out of telling you. I'm sorry. Chuya apologized after a moment, Feeling guilt flashed through him as he thought back to all the times he dismissed anything Dazai said about the potential of them being soulmates.
I didn't mean it. Most of the time. I very quickly realized I wouldn't have minded as much as I said I did, and, well...
He trailed off and buried his face into Dazai's shoulder, mumbling his words.
I realized I really do love you too, like a lot,
he whispered. Dazai's breath hitched, and Dazai started crying properly, shaking and coughing as they held on tightly to each other, the rain beginning to let up as they just stood together crying.
Sorry I lied to you. I wish I could have told you. I just couldn't. I didn't want you to find out like this. How did you want me to find out then? Because one way or another I would have realized what you had done.
Chuya said, and he pulled away, looking at Dazai carefully.
You couldn't have hid it forever. I would have found out somehow. But I would have helped. Tried to, at least. You should know that.
Dazai cleared his throat and looked away. Maybe I don't want to be helped, he whispered quietly. Chuya felt his throat constrict, and there was nothing he could think of to say, hopelessness welling in his chest. Don't say that. You deserve it, regardless of whether you want it. You do not deserve to suffer, in any way. Dazai looked like he wanted to argue for a second, forming 100 rebuttals in his head, 1,000 reasons he didn't believe it, why in his mind it was the least he deserved, that he was fine the way he was. But there was a kind of determination in the way Chuya was looking at Dazai that made him pause, and Dazai took Chuya's right hand in his own and just pulled him back into the school. They were a little damp from the rain, and Dazai just quietly pulled Chuya to the office, and they managed to slip into the empty nurse's office unnoticed. Dazai had probably done this before, judging by how quickly he located the box of first aid supplies, and Chuya sat on the metal bed, looking down at the floor as Dazai came over and took his hand, cleaning the drying blood away with an alcohol wipe. Chuya winced at the stinging pain, but didn't say anything, still reeling a little from the conversation they had just had, along with the revelation that Dazai was his soulmate. All his concerns about how either of their soulmates would react to them liking each other seemed kind of stupid now. The time he had been literal inches away from getting to kiss Dazai and said his soulmate probably would have an issue with them kissing, the irony. If not for anything else, at least it would be a funny story to tell. There was so much he needed to unpack. Dazai? He asked, glancing at Dazai's eyes, which were carefully trained on the cut on Chuya's palm. Yeah? Dazai responded, searching the first aid box for some bandages, and the bell went off, signaling the beginning of lunch. Can I ask why? Chuya asked cautiously, and Dazai glanced at him, meeting his gaze for a second before looking away again. Why what? You know what I mean, Chuya said, looking at the blue lines over his arms. Why were you hurting yourself so badly? Is there a reason? Dazai took a sharp breath and shook his head. I'm not talking about it, he said firmly, tone almost sharp, until he paused and thought through it. I'm not ready, he amended, finding the bandages he was looking for and beginning to wrap Chuya's hand. I'm not going to stop just because you know either, he added, his tone defensive, like he was expecting Chuya to fight him on it. But Chuya just nodded, watching the bandages being wrapped around his hand, and he swallowed thickly. I understand. I don't expect you to. I imagine it isn't an easy thing to stop just like that. Dazai faltered for a second, surprised at the acceptance. No anger, no excessive remorse, just understanding. He cleared his throat and shook his head. Yeah, it isn't. He agreed quietly. With that, Dazai secured the bandage and began to clean up, putting the first aid box away again and the bloody wipes in the bin. Chuya stood up and took a deep breath. When you're ready, he started, watching as Dazai turned to look at him again. I'll be here. I'll help, or not. I'll just listen, if that's what you need. Dazai looked at him carefully, considering his words, until he cracked a small smile, and just brushed past Chuya to leave the nurse's office. I'll keep it in mind. Chuya sighed in relief and followed Dazai, pushing through the crowds of people in the hallways after lunch getting out, feeling horrendously claustrophobic, until they managed to get out, stepping out the school into the grounds, and his eyes landed on their friends at their lunch spot, and their bags, sitting leaning against the tree. When they went over, it was quiet, and Chuya sat down, Dazai following suit as they sat in awkward silence. Not a movement was made, nobody sure what to say, until Kunikida spoke quietly, a small smile on his face. So, yesterday was nothing then? He asked, and Chuya groaned, his face going red, and the tension melted like ice. It was! It might not have been if you hadn't interrupted us, though! Chuya responded, and Dazai grinned. It really wasn't anything special, Kunikida. It was simply... Dazai paused, thinking over what words to use. Overdue. How else would we have come to the conclusion that Chuya is definitely the biggest loser in the world? Biggest loser? Chuya asked accusingly, glaring at Dazai. The fuck is that supposed to mean? Dazai shrugged and spoke dramatically. Chuya couldn't even ask me a single question. He's a loser because he just stood there staring until we got interrupted. If he had just asked the first time, you were the one standing and staring and doing nothing. At least I actually said something. You just stood there gaping like a fish out of water, which I suppose you were, so I guess I can't be too surprised, can I? Chuya interrupted heatedly. What's going on? Atsushi asked in confusion, and Rampo answered from where he was watching Yosano open her wallet with glee in his eyes. Dazai and Chuya are soulmates and almost kissed yesterday, Rampo said as he was handed a handful of money by Yosano. Atsushi looked shocked, and Akutagawa seemed unsurprised, while Kunikida narrowed in on the exchange of money. Were you two betting on whether they would be soulmates? Kunikida asked in disbelief, and Yosano sighed dejectedly. Yeah, Rampo bet they were soulmates, and I bet they weren't but would date anyway. Hold on, Rampo knew already. He figured it out. I don't think this was a fair bet. Dazai chimed in, before Rampo laughed proudly, shaking his head. Nope. We betted the week before Chuya's birthday when you started teasing him about it. It was a perfectly fair bet, Rampo said, and Yosano's glare revealed the truth in the statement. Kunikida seemed unimpressed, but he just addressed Dazai and Chuya again. You guys had quite the scene there. I won't be surprised if half the school knows about this already, he said, smiling a little. Yosano burst forward and spoke excitedly. No, but even the weather was on your guys' side. It was raining and now it's sunny again. I'm jealous. It's like fate is trying to make you guys have the most successful and dramatic love story of all time. Well, fate could have done with intervening for more than the weather being appropriate and adding to the atmosphere, Chuya said with irritation, and he sighed. Dazai nodded in agreement, and he elbowed Chuya. I want to go home early, he whined, leaning against Chuya. I think my parents might object to me skipping more school after my 3-day holiday last week. Chuya muttered, but he was already grabbing his bag and getting up. I think you both are well excused in going home right now, Kunikida said, and Dazai's eyes opened comically wide. Kunikida? Excusing skipping school? Dazai asked in disbelief as he got up. Kunikida frowned and crossed his arms. Don't get used to it. You both have just been through emotional turmoil, and I believe your continued presence here will not have any positive impact on either of you. With a sigh, Kunikida shifted and dug in his bag for something, and then he pulled out a 1,000-yen note and handed it to Dazai. Go away and get slushies on the way home or something, Kunikida said, crossing his arms and looking away. Dazai looked like he was going to refuse the money for a second, before he sighed, smiled, and just kneeled to hug Kunikida. Kunikida was taken aback, and Dazai pulled away quickly. You guys are weird and I'm glad you're my friends, Dazai said, and Chuya laughed, and his hand was grabbed, and quickly he was being pulled to the back gates. They were open, but as they neared, they heard a shout from behind, and Chuya looked around to see one of the PE teachers enlisted in supervising lunch following them, and he sped up. Hey! The teacher yelled, and Chuya took Dazai's hand and started running. Run, Dazai! He yelled, and Dazai instantly started grinning, and they both ran out of the gates, Chuya looking behind to see them being chased, the teacher speaking into his walkie-talkie, no doubt informing the office they'd left. This bit would be fun. Sipping on ice-cold slushies and kicking the puddles as they walk by, Chuya and Dazai walked hand in hand back home. The run from the school staff hadn't lasted long, and they had made sure to stop by the store on the way home to buy slushies, wandering into the library to browse the shelves for a few minutes when they passed. The school would still not be out for another hour at least, which Chuya was well aware of as he let go of Dazai's hand to open the door of his house, stepping inside and slipping his shoes off. Dazai followed suit, and Chuya tried to close the door as quietly as possible, only making a soft click, but as he tried to sneak past the kitchen doorway to go upstairs, his plans were foiled. Chuya Nakahara, just what do you think you're doing home from school this early? His mother said, and Chuya and Dazai both froze, turning to face her. She was standing at the table holding some fabric and a spool of thread, while Chuya's dad didn't look up from where he was carefully sewing a piece of clothing. We got let out early? He suggested, and Dazai nodded solemnly to confirm his story. That's really funny, because we got a call from the school saying that you two ran out the school gates at lunchtime after causing a scene in your home economics class, she said, looking at them both with a firm expression. Then she sighed and shook her head. You two are trouble. Why did you leave school so early? She asked again. Chuya subconsciously moved his hand behind his back, but then Dazai stepped into the kitchen, holding out his left palm to show the bright red mark across his palm, too bright to be a real injury. Chuya got the hint and stepped forward as well, showing the bandage around his left hand. Chuya's mother quickly put everything together, and she sighed softly, putting down the things she was holding, and then pulling Dazai in for a hug. Dazai stiffened up, glancing at Chuya in minor panic, until Chuya's mother spoke. Oh, honey, are you okay? She asked, and Dazai seemed to freeze, and he swallowed before nodding. Yeah, I'm fine, he whispered, and Chuya's dad looked up. What's going on? He asked, and Dazai pulled himself out of Chuya's mom's arms, clearing his throat. "Chuya and I are soulmates," he explained shortly, and Chuya's dad nodded slowly. "Oh, I see." Chuya's mom cleared her throat. "Okay, Chuya, is your hand okay?" she asked, and Chuya nodded, confirming it was fine. It didn't really hurt anymore. "Dazai, I think there's some things we need to have a proper conversation about, but that can happen on a day that isn't your birthday. For now, you two can just go upstairs. Go have some fun," she said next, and they both just agreed hurriedly, quite happy to run up the stairs and lock themselves in Chuya's room. Dazai got in and made himself comfortable on Chuya's bed quickly, and Chuya moved to his desk and hesitated, grabbing Dazai's presents and the letter sitting on top of them. He turned to join Dazai on his bed, and he handed Dazai the wrapped present, taking a deep breath. "Happy birthday," he said, and Dazai took the present cautiously, looking at him carefully, and then he smiled, ripping open the paper. Dazai's eyes widened as he looked down at the paints and sketchbook he had been given, catching his lip and biting it as he processed them. "I've wanted these ones for ages," he said stupidly, stating what Chuya already knew. "Yeah, why do you think I got you them?" Chuya said, nudging Dazai with his shoulder. "Thank you," Dazai said with a smile, and Chuya looked down at the envelope in his hands. He felt a little nauseous as he did it, but he dropped the letter in Dazai's lap and moved away, going back to his chair and watching from a slight distance. Dazai raised an eyebrow, but he just opened the envelope, looking surprised when 2 bracelets fell out. Carefully hand-braided blue, red, and yellow strands weaving in and out in a pattern, matching with sun and moon charms. Dazai picked them up carefully, staring at them with wide eyes, cheeks pink as he admired them. "You made these?" he asked, and Chuya nodded, his face bright red. "And they're supposed to be matching, right?" Dazai asked excitedly, and Chuya nodded again. Dazai grinned, and he quickly came over to Chuya, holding them. "Which one's mine?" he asked, and Chuya smiled, taking the one with the moon and slipping it onto Dazai's wrist. "This one," he said, and Dazai put the other one on Chuya's wrist for him, admiring the way they looked together. "They're so pretty," Dazai muttered in awe, and Chuya cleared his throat. "There's a letter too. Go read it," he said, and Dazai glanced at him before going back to the bed, sitting on the floor this time with his back against it. Chuya moved to the floor as well, sitting with him, watching anxiously for his reaction. He watched as Dazai began to read, feeling sick and apprehensive. Sick, angry, and jealous. That's how I feel. Hot and bothered like you're under my skin, teasing and taunting like nothing has happened, like nothing had changed. You have appended my world, changed it and claimed it as your own. And worst, I can't complain. I'm sick and nauseous, and the reason why is you. But it's adrenaline at the same time, like you're a drug I can't get enough of, killing me while I admire the color it changes my vision to see. To call you a muse would be an understatement. To call you pretty would be demeaning. To say I love you could never encompass the extent to which I care for you. I want to be with you forever. Forever isn't enough. I could know you for my life and 5 more, and I'd never have enough. There has been a part of me that has known you since before I could know anything else. If the world doesn't want us, and heaven won't house us, I will keep us here. The sky will remain fire, and the ground will grow molten, and we will be here, safe and warm and alive. This room a haven, safe from the horrors. We could float between constellations and carve our names into the stars. We could mold fate to our own design. I could force us together. Damn all that tries to block our way. If nothing will have us, I will still have you. We can be together as one, over and over, again and again, universe after universe. You and I, Dazai and Chuya, the moon and the stars, the planets and the asteroids. Religion is what I find in you, something worth being devoted to. I find you in the perfect things, the sun, the rain, music and art and nature. Everything worth living for I can trace back to you. A memory, a daydream, a wish, another sickening urge to keep you here, to preach my love and teach you how to pick out what I see. In my favorite dreams you are there, in our kitchen with the sun coming through the windows, in our garden teaching our kids to pick out plants. Every time we are together, we are one. If I have to settle as a friend, if I have to watch from afar, I will. But I love you, since we were kids hiding behind trees, to the day I stop breathing. I love you forever. Chuya. By the time Dazai finished reading, Chuya was refusing to look at him.
Chuya.
Dazai started, then his voice broke, and he took a shaky breath. I spent a lot of time on that, Chuya muttered, and Dazai nodded.
I guess that,
he said, wiping a tear from his face. Well then, what did you think? Chuya asked, trying to keep his voice level as he still refused to look at Dazai. Dazai was quiet, and then he moved, shifting closer to Chuya, and he whispered next to him, pulling him into a tight hug.
I said it already, but I love you too, for forever, in everything.
Chuya felt his face go red, and he felt a little overwhelmed, unsure how to react.
Thank you.
Dazai laughed a little and pulled away slightly. Chuya actually looked at Dazai now, his flushed cheeks and teary eyes, his messy hair and bitten lips. He swallowed, glancing down at Dazai's lips, and Dazai's hands moved to the sides of his face, his thumbs brushing against Chuya's cheeks, cold against his warm skin. You know, there's a few times we've almost done something I really want to. It would be pretty cool if we could do that now, Dazai suggested vaguely. Chuya scoffed, shifting and moving one of his hands to the side of Dazai's neck, able to feel Dazai's racing pulse. You sure you really want to? He asked, sounding teasing, but actually a little nervous, his heart hammering in his chest.
I've wanted to for years, Chuya.
Dazai breathed out, and he met Chuya's eyes, looking the most sincere that Chuya had ever seen him.
I've done it before. I've wanted to do it again since then. I want to do it again forever.
We've kissed before? Chuya asked, slightly confused.
New Year's, 2 or 3 years ago.
Dazai responded, bringing forward the memory Chuya had forgotten of him and Dazai under the tree while the fireworks went off. Chuya swallowed and nodded. looking down at Dazai's lips. Oh, well, I don't think we did it right. There is no harm in trying again, is there? Not at all, Dazai answered. And then Chuya leaned forward and he was met halfway, and finally he was kissing Dazai. Their lips pressed together in a hesitant manner, sparks flying and setting fire to the butterflies in his stomach. And then it was over, and he looked at Dazai with wide eyes. Again, he demanded, and Dazai grinned, happily leaning in for another, pausing to whisper against his lips first. I love you, I really do. Chuya just smiled before kissing him again.
Happy birthday to you.
After dinner and cake, an evening celebrated in Chuya's kitchen and then living room, they both crashed in Chuya's bed, absolutely exhausted. Chuya was laying on his back, Dazai resting his head on his chest while Chuya played with his hair. Was today okay? Chuya asked quietly, and Dazai nodded, yawning. I had fun. It was worth it, he muttered, half asleep on top of Chuya. Good, I'm glad. Chuya responded, content to just let Dazai fall asleep and then maybe sleep himself. But then his door was knocked on and opened, and Koyo stepped into the room. Mori's here for you, Dazai. Said he's picking you up, she said, smiling at him a little, and the change in Dazai was instant. He was wide awake in seconds, sat bolt upright with wide eyes and a panicked expression. Shit! He cursed, throwing himself up and grabbing his phone, not bothering with anything else. What? Chuya asked in alarm, and Dazai shook his head. Doesn't matter, just forgot I was supposed to be home like an hour ago, Dazai said before pushing past Koyo and downstairs. Bye! Thanks for having me, I'll be back. That's a threat! He yelled before Chuya heard the front door slam. Chuya was standing in his doorway with Koyo, and then he trudged downstairs, confusion evident on his face. What the hell was that? He asked, and Koyo, who had followed him, shrugged. I don't know. His dad is pretty strict, right? She suggested. Maybe he is just late. Chuya hummed, a bad feeling stirring in his gut. He walked into the living room to ask his parents about it, but before he could say anything, there was a sharp pain across his face, and he swore. Fuck! He yelled, reaching up to his face, wincing at the force. His mother looked up to tell him to watch his language, until she saw his face. What the fuck just happened to Dazai? She asked. Chuya's eyes widened as he rubbed his cheek, and he pulled out his phone and opened the camera to see a blue tint across his face. His dad just hit him, Chuya realized. He stared at the mark, feeling incredibly sick. Now what? Chapter 23. Chuya was still reeling, staring back at the blue mark on his face. His dad just what? Koyo asked from behind him, her voice sharp. Chuya couldn't respond before Koyo was headed for the door, and she ran out of it, closely following Chuya, both in time to see Mori's car turn out at the end of the street. Shit! Koyo swore, and Chuya stared at her with wide eyes. He had never seen Koyo this angry before. She pushed past him back into the house, and Chuya followed, his face stinging. "Stay there!" Koyu ordered, pointing at a spot in front of the hallway wall, pulling her phone out, and Chuya obeyed instantly, hesitating once he was standing where he was told. "What are you doing?" he asked as Koyu took a picture of the blue mark on his face. "Gathering evidence. That mark isn't gonna stick around for long, and like fuck am I not doing anything," she muttered, turning away, and Chuya looked after her with a sense of awe. Then his phone buzzed, and he pulled it out, seeing clearly on his lock screen a 2-word message from Dazai. "Call Rampo." Chuya stood confused for a second until he remembered his conversation with Rampo a few days prior. "If something happens, tell me," Rampo had said, because Rampo had suspicions that Dazai's father was hurting him. Dazai probably knew that, and Rampo probably had a plan. So Chuya pulled his phone out and quickly left back to his room, glancing at Dazai's school bag still on the floor and feeling a tug at his heart, before dialing Rampo. The phone was picked up with an audible sigh from the other end.
"Chuya, what is it?"
Rampo asked, pausing the TV show he was watching, glancing out his window at the dark sky, unease creeping upon him as to why Chuya was calling him at such an hour. "Rampo," Chuya said, the relief clear in his voice. "Something happened," he said, pacing back and forth in his room, chewing the skin around his nails. Rampo sat up, putting the packet of sweets he had been nibbling at to the side, feeling a little nauseous at the undertone of fear in Chuya's voice.
"What happened?"
he asked, cautious and apprehensive. Chuya glanced at his mirror and the rapidly fading blue tint on his face. Dazai's dad hit him when he left. Dazai's on his way back to his house now. Just him and Moria, I assume. Maybe Elise. Rampo swore and got up, grabbing a t-shirt that wasn't the tattered Animal Crossing one he had been planning to sleep in, and looking around for a zip-up hoodie.
"I knew it! Get your shoes on. We may be committing a crime."
Rampo said suddenly and hung up the phone. Chuya blinked a few times as the line went dead, but he didn't question it, just grabbing a jumper and heading downstairs for his shoes. When Koyo saw him pulling them on, she joined him, and Chuya looked at her questioningly before she responded with a huff. "I can guess where you're going. I'm coming with you. You're not going alone, and Mom and Dad need to stay here with Kyoka," she said, lacing up her boots at the same time as Chuya laced up his. "I think Rampo's getting his dad," Chuya said, and he stood up, internally thanking the stars for the fact his sister could get so viciously protective. "We'll wait outside then," she decided for him, and they didn't say anything to their parents before leaving. Fukuzawa sat in his kitchen, rubbing his forehead as he stared at his laptop. Another night of trying to find a solution to the nagging problem at the back of his mind. Dazai. Another evening trying to figure out coincidences between his absences and his grades, and every little thing he could find that might give him just enough reason to call social work and launch an investigation. He looked up from his laptop as he heard quiet footsteps coming towards him, and Rampo appeared in the doorway, looking vaguely hesitant and holding his phone. "Something wrong, Rampo?" Fukuzawa asked, holding his arm out and gesturing for Rampo to come further in the room. Rampo instead opted to stay where he was, and he just nodded. "I have something I need to tell you," he said quietly, almost guiltily. Fukuzawa frowned, concerned, and he shifted in his seat to face Rampo. "What is it?" he asked cautiously, noticing that Rampo had changed his clothes and looked like he planned to leave. Rampo took a deep breath before speaking hurriedly. Dazai's in trouble, Ranpo blurted out, looking like he might throw up. Fukuzawa's first reaction was minor panic, but judging by Ranpo's expression, he was feeling more than enough panic for the both of them, so he took a careful breath and spoke calmly. What do you mean? Is it something I need to help fix? He asked, and Ranpo nodded, grabbing his phone tightly enough Fukuzawa wasn't surprised it wasn't breaking. We need to get him. We can't leave him there, Ranpo said, his voice wavering. Leave him where? At his house? Fukuzawa asked, already getting up and sorting through the things on the table to find his car keys. Yeah, Ranpo said, nodding. He took a deep and shaky breath, following Fukuzawa as they went to the door, slipping their shoes on. We need to get Chuya. He knows where Dazai lives and how his house is laid out, and Dazai can stay with him and... Ranpo rambled until Fukuzawa gently cut him off. Okay, we'll get Chuya. Does Dazai have any other family you can contact? He asked, leaving the house and getting into his car as Ranpo got into the passenger seat. Ranpo shook his head, taking another shaky breath. His older brother died, and I don't have contact with his brother's fiancée. Dazai might have messaged him though, Ranpo explained, and Fukuzawa just began to drive, deciding to gloss over the sudden information that Oda had died for now, and revisit that later. Okay, do you know if his sister is there? Is she safe? Fukuzawa asked, trying to remember the directions to Chuya's house from the last time Yosana or Ranpo went over. Chuya thinks Elise is with them. I don't think she should be there alone if we're taking Dazai away, Ranpo said, anxiously pulling at his hair. Fukuzawa sighed and nodded. All right. He paused, glancing at Ranpo out of the corner of his eye, the way he was pulling on the hair at the nape of his neck so tightly that he was wincing. Ranpo, you're going to pull your hair out, he said, trying to keep his tone level and calm. I know, but otherwise I'm gonna scratch, and last time it bled, and I don't want that. This is overwhelming, Ranpo said, fighting to get the words out, to articulate his thoughts in a way that would make sense. Fukuzawa hummed and nodded, glancing at Ranpo again in concern. There might be one of those cooling packs in the glove box if that'll help. Yeah, but will it actually be cold? Ranpo muttered, but he leaned forward to open the glove box, his expression visibly relieved as he found it. Ranpo then curled up in the seat with the, clearly at least somewhat cold, cool pack pressed awkwardly between his lifted t-shirt and inner arms. Normally, Fukuzawa would tell him off for not sitting properly in the seat, but he just kept his eyes on the road, regretting his choice of route as he was stopped at some roadworks he had been unaware of. Ranpo was quiet in his seat, just breathing slowly, so Fukuzawa looked at him properly, frowning a little. Are you alright, Ranpo? He asked. He was concerned that maybe it was a little more than just overwhelming. I don't want to talk, Ranpo muttered, hiding his face in his knees, voice quiet and forced. Fukuzawa looked at the road again, leaning back in his seat, taking his hands off the wheel for a second to roll down a window and let in some fresh air. Bad memories? He asked, and Ranpo grumbled unhappily. He sighed, looking out at the passing cars, the street lights shining down on the road. You and Dazai are scarily similar, I admit. There is a degree of guilt I hold towards myself for the situation Dazai is currently in. He was interrupted by a sharp and shaky inhale from Ranpo, who just curled in on himself tighter. Fukuzawa sighed again, heavier this time. I have never been in the situation you were in. I have never been in the one Yosano was in. I have never been in the one Dazai is in. I don't know how it feels to watch someone so similar to me go through something so similar to what I've experienced.
I should have said something.
Rampo interrupted him, his voice choked and audibly upset. You shouldn't feel guilty for not saying anything. It wasn't your responsibility. It is not a failing on your part or Dazai's. It is the fault of the adults around Dazai, including me, who let it get this bad.
But I knew what he was doing, what his dad was saying. I had my suspicions he was being hurt. I knew he tried to kill himself and that he'd try again, and I didn't do anything because all I thought was that I wouldn't have wanted someone to. It was selfish. It's my fault. If I had...
Rampo rambled, his voice breaking as he spoke, words muffled but painfully clear at the same time. No, Rampo, Fukuzawa responded, cutting him off. It's not your fault. You did what you thought was best. It wasn't your job to fix it. Rampo just shook his head in his knees, taking a deep and shuddery breath.
But it wasn't what was best, and I know that. I got blinded by my own experience.
You are the farthest thing from stupid, Rampo. You are, however, still a child. Therefore, it was never your responsibility to solve Dazai's abuse on your own. Rampo shook his head even more adamantly before he just sobbed, his shoulders shaking.
Sorry, I don't know why I'm like this. I just wanted to keep him safe.
He choked out through tears. Fukuzawa sighed, and he rolled the window back up as the light finally began to change.
Just wanted to be okay,
Rampo whispered. Fukuzawa took a deep breath, and the light turned to green. We all do. It'll be okay. Dazai looked up from his phone, the silence in the car deadly. He shook his leg anxiously, bouncing it up and down as he saw his message to Chuya get marked as read. The one he had just sent to Ongo hadn't been seen yet. That was fine. Even if nobody came, he had always been capable of saving himself on his own. Elise was on the other side of the car, alternating between staring at him like she wasn't sure he was alive and refusing to look in his direction. He swallowed thickly as the car pulled into the driveway, taking a shaky breath and getting out once it had stopped. He got out the opposite side to where he was sitting so he was close behind Elise, and he whispered as quietly as possible. Go to your room and pretend you've gone to sleep. Do not, and I mean do not, come out until you hear something hit your window. He said as they quickly entered the house, and Elise looked like she might protest for a second, until the door slammed, and she just quickly ran up the stairs. Dazai winced at the sound, and he went into the kitchen, eyes instantly flitting to anything that could be used to hurt him or protect himself. This is a really interesting interpretation of be home straight after school, Mori said behind him, voice dangerously calm. Dazai nodded, his back crawling as he turned to face Mori with a smile. I suppose so. I've always been a little flexible with deadlines though. If you ask my teachers, a few hours late is honestly a record for how punctual I... He was cut off by a hand swinging in his direction, and he scrambled backwards, ending up pressed against the fridge. Okay, yeah, sorry, he muttered as an apology, shivering at the cool metal pressed against his back. Mori glared at him, stepping forward and getting uncomfortably close for the fact that Dazai had nowhere to run. Ongo is extremely concerned for your well-being, even more so after you wouldn't show up while I was getting Elise, who must have said something, given how he was trying to encourage me to let her stay a little longer. Dazai tried his best to look as defiant as possible, staring back at Mori.
Ango knows I'm always at Chuya's on my birthday, and it's not my job to monitor what Elise is or isn't saying to anyone,
he said, lifting his chin slightly, pretending his hands weren't shaking and he wasn't secretly trying to devise a plan to run out. Mori didn't look anywhere near impressed with Dazai's response, and instead just scowled.
I specifically requested you be there. You agreed. You directly disobeyed what I told you to do.
What do you think the consequence for that should be? Dazai hummed, pretending to think it over. Ice cream? That stuff really makes my stomach hurt, you know? Maybe a permanent ban on strawberry-scented things? He suggested, and Mori drew his arm back, preparing to hit Dazai again. Ice cream? Dazai's breath hitched, and his eyes darted to the new opening to push past Mori. So he ducked, pushing against the wall and scrambling forward to duck out of the way and behind Mori, nearly falling as he did so, but coming out the other side unscathed, turning back to face Mori with wide eyes. Mori turned back on him quickly, and Dazai flinched when Mori spoke.
To your room. Now.
Dazai hesitated, his thoughts jumping to his instructions for Elise. He didn't know if she would have had enough time to have gotten ready and be in bed yet. He didn't know if it was safe yet. It's kinda boring in there. I'd really rather just have a family movie night or something, he said, trying to be antagonistic, smiling. At that, Mori paused and crossed his arms.
Actually, I was in your room today. I think it's quite interesting there,
Mori said, and Dazai felt his blood run cold. Really? He asked, voice coming out more strained than he would have liked.
Would you like to know what I found?
Mori asked, not giving Dazai a chance to answer before walking over and grabbing his upper arm to pull him along.
Dazai panicked, breathing growing short instantly, the hand gripping him tightly, launching him straight back into the hospital room he had been pinned down in. But he was dragged out into the back garden and was let go of while Mori disappeared. He just stood, shocked and waiting for Mori to come back outside, holding his own arm where Mori had held him, trying to get his breathing under control again. Then Mori came back outside, and Dazai instantly recognized what he was holding. His sketchbook. Dazai's eyes widened. He swore he had hidden that. He could feel his heart in his throat, and all words were torn from him as he stared at the way Mori was holding it, the spine pinched between his thumb and forefinger like he was holding a rag.
Interesting, don't you think? Mori said, looking at Dazai with a calculating gaze.
I found it down the back of the drawers in your bedside table, along with a collection of broken sharpeners, but that was to be expected.
Dazai just kept staring, the work he had put towards leveling out his breathing proven futile as he had been fighting for each breath. Among the things I found, such as tests graded less than an A, clothes that certainly do not belong to you, eyeliner even, this was the most interesting. Mori said, and then he pulled out something else that instantly made Dazai feel sick.
Have you ever smoked, Dazai? There were a few lighters hidden behind your drawers as well.
Dazai cleared his throat and shook his head. Mori tutted.
Don't lie to me. Took that habit after your brother, I'd assume. Either way, this has presented me with a unique opportunity,
Mori said, and in one swift motion, he sparked the lighter and moved it under the pages of Dazai's sketchbook.
Wait, stop!
Dazai screamed, and Mori dropped the smoldering book on the stone path, the flames licking up the covers and eating at the pages. Dazai broke out of whatever trance he was in, and he jumped forward, falling to his knees and not even flinching at the sharp pain, chest heaving and eyes filling with tears. He looked around desperately for something to put it out with, but he couldn't find anything that wouldn't be a greater fire hazard. Instead, he just pulled up the sleeves of his hoodie, not hesitating before pressing his bare hands against the burning pages. He didn't even register the pain of his hands burning, too busy sobbing and attempting to put it out before any more damage could be done. He didn't notice his bangs caught either, until Mori swore behind him and dragged him away to run his arm under the outside tap. "No, no, no!" Dazai yelled, pulling away again and just scrambling back to the book, squashing out the last of the flames. He stared, chest heaving at the remnants of his sketchbook, smoke making his eyes burn as he looked at the charred covers, and the few completely burnt away pages. Others only half burned, but none without at least a corner burnt away. Mori sighed, coming up behind him. "You really need to learn to be more careful with your belongings, Dazai," he said, and Dazai felt dazed, the feeling of his burning palms finally becoming noticeable, along with the pain on his arm where the bandages had burned away. "But I didn't do anything wrong," Dazai whispered helplessly. Mori hummed. "That's where you're wrong. You've done a lot of things, and all those papers I found with the low grades, you haven't made up for those." Mori kneeled down on the ground next to him and unwrapped his bandage on his left arm, the one that hadn't burned, and pressed something familiar into Dazai's hand, small and metal. "I can't hurt you properly, but Chuya knows you've been hurting yourself. Therefore, you're going to need to do this instead of me doing it," Mori said, and Dazai stared blankly at the razor blade he was holding in his red and blistering hand. Dazai couldn't even think, his head hurting so badly it felt like there was air in his skull, building up pressure until he might just explode. He took a shaky breath, and after a moment spent staring, he shook his head. "No," he said, fighting through the infuriating haze over his thoughts and dropping the razor. "I won't. I'm not doing it. Not like this," he said, voice weak and wrecked, but firm nonetheless. Mori scowled, but stood up. "Go to your room, now," he said instead of pushing Dazai into it, much to Dazai's surprise. He didn't hesitate in scrambling up, running up the stairs as fast as he could and slamming his door behind him, unsurprised at the mess he found his room in, one clearly not made by him. A few moments later, he heard a key in his door, and the lock clicked, and he swore, but then just sunk down to the floor, staring at his hands, and the burns clear and ugly compared to the rest of his skin. He took a deep breath, poking at the swelling skin and thanking God that it didn't appear to be anything more than a handful of second-degree burns. He patted down his pockets for his phone and groaned, realizing he must have dropped it outside or in the kitchen. He chewed on his lip for a second, struggling to think, until his eyes landed on a broken pencil and an idea struck him. "What the fuck?" Chuya was practically in hysterics, Rampo holding onto his arm with wide eyes as they processed the sudden blue shades across the palms of Chuya's hands and up Chuya's right arm. "What the hell?" he muttered, trying to calm down as he remembered they were driving, his heart still racing. Thank God this one hadn't hurt. Rampo was holding onto him so tightly Chuya was surprised he hadn't bruised, and there was only a few moments of quiet before Rampo frowned. It took Chuya a second to notice it too, but then he noticed the faint blue lines on the back of his left hand, spelling out leg. What? Chuya asked in confusion, until there was a slightly painful scratching on his lower leg, and his eyes widened. Quickly, he shifted and pulled up his trousers to see more blue lines in his skin. Coming, the lines spilled out. It's Dazai, Rampo said, surprised, and then scrambled around before finding an empty can he had left in the footwell of the back of the car and snapping off the tab. Here, respond with this, he instructed, and Chuya took it, only slightly confused. He hesitated, but then he used it to scratch out a response, a raised red line appearing wherever he dragged the can tab. Dazai sighed in relief as faint red lines spelling yes came up next to the pinkish marks left from the broken pencil. Rampo and Chuya watched apprehensively as Dazai responded, taking a while to scratch out the sentence. Throw a rock at Elise's window for the signal. Chuya frowned, confused. He must have a plan, and Elise is probably a part of it, Rampo muttered, and at that moment they pulled up just down the street from Dazai's house. Quickly, Rampo and Chuya ran out of the car, and Fukuzawa and Koyo followed. As they neared, another car pulled up, and Ango stepped out, looking hurried and like he'd already had 3 panic attacks. Koyo froze in her tracks, as did Ango. Koyo?
Ango?
They asked at the same time in disbelief. Chuya rolled his eyes, uninterested in how Koyo knew Oda's fiancé, and instead, he and Rampo just quickly ran to Dazai's front garden, thankful for the dark sky. I'll throw the rock, Chuya muttered, searching the ground for one, quickly pinpointing which room was Elise's by the princess-themed curtains that had been left slightly open. Rampo just murmured his agreement and passed Chuya a rock to use, to which Chuya didn't hesitate in tossing. The small rock didn't make a huge sound, just hitting the window then dropping into the grass. Seconds later, Elise was looking out the window, but Chuya didn't get the chance to wave before she disappeared. Dazai picked through his clothes, shoving the ones he recognized into a bag. Anything he could think of he might need was shoved in there. There was no way he was coming back here. He was interrupted by a small knock on his door, and he dropped the bag, instead going to the door and kneeling down, whispering. Elise? He asked, and a quiet response could be heard.
Yeah,
she muttered on the other side, and Dazai melted in relief, pressing his hand against the door. Oh, okay, good. Hey, Elise, you know those black hairpins that I put in your hair sometimes? He asked, not wasting any time.
Yeah?
She responded quietly. Do you have any? Can you push them under the door? He asked urgently, and Elise must have heard the slight panic in his tone, because while she didn't respond right away, she left, and a second later was back, pushing a few pins under the door. Dazai was quick, picking them up and using his teeth to bend them, muttering instructions at the same time. All right, Elise, I'll be out in a second. Right now, can you go to your room and find a bag and put some of your clothes in it for me? He asked, and he heard as Elise hesitated.
Why?
She asked quietly, and Dazai tried not to get frustrated at the question, because to him it was pretty obvious why, and instead just pushed 2 of the bent pins into the lock on his door. Because we're not going to come back here for a while, he said, gritting his teeth as he fiddled with the pins in the lock, hearing the first click, the anchor pin giving way slightly. That has been mean too much, and there's going to be someone who helps us so we don't have to come back, he said, wincing as one of the pins pressed into a blister on his hand.
Like Ango?
Elise asked, and Dazai sent out a silent prayer that Ango had read his message and was outside with Chuya and hopefully Rampo. Yeah, like Ango. Ango should be waiting for you outside now, he said, not wanting to make an empty promise, but doing so anyway. With another click, the anchor twisted even more, a sense of pride not befitting the moment filling Dazai. He was surprisingly good at this.
If we go, will you not try and die again?
Elise asked, sounding impossibly small on the other side of the door. Dazai faltered, almost breaking the pins. He hesitated, thinking back to the scream, her scream, and he took a deep breath. Yeah, if we go, I won't try and die again, he promised, meaning it, and there was a third click. Elise seemed to be satisfied, because instead of asking any more questions, she left, and Dazai just focused on the lock, managing to get the next to click in quick succession, twisting all the way and undoing the locks, keeping his door shut. He could have cried in relief, his whole body trembling as he slumped against the door for a second, but then his attention was drawn back to his half-packed bag. The rest of his stuff was thrown in haphazardly, the bag being stuffed full and closed quickly. His bedroom door was opened quietly, and he turned to see Elise, standing with a bag and a jumper on over her pajamas. He kneeled down, and she came forward to hug him tightly, clinging onto him for a second. Dazai wanted to just let her cling to him for a while, but he couldn't, and instantly started telling her what to do next. Leave your bag here. I'll throw it to whoever's outside. Go downstairs and check the kitchen for my phone. Grab your shoes. Don't worry about putting them on, but grab them, and if my phone wasn't in the kitchen, it'll be outside. Go outside and go to the side fence. Ango should be there, and he'll get you, okay? He instructed, pulling away and fixing her jumper for her. Elise nodded, shaking a little, and Dazai smiled. If Dad asks what you're doing, just say you were thirsty and getting a drink, or had a headache, okay? Elise nodded again. Okay, she agreed shakily, only looking at Dazai for a moment before leaving and closing the door behind her. Dazai ran a hand through his hair, shaking, but he stood up and darted to his window, opening the blinds and quickly pushing it open. Out in the street, he quickly noticed Chuya and Rampo, then Ango and Koyo, and finally Fukuzawa. Ango was the first to notice him and directed the others' attention in his direction. Dazai put a finger to his lips, then pointed at Ango, directing him to the side gate for Elise. He didn't actually wait for anyone before going and grabbing his and Elise's bags, dropping them from his window onto the grass, but Rampo got the message and went to grab them, pulling them out of the way. Dazai took a deep breath and paused, staring down at the ground. That drop was a lot higher than he remembered. But he had done this before. So, with an audience this time, he sat on his windowsill and swung a leg over the edge. If Elise got caught downstairs, she could play it off. If he did, he'd rather risk falling. Dazai stopped for a moment, a realization hitting him as he stared down at his hands. He wasn't wearing bandages. One half had burned, subsequently falling, and the other had been unwrapped by Mori. He also had burns covering both of his palms. He knew if he looked out to the various people watching this, he'd probably see various degrees of worry and anxiety. So he didn't, instead swinging the other leg over and dropping suddenly. He hissed, shoulders and elbows complaining at the sudden exertion, but his hands were the main issue, burning pain making them feel like he was attempting to douse his sketchbook again. But despite this, he was holding on tightly, and he held his breath, shifting along his window, trying to get to the garage roof the same way he did the night Oda died. Moving from one side of the windowsill to the other wasn't difficult. He knew from experience. It was the transition from the windowsill to the roof. Despite himself, as Dazai got to the point he couldn't go any further, he looked down. The grass didn't seem like a soft landing anymore. He could see the faint shadows casting by someone standing nearby, clearly freaking out but too nervous about causing a ruckus to say anything. Quickly, Dazai looked back up again, clinging to the windowsill for dear life. Then, taking a deep breath, he reached out, kicking over to the roof, and barely getting a foot on it before his hand slipped. He went tumbling, foot slipping from the roof as he attempted to jump on it, causing him to hit it awkwardly, hearing more than feeling the impact with his ribcage as he scrambled for purchase before he could fall. He managed to find it, barely, holding on by his fingertips, wincing at the pain pretty much everywhere, seeing black spots at the edge of his vision. If there's one thing Dazai is clear about with his own mental health, it's that he does not have an eating disorder. At least, not a typical one. He doesn't restrict himself on purpose. He doesn't throw up. He doesn't eat too much. But eating makes him feel sick. It's difficult. Too many factors come into it. There are thousands of reasons why his relationship with food is ruined. One of them he is in the process of running away from. But the same logic can be applied. He doesn't eat enough, he is underweight and lacks energy. One thing drilled into him is that if he stops eating, his metabolism will slow. However, that wasn't quite the case. No, for Dazai, the moment he was eating a somewhat healthy amount of food, his metabolism was straight back to the way it was. Only now, his body had realized what it was missing. So when Dazai's body realized it needed to replenish energy and fast the moment he ate 3 meals, the next day, when all he ate was a slushie and his dinner, it got a bit of a shock. And so, Dazai's vision went black, his muscles went weak, and he crashed to the ground. Chuya has to slap a hand over his mouth to prevent himself from screaming. 1 second, Dazai was hanging a few feet off the ground, and the next, he was a heap on the grass. He ran forward and hesitated before touching Dazai, who groaned in response to Chuya shaking his shoulder.
5 more minutes,
Dazai muttered before giggling slightly, and Chuya felt a wave of relief.
God, Dazai,
he muttered, pulling him up. Dazai gasped in pain, legs buckling underneath him as he was lifted up, but he just leaned on Chuya for support, limping. Chuya hated every gasp of pain from Dazai as they hurried to Ango's car, which Elise and Rampo were already in. Fukuzawa and Koyo both went to Fukuzawa's car, and Dazai was sat in the middle seat while Chuya climbed in on the right, closing the door sharply.
Go, quick! Dazai falling was not quiet!
He hissed, and Ango was quick, pulling away, being followed by Fukuzawa. Dazai winced next to him, clutching his ribs, his breathing slightly labored. Chuya glanced at him worriedly. I think you need to go to a hospital. Dazai tensed up instantly, holding himself tighter.
Absolutely not. I'm not going. I'm fine.
He snapped quickly, and Chuya recoiled, but expecting that.
You can hardly walk. I'll be fine.
Dazai cut him off, but leaned into Chuya, cradling his arm carefully. Chuya felt nauseous, his eyes drawn to the uncovered skin, the fresh and old injuries, the scars of various severity. But Ango glanced at him through the rearview mirror, and Chuya just fell quiet, letting Dazai rest against him without another word. Somehow, they all ended up in Ango's apartment. Dazai was standing and leaning against the wall, while Fukuzawa helped Elise sort out the things she had put in her bag. She was going to stay with Ango again. He had to fight the urge to wince every time he breathed. Most people had something else they were doing. Rampo was sitting quietly with his headphones on. Chuya and Koyo were standing together in another room, debriefing their parents on what had happened. Ango reappeared, holding a bag of frozen peas and a tea towel. "Sit down." Ango directed him, and Dazai did as he was told. He sat in a chair he was directed to, and Ango kneeled, taking off his shoe for him, pulling down his sock to see his left ankle, which was already swelling and bruising. "You're going to need to get this seen," Ango said, pulling over a stool and wrapping the peas in the towel before putting it over Dazai's ankle. "I don't want to," Dazai responded childishly, cringing at the whine in his tone. "I'll get Fukuzawa to take you, or Chuya's parents," Ango said, his tone firm. He clearly wasn't going to compromise on this. Dazai squirmed, uncomfortable, tearing up despite himself. "I don't want to. Last time..." He cut himself off, shaking his head, not finishing his sentence. Ango shook his head and just moved to sit next to Dazai, slowly lifting his shirt, inspecting the purple and blue bruises already forming across his lower ribs, from either where the roof had hurt him or his elbows had when he fell. "That'll need to get checked too. It's not dangerous, just bruising. I'd know if I was bleeding internally or had broken something." Dazai interjected, and Ango sighed. "It'll get checked anyway," he said firmly. Ango's eyes flicked to the burns on Dazai's hands and up the side of his right arm. "It's too late to do anything about the burns," Dazai said in a whisper. "They can wait." Ango seemed willing to let that go and just got up again. "I don't have bandages." "I don't either. They were in the bathroom." Ango raised his eyebrow. "So you couldn't grab any?" he asked in confusion. Dazai scowled. "Moria locked the bedroom door. If I was seen out of the room, I would have been done for." Ango felt sick. "Oh, Dazai, why didn't you tell anyone? Or Oda? I never thought you'd ever..." he asked quietly, swallowing. Dazai shrugged, wincing at the movement. "I just didn't, I guess," he muttered guiltily. After a second, Ango sat back down next to Dazai and carefully pulled him in for a hug, holding him like he was scared Dazai would break. "Please, never do anything like this again." Dazai shifted, slightly uncomfortable, but he smiled awkwardly and joked about it. "Are you referring to the suicide, getting hit, or falling off roofs?" he asked. Ango definitely didn't find it as funny as he did, flicking him gently. "Any of those preferably." Dazai swallowed and pulled away, looking down at his busted ankle and his burned hands. "I'll try. They were a little overrated, to be honest. A lot more painful than they look in movies," he whispered. Ango actually scoffed at that, and then Fukuzawa came in and took a seat on the other side of Dazai, sighing heavily. Ango glanced between him and Fukuzawa before quickly grabbing something and showing it to Dazai. It was his sketchbook, still clearly burnt and smelling of smoke, but still his sketchbook. Elise found it along with your phone. They were outside. Ango said softly. Then he got up, going to the other side of the room to grab a gift bag, bringing it over. Happy birthday, by the way. Dazai glanced around the room and then down at himself. Right, it was his birthday. Thank you, he said, taking the bag and opening it, eyes widening at the contents, a sketchbook almost exactly the same, just bound in brown rather than gray. Oh, he breathed out, running his fingers over the cover. Funny, both Chuya and Ango had gotten him sketchbooks. You mentioned the other one was full at some point, Ango said, nudging Dazai gently. Perfect timing. Dazai mumbled, unsure how to thank Ango properly. He hadn't been expecting a gift from him. Ango just smiled sadly as Dazai put both sketchbooks back in the bag, and Ango took it from him to put it out of the way. I'm sorry your birthday had to be like this, Ango said, and Dazai nodded. Yeah, me too, I guess. After that, Ango got up, leaving to check on Elise, despite that being where Fukuzawa assumedly just came from. Dazai didn't want to be the first to say anything, and instead, they sat in silence until Fukuzawa sighed. Mori was my soulmate, you know? Dazai blinked. No, he hadn't known that. He stated as such. No, I thought my mother was his soulmate, he said, his mood shifting as he turned to look at Fukuzawa curiously. That explains why you and him were so close, though. Fukuzawa nodded. He married your mother after she fell pregnant with Oda. He used to be quite a nice person. When your mother was pregnant with you, it was quite different, though. She changed. It wasn't as easy for them, and by the time both you and Elise were born, I think their relationship had been quite ruined. Dazai was quiet, thinking for a moment. I don't remember my mom very well, he whispered. Why didn't you and Mori just marry? He expected Fukuzawa to tire of the questions quickly, but Fukuzawa just answered patiently. There were a few reasons. We never dated because of our career paths. We didn't have time. He was trying to become a surgeon, and I was studying whatever caught my interest any given year. Even if we had, at the time it would have been illegal to marry. It wasn't legalized until shortly after Elise was born. Dazai hummed, and he pulled a leg that wasn't resting on the stool into his chest, resting his cheek on it. Why did Mori change then? He asked, not meaning to sound accusing, but he did. Why did my mom leave me? Why did you leave me? Fukuzawa, again, didn't get mad or exasperated by his questions, making Dazai almost wish he would. Your mother didn't leave, Dazai, he said softly. She committed suicide. Dazai, for a moment, felt what was left of his world shatter and crumble around him. She what? He asked, voice breaking. Fukuzawa sighed. She took her own life. I won't tell you how, but Mori was the one on duty when they brought her in. He couldn't save her. I think something broke that day. Dazai was struggling to breathe and to think, and he shook his head adamantly. No, Mori was an ass before she died. That can't have been it, he insisted. Fukuzawa looked at him sympathetically and just continued speaking. I didn't know what he was doing. I don't know what causes him to treat you this way, but he wouldn't let me help. After a while, I realized Mori wasn't going to change, so I left as well. I'm sorry for that. Dazai shook his head again.
No, I don't care.
He suddenly snapped.
I don't care why. I don't. He can have his own fucked up reasons, and I can hate him for them all.
Fukuzawa tilted his head, considering Dazai, and Dazai just looked back at him defiantly, his bottom lip trembling. Good, Fukuzawa said after a moment. Hate him for it, and feel angry. Know that no matter why he did it, he was wrong for it. For now, that's all you can do. In a few days, or maybe in a few years, you might run out of anger. You'll sit with your anger long enough, you'll learn to recognize it as grief. Until then, if anger is what is going to get you out of bed in the morning, and if anger is what is going to help you keep going, utilize it. Dazai blinked in shock, absorbing Fukuzawa's words like each one was a punch to his gut. Feeling angry is better than feeling nothing, and I have a suspicion you've been feeling that a little bit too much recently. That was the final blow for Dazai, and he just broke, shifting and burying his face in his arms to hold back tears. There was a hand gently rubbing his back a second later, and it took all Dazai had to not start wailing like he was some 5-year-old who lost his parents. He felt like one. Then Fukuzawa took a deep breath and started speaking again. I believe you're staying with Chuya tonight, while I clear a room for you to come stay with me. Elise seems pretty comfortable here, so we're not going to move her. He explained, voice low and soothing. I'm going to speak with Ango and Koyo, and we're going to figure out legalities together. But we're not letting you go back there, under any circumstance. Is that okay? Dazai nodded into his arms, sniffling and wincing as he brushed against the burn up his arm. Fukuzawa seemed to notice, and a second later he was being guided up. We'll clean the burns together, and then I'll take you, Chuya, and Koyo back home, alright? Dazai blinked numbly, and swallowed and nodded, surprised by the complete lack of reaction as Fukuzawa's fingers brushed over the various exposed scars and scabs on his arms. Tomorrow, we'll ask Miss Alcott to look at your injuries. You know her quite well by now, don't you? Dazai nodded. He didn't mind that as much. He just didn't want to go to a hospital. That's good then. Come on. There should probably be something to clean these within the bathroom. The drive back to Chuya's house felt long. Actually, he's pretty sure Fukuzawa took the longest route on purpose. He understands why. Sandwiched between Chuya and Rampo, who were both clinging to him like he'd disappear any second. Which, once again, he understands why. Rampo even hugged him first when they arrived. Fukuzawa told him if he came to school the next day, he wouldn't be expected to attend classes. He could just sit in his office or read, or watch a movie. Chuya was welcome too. Dazai didn't acknowledge him verbally. He just wanted to sleep, for a really long time if possible. Koyo held the door open as Chuya helped him limp inside. Chuya's parents had waited up. The concern had been palpable as they saw the state Dazai was in. Maybe smelled the smoke, maybe finally caught sight of what had been under Dazai's bandages for months. They had just hugged, gently and tightly all at once. He would have cried. He really would have. He was just so tired. So Dazai sat numbly on the couch between Chuya and Chuya's mom while Koyo and Chuya explained everything they knew. For all Fukuzawa had said about anger, and that feeling angry was better than feeling nothing. Right now, he wasn't sure he could feel anything other than tired. Until he was half asleep against Chuya, and suddenly he was being scooped up and carried, tensing and then relaxing almost instantly when he realized it was Chuya's dad. He distantly registered Chuya complaining it wasn't fair Dazai was being carried and he wasn't, as though he wasn't 16-year-old and couldn't walk for himself. But Dazai supposed he could understand, the warmth and comfort being something he hadn't really gotten before. He could understand wanting this forever. He's going to need to convince Chuya to become really strong so he can have this forever. Chuya came out the bathroom, wiping toothpaste from his mouth and sighing, standing in the doorway of his room, staring at the almost pitiful sight of Dazai curled up in Chuya's bed. He closed his bedroom door, the only light now coming from the lamp on the bedside table. Carefully, he climbed over Dazai to the side of the bed against the wall, shimmying under the covers and trying not to disturb him. Until Dazai spoke quietly. "I'm sorry if I ruined your day." Chuya sighed and lay on his side to face Dazai, meeting his eyes. "You definitely didn't," he responded just as quietly. After a second, Dazai hummed. "We never actually decided something," Dazai said, like he had just realized it. "What's that?" Chuya asked, yawning tiredly. "Whether we're boyfriends or not," Dazai said, looking at Chuya curiously. Chuya raised an eyebrow. "Are we not?" he asked. He thought that had been pretty obvious when they were kissing repeatedly. Dazai shrugged, then winced. "I don't know. Are we?" Chuya hummed and then shifted closer to Dazai, carefully pressing his hand against his face. "I think so," he said, feeling his cheeks heat up. He still wasn't used to the entire not being mean to compensate and hide feelings thing yet. Dazai smiled stupidly. "Good, because let me tell you, my day has been hell. I think if I had gotten a different answer, I would have killed myself on the spot." Chuya's jaw dropped, and he coughed in shock. "Dazai, you, of all people, cannot make suicide jokes anymore." Dazai pouted and whined. "But they're funny," he complained, and Chuya scowled. "Shut the fuck up," he muttered, and Dazai could barely get out the first syllable of a "make me" before Chuya kissed him softly. Dazai melted, and when they pulled away, Chuya wrapped his arms around Dazai's shoulders, pulling him into his chest. "Go to sleep," he whispered, and Dazai huffed in protest, but was already beyond exhausted, and scraping up the energy for the conversation he had just had, snapped the last of it from him. "Fine," Dazai whispered back, carefully hugging Chuya back. "I love you," Chuya murmured softly. "A lot." Dazai hummed. I think I love you more, at least longer." Chuya had to fight back a giggle and instead just reached to turn the lamp off. "Shh, it's not a competition," he retorted, struggling to keep the amusement out of his tone and mask it with annoyance. "Please leave the lamp on," Dazai whispered, so quietly Chuya almost didn't catch it. Chuya paused, thinking, and then he didn't respond, just returning back to the way he had been, holding Dazai closely. "Go to sleep," he whispered, closing his eyes. Judging by how quickly Dazai's breathing had evened, he already was. Epilogue, Chapter 24. Juya still wasn't used to walking to school alone yet. Not that he did. He walked 5 minutes to a park between Dazai's new home and Chuya's, sat on a swing and waited for Dazai to show up. Dazai did have the option to get a lift with Yosano and Rampo, but had apparently protested and claimed Chuya would never manage without him. Which was a lie, but he appreciated the sentiment. Dazai, with his badly sprained ankle he had insisted was nothing, and still healing hands, was still not expected to return to classes. For a reason he wouldn't disclose to anyone. But both Rampo and Yosano seemed to attribute it to still adjusting to the new environment. He didn't want to be left alone in Fukuzawa's house. Fukuzawa had said something similar, that Dazai was likely so used to having strict rules to follow in his house that living somewhere without them would be jarring. He didn't quite get it, but he equated it to a major change in routine, which, ignoring all the other factors, that was what it was. The only thing about that which confused Chuya was that he's pretty sure Dazai wouldn't be alone, because Fukuzawa's husband didn't work anymore. Though, again, strange adult with new rules. Due to Dazai still being at school, even if not in classes, that meant that every lunch he wasn't exempt from Dazai's constant pestering. "Chuya!" Dazai yelled, running up behind him and yanking him back. Chuya groaned and scowled, turning to face him. "What do you want, bastard?" he asked accusingly, and Dazai grinned and dragged him away. Chuya waved goodbye to his friends, already knowing it was futile to attempt to avoid this. Besides, he was kind of curious. "You need to stop running. It'll make your ankle take longer to heal," Chuya said futilely, being completely ignored. "I finished my art final," Dazai said instead, and Chuya realized where they were going, being dragged along to the art department. "Oh!" Chuya exclaimed in surprise. "The one you were refusing to let me see?" he asked with slight annoyance. "Exactly!" Dazai cheered, pulling Chuya into the art room and disposing him next to their table. Chuya could see the canvas on the drawing rack, and Dazai kept talking as he carefully pulled it out, facing away from Chuya. "I already had an extension of a few days, but only for when I was timetabled to be here, thanks to circumstances," Dazai said, like the word left a bad taste in his mouth. "I was given an extra out-of-class extension, and I've just been here all day." Chuya hummed, glancing just past Dazai to the window outside, the sun on the sports field. "Wouldn't holding the brushes and stuff hurt, though?" Chuya asked, shifting his gaze to Dazai again. "Yeah, but I have a rather high pain tolerance," Dazai said dismissively, and Chuya felt a pang of guilt. The statement prompted him to look at his arms, where he has gotten used to the marks covering them. The blue lines had faded from them almost completely, aside from where there were a few newer ones near his elbow. Dazai did seem to be doing much better now, since he had moved in with Fukuzawa, though Chuya still had to make a point of not looking at his thighs when getting dressed. Dazai did warn him he wouldn't just stop like that. Given everything, Chuya was incredibly impressed he had even stopped as much as he had. And the change in Dazai was visible. He wasn't as hesitant with his movements, he was stronger already, and he didn't look like he hadn't slept for weeks. "I got bored of reading after a while, and then I got bored of movies even quicker," Dazai continued, pulling Chuya out of his thoughts. "Close your eyes," he demanded, and Chuya sighed in exasperation, but did as he was told, closing them tightly and listening to Dazai move around. "Open," Dazai said, the excitement audible in his voice, and Chuya opened his eyes cautiously before widening them in shock. Dazai's final piece, unsurprisingly, was a painting. And Chuya finally had an answer to an issue that had been plaguing him for weeks before his birthday. Why Dazai had insisted on sitting across from him. Why Dazai had hidden his coursework from him. Because Dazai's painting was of him, sitting on the other side of the table, working on his own piece. Chuya spluttered, his face burning bright red, completely taken off guard. "What?" he asked, blinking in surprise, breath stolen. Dazai was talented, he knew that, but this was another level. "So, what do you think?" Dazai asked, smiling like Chuya had just handed him the world on a silver platter. "You're incredible," was all Chuya could think to say. "It's so good, like it belongs in an art gallery. It's so pretty." Dazai's cheeks were flushed and pink, and he looked incredibly proud of himself. "It's pretty because you're in it," he said casually, trying to put it back in the drying rag. Chuya shook his head and just waited for Dazai to put it back. "It's pretty because you made it," he said back, crossing his arms. Dazai just turned back to him, walking over again and humming. No, it's definitely because you're in it. Stupid Chuya is always gorgeous when the sun hits his face." Chuya glared at Dazai, his face burning. "Can you not accept a compliment? I like your art!" He huffed in exasperation, and Dazai shrugged teasingly. "I don't believe you. You never have anything genuinely nice to say to me," he said in mock hurt, and Chuya scowled. "I always have nice things to say, prick. You're just too annoying to deserve them." Yeah, maybe Chuya just hates me, huh?" Dazai teased, leaning into him. "You hate me and never want to see me again. You want to destroy our friendship forever." Chuya raised an eyebrow. "Friendship? Is that what we're calling it now?" he asked dryly. "After all of that, you're content with friendship, huh?" Dazai sighed dramatically, moving away again. "I guess if that's what Chuya wants, I'll settle for being his friend. Just don't forget me, dearest, and find me in the next life." Chuya stared at Dazai in disbelief before grabbing his sleeve and yanking him back, pulling him down by the front of his hoodie. "Like you'd let me forget you, asshole," he snarked before pressing his lips against Dazai firmly. He pulled away and turned around to hide his bright red face. "Your painting is really good. You're an amazing artist." There was a surprised silence from behind him, and Chuya felt a sense of satisfaction at shutting the bastard up, until said bastard spoke in a whiny tone. "Why are you so violent with it? I'm injured. I deserve to be treated nicely." Chuya sighed, rolling his eyes. "Yeah, you do. Not from me, though." He glanced at Dazai, who was looking at him with a pout, and sighed again, holding out his hand. "Let's go get lunch." "Okay." Koyo's explanation of what was happening with Mori had only confused Chuya more. Dazai seemed to get it, but Dazai also said he didn't care and didn't want to know, which, for Dazai, was insane. Dazai not wanting to know about something? Revolutionary. Soulmate marks do not hold up as substantial evidence in court, as they can be faked. The basics of what Koyo said was that Mori didn't know that. Or maybe he did, but they had 2 victims and a few witnesses. They could have gone to the police and to court and got Mori put away for child abuse. Instead, Ango, Dazai, and Elise together had come to the conclusion that the last thing they wanted was to go to court. So Koyo and Ango worked together to create an under-the-table deal, where Mori signed away all legal guardianship of Dazai and Elise to Fukuzawa and Ango respectively, and he'd get to keep his medical license. Because, unsurprisingly, a child abuse case can get that taken away, especially if that case would put you under suspicion of medical malpractice and excessive use of force on a patient. So legally, everything went smoothly. Chuya hoped the rumors would get out anyway, and that even if Mori didn't lose his medical license, his reputation would be ruined. Especially as he stood outside Mori's house with a silent Dazai, the careful mask he hadn't seen for over a week back with startling ease. Chuya squeezed Dazai's hand, and Dazai smiled at him slightly, just pulling him into the house and sighing dramatically. Chuya bit back a sigh, knowing where this was going.
Geez, it's been so long since I was here. So long since I was last physically abused,
Dazai proclaimed, feigning excitement.
Oh, the memories.
Chuya groaned slightly. Dazai, he said, and Dazai continued, undeterred.
Look,
he said, pointing at a wall in the living room.
Here's where I got pinned against the wall and cracked my head open. And through here,
he called, letting go of Chuya's hand and going to the kitchen,
is where my daring escape began. Then he burnt my sketchbook, and I caught fire, and then he tried to get me to cut myself.
He fucking what? Chuya snapped, cutting Dazai off. Dazai paused, catching his lip between his teeth and shrugging. I didn't. Chuya scowled. That isn't the point. Dazai opened his mouth to respond, before Ango cut in from behind them. Come on guys, we're just here to get Dazai's things. You two go work on Dazai's room while I get Elise's stuff, he said, and Chuya just glanced at Dazai, then followed as Dazai went upstairs. Last time he had been here, he was just standing in the living room. He hasn't been in Dazai's room in forever. And for some reason he wasn't surprised at the state he found Dazai's room in, looking like a tornado had torn through it. What is it we're getting? Chuya asked, gingerly picking his way through the mess. Any art supplies you can find, mostly. My camera, I left it here. Just anything still intact, Dazai said, voice detached. If it was art supplies Dazai wanted, most of the pencils he could see were snapped in half. He had an idea what happened, but he really didn't want to know. He was just confused as to why. But he had a feeling Dazai didn't know why either. Ango left some boxes just inside the doorway, and Chuya took a deep breath, grabbing one and clearing a space on the floor for it. Put some music on, he said, pulling his hair out of his face. This is a little too depressing. Dazai smiled at him a little and pulled out his phone. Taylor Swift? He asked, and Chuya looked up from where he was assessing a pile of clothes on the floor. Go ahead, just make sure it's something happier. 1989 maybe. Dazai grinned, and he just pressed play on his phone, the album already open. I guess you'd say that. Chuya huffed, his cheeks warming, and he glared at him. Just let some air in, then come help me, jackass. With 2 boxes filled with salvaged items belonging to Dazai, they had moved to filling his backpack with more precious things, his camera, and a few more things carefully stuffed between socks and t-shirts. Chuya kneeled next to Dazai, holding the bag open as he went through the drawers of his bedside table. "Is that makeup?" Chuya asked in disbelief as Dazai dropped a few more things into the bag. "Yep," Dazai answered, pointedly not looking at Chuya. Yosano's idea, not mine. Chuya hummed, not questioning it further. "You any good?" he asked as Dazai packed up the spilled contents of a pencil case. Dazai frowned. "It's not like I got much practice. I don't know," Dazai muttered. Chuya felt a bit bad, another reminder at the freedom he had always had that Dazai didn't. If he had taken an interest in something like that, he would have been encouraged. "I suppose it's just like painting, isn't it?" Chuya asked, to which Dazai shrugged. "I think you'd be able to practice as much as you like now, and I guess you could probably bribe someone into being a model." Dazai laughed a little, smiling and about to respond, before he faltered, pulling the drawer out, and they both quickly fell silent. There were a few more pens, more expensive fine liners, and a few lighters, and of course, a collection of broken sharpeners, a few of the blades still there, just separated. Dazai hesitated, and Chuya didn't know what to say or do as Dazai just stared them down. After a few moments, Dazai picked the pens and lighters out of the mess, tossing them in the bag, and Chuya raised an eyebrow at the lighters, but he didn't say anything, more focused on the blades. He wasn't sure if he should move away. What does he do? He was about to call Ongo through, unsure whether Dazai would try and keep them. But then Dazai took a sharp breath in, and in one swift movement, brushed the broken plastic and metal into his hand, getting up and dumping it in the bin. Chuya looked up at him, noticing the slight shaking in his hand, and the stutter to his breathing, the slight tremble in his bottom lip. Then Dazai sat beside him again, his hands in fists, and Chuya moved the bag to the side, just hugging him tightly. "What's this for?" Dazai asked, voice slightly shaky. "Just shut up," Chuya muttered, turning his face to Dazai's neck, where he could still faintly smell antiseptic, but also the vanilla-scented oil Dazai had told him Fukuzawa had put on his bandages to overpower the smell when he had said it made him uneasy. And of course, most importantly, the strawberry shampoo Dazai still doused himself in. Dazai relaxed a little into the hug and sighed. "I'm not going to need them. I don't need them where I'm going. I don't," he whispered, like he was convincing himself more than Chuya. "You don't," Chuya whispered in agreement, and Dazai shuddered. "Maybe I should have kept an extra one, just in case." "No, come on, Dazai. You don't need it where we're going," he whispered, voice almost pleading. Besides, he wasn't stupid. He knew Dazai already had an extra one, but he didn't need so many. Not anymore. Not ever again. Even just throwing out those ones was such a massive thing in Dazai's eyes, he's sure. So Chuya would let it be like this for now. "We don't need it," Dazai said, louder, pulling away and clearing his throat, like changing I to we made it slightly more bearable. "That's fine." The pink scar on the side of Chuya's left arm was enough to more than convince Chuya that we was easier than I. So he agreed, nodding and sitting up straight again. We don't. Then Dazai started putting the jars back in the table, and Chuya stood up, staring at the stars on Dazai's wall. After a moment, Dazai stood next to him, then climbed onto his stripped bed and began taking them down. "These are definitely coming though," he said, and Chuya smiled, holding the bag open for Dazai to drop them in. "Of course they are." Dazai's new room was across the hall from Rampo's and next to Yosano's. This was Chuya's first time in their house, but he was happy with that, sticking the stars back up with Dazai. After a whole afternoon of work, Dazai's bedroom was Dazai's, and Chuya turned away from sticking up the last star. Dazai had said since he had been the one to put all the ones in Chuya's room up, Chuya could do the honor in his new room. To see Dazai looking around like he was in a degree of awe. Chuya huffed, sitting down on Dazai's bed, and Dazai turned to look at him. "It's weird," Dazai said without context. "What is?" Chuya asked, crossing his arms and tilting his head. "I'm alive," Dazai said, and Chuya expected to find a hint of a joke in his tone, but Dazai seemed genuinely serious, before he suddenly just dropped to the floor. "Dazai!" Chuya yelped, jumping forward to make sure Dazai was okay, only to see him stretched out on the floor, rocking from side to side. "I can lie on the floor! There's space!" He cheered, and Chuya scowled. "Fucking asshole, you scared me," he muttered, unheard by Dazai, who seemed happy to just roll about on the floor. He watched with amusement for a second until Dazai accidentally kicked a chair and squeaked in pain, and he sighed in irritation. "Can you stop that? There's not that much space," he pointed out, and Dazai just rolled onto his stomach before pushing himself up. "But there is! It's clean, Chuya! Clean!" Dazai said, getting up and joining Chuya on the bed. "There's so much I can do now, it's crazy! Fukuchi has even been asking me what food I like. When he cooks, he doesn't make me eat it if I don't like it. He'll help me make something different I do like." Chuya hummed and nodded along as Dazai spoke. "The other night, I felt really sick, and Fukuzawa sat and watched a movie with me until I felt better. I thought only your parents were like that." Dazai sighed and flopped across Chuya's legs, resting his head on his thigh. "He wouldn't let me take the medicine on my own, though. I think the lock on the medicine cabinet is a new addition." Chuya raised an eyebrow, moving a hand to brush through Dazai's hair, moving it away from his face. "Seems like a reasonable precaution to me," he commented, and Dazai pouted. "I'm like barely suicidal anymore. I have fun now. I just go to Rampo's room and play chess with him if I'm like that, or I paint, or do one of the many things I get to do whenever I want now," he said, listing them off. Chuya sighed, relenting and just looking down at Dazai, hiding his fondness with exasperation. "Of course, if you're barely suicidal, there's no concern," he said sarcastically. Dazai huffed and crossed his arms, looking away. Chuya took one of Dazai's hands in his own, comparing the healing burns and the fading blue on his own hands. "Hey," he whispered, and Dazai shifted, looking back at him and sitting up again. "Hey?" Dazai murmured back, nudging him with a small smile. "Are you happier now? Like, properly? You know, content? Obviously there's still shit in that, but it's better, right?" Chuya asked, and Dazai paused, looking at him thoughtfully. Chuya was concerned the answer might not be what he was looking for, a proclamation of how actually in Dazai's mind, nothing was better at all, until Dazai leaned in and kissed him gently, genuinely smiling. It is. I'm a lot better now. I'm quite happy if I'm allowed to be that, he said, moving away to look at Chuya curiously. Are you? Chuya was caught off guard for a second, but he scoffed and intertwined his fingers with Dazai's. Yeah, he said, and Dazai smiled widely, squeezing his hand. I'm very happy. Heya, sweet peas! Are y'all happy? It's been 2 years. 2 years of slow burn, of improvements, of hardships, of getting to know new wonderful people across many platforms, and it ends on the last day of the 2026 Pride Month. I can't tell you how happy I am that I got to share this wonderful fic with you all. Truly one of the best things to happen to this channel. And I'm so proud of my boys for how far they've come. It hasn't been a smooth journey. Chuya might have pissed us off here and there, but it has concluded wonderfully nonetheless. Thank you so much, Silas, for giving me permission to podfic your lovely work.
You're welcome.
What? Silas? You're here?
Yeah, I wanted to come and thank you for making the podfic. It probably took a lot of time and effort, so I wanted to say thank you.
It's Silas himself? Thank you.
I also wanted to say thank you to everyone who's been listening to my fic through P's wonderful narration. I've been reading the comments, and I'm really happy to hear that you all love the fic as much as you do, and I'm really glad that you've all stuck around to hear the ending.
So, what prompted this idea? Any real-life inspirations?
There were a lot of real-life inspirations. The idea originally just came because I liked soulmate AUs and I liked the idea of soulmate marks, and it was set in high school because I was in high school, and I kind of dropped out but missed being in school, and so I wanted to write about it. A few of the specific things I can mention having very real inspirations though is the stars on Chuya and Dazai's ceilings. I had the same ones on my ceiling and I often stared at them while I was looking for ideas. And Dazai's birthday party at the aquarium, I had my 14th birthday party there. Actually, if anyone is interested in looking it up, in my mind, the aquarium they went to was the Deep Sea World Aquarium in Queensferry, Scotland, right under the Forth Bridge, which is actually a pretty cool landmark itself. Not to get into any depressing stuff, but Dazai's home life as well was based quite heavily on my own at the time. And the school they went to was literally my own high school in my head as well. I was picturing it in my mind as the Bungo Stray Dogs characters walking through my own school hallways. The school system is based on the Scottish school system, but I did forget that for half of the time that they were in school, they would have been on study leave. And Rampo and Poe and the lot that were leavers that year wouldn't have been coming back to school afterwards. The tangerine routine that they have was based on something I did with my partner at the time, where I peeled the fruit and they ate most of it. I think that's everything I could name off the top of my head, but a lot of it was inspired by things happening in my own life. And Rampo was given a bit of a special treatment in this fic just because of how much I loved him. I wanted him to be aware of what was happening, but unable to do much about it. I think he was a good representation of how the readers felt sometimes about what was happening.
Oh, we all felt like Rampo at some point or another. How could he keep his blood pressure at bay around these hopeless cases?
He definitely didn't. He was crashing out behind the scenes every day, trust me. But he's got to appear nonchalant, right? He has to save face somehow. And he had his own issues while he was dealing with all that too. I wrote a spin-off centered around Rampo, where he takes Chuya's soulmate detective agency a little more seriously. Rampo had his own issues with his soulmate during the events of the Not So Perfect Pair, and then kind of begins meddling to try and keep himself occupied. Dazai and Chuya reappear in it a few times actually, and Rampo and Poe have an interesting time trying to figure out what's going on between them in the spin-off, it's actually explained how the soulmates work as well, and like a whole range of characters get explored further and have their own relationships figured out. You know, P, if you want to do the spin-off as well, you have my full permission to run with it. And if anyone listening wants to check it out for themselves, it's up on AO3 as Soulmate Detective Agency, The Casebook of Edogawa Rampo by starcollectorsilas.
Ooh, interesting. We do need more Rampo-focused fics in our lives. And oh my gosh, the full permission? Thank you, thank you! Silas's links will be in the description, everyone. Don't forget to send kudos, comments, and to shower him with all the love you possibly can. The effort put into this fic in terms of story structure and lore is palpable, and I can't thank him enough for agreeing to do this sorta interview, sorta trivia with me. He's the coolest author all around. As for me, I'm sad to announce that I'm taking a short break after uploading this. Podficking 11k words in one sitting was not easy on me, and it's kinda like ending a season of sorts. I'll be back with another multi-chapter fic, though it could take a while seeing as I need to get permissions from the authors. Nonetheless, feel free to request any long fics to your liking. Just please let it be 100k words max, on either Tumblr or the community tabs. Or, and this is still a work in progress, I've been thinking of creating a request link with proper rules and guidelines, since people find Tumblr a bit tedious to sign in or create accounts for. We'll look more into that. Thank you so much, my dearest sweet peas, for watching. It's been an honor ending this fic with you all. Hope you have a great week. Till next time.